always talking shit show.
Yo,
What's good? What's good?
it's your boy Talkin.
It's your boy Akeem Magic.
Back in the session with the
Another
always
episode of the Always Talking Shit Show podcast.
I got you, man. They got high and fumbled.
You all right, my nigga? You know,
See?
I got you. All right, bro, we here. Greetings and salutations to everyone. How was your weekend? Anything eventful go other than Sunday? Because Sunday was a day. Was it Sunday or Saturday? Was the fight Saturday?
Fights are always Saturday,
Yeah,
bro.
I'm tripping. Saturday. But Saturday going into Sunday was a good sports weekend.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you had the draft out here. That was popping.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to all the young bucks
Who'd y'all
that got
pick
drafted. I don't even watch the draft, bro. I don't know.
We picked up some receiver from
We had a
Ohio
horrible
State.
draft, I'm sure. You said a receiver from Ohio State? Is that y'all got? That's good. That's good. I know the Eagles got better, allegedly. I keep hearing that the Eagles went on to, I think they got a receiver. I think they probably got something, some old linemen or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, as a Cowboys fan, you kind of keep up with what's going on in your division. But I'm right back to the fold of even watching football.
Right. Man, that Warriors game was close last night.
Yeah, and they was on some fuck shit.
Yeah, what the fuck was like?
Hey, let's talk about that, though.
They ejected.
Because I wasn't even going to get in this.
They ejected
I wasn't going to get
Draymond
into my
for
bag.
what?
Bro, you know me, man. Like, this the thing I got. This the problem I got with the NBA right now. The NBA is they got away with it early, but now it's getting ridiculous, bro. Like, the way they officiate certain players and certain teams, it makes it hard to watch the game. I hate watching any Bucks game. I don't want to see Giannis then play. I'll catch Giannis's dunks on the highlight. Cause
Why you don't like watching the Bucks play?
well, because one, they overmarket Giannis. I don't even think Giannis is the best player on this team. That's just me personally.
You don't think so?
No, I think he's the most exciting, dominant, athlete. He's the most physically gifted player on this team. Do you know Giannis is the least skilled player on the Milwaukee Bucks? And I just come from an era where, like, bro, if you're capable of shooting 2 to 3 air balls a game and dribbling off your foot out of bounds, you don't get to ever be considered one of the greats all time, or even compared to, like, they be comparing this cat to, like, Kobe's and LeBron's and MJ. What if LeBron shot 2 air balls a game? Nobody, not defended, though. I'm talking about open. Dog, you can just watch Giannis and come down court, and they try to make him a point forward. He really don't got the skill set for that. But Giannis is an enigma, like, in a sense that he's a freak athlete. I'll give it to him.
Right.
I don't dislike him.
No, I don't either. But I know. I feel what you're saying.
As a basketball player, when I watch him play basketball, bro, I don't ever, like, every once in a while, it's usually a dunk of some form. But, fam, how many times am I going to get impressed by a 7-footer Euro stepping and dunking?
Right.
Like, I don't care about that shit. Like, even Shaq has skill set.
No, that's no doubt.
Like, Giannis's game is just like, and then they went from like, oh, this is what he needs to work on, and then they just crowned him like, oh, he's the best player in basketball. And I'd be like, bro, you sure? Because when I watch him play, I'd be like, man, I don't know if it's him dominating as much as he's a beneficiary of a great system. I think Budenholzer is a good coach, you know, and dog, he has some dogs around him.
Right.
He has a good team around him. They're a really good basketball team. But I don't like watching them play that dog because it reminds me of college. Like, you know that one college team that can play like it's 90s, 80s basketball, but then like when you touch them, everybody going to the line? That's how I felt watching that Boston game. I'm like, bro, you should just let those two teams, they physical teams, let them be physical. I felt like Giannis got to come downhill, throw his shoulder and his weight around, and it was nothing. But then, like, they was calling some crazy fouls, and it just made the game uninteresting. It's like, man, I don't want to see this bum-ass nigga at the free throw line practicing his whack-ass free throw shot. That shit is corny to me, man. Like, and I know for a fact, there's guys I grew up with, there's guys I've known that had the same type of thing going on. Like, man, If you give them the ball in the open court, they're unstoppable. Man, if you surround him with guys that won't ever turn the ball over and make mistakes and make all their open shots, he can be great. But who's getting that? Who's getting that? You're just not good enough to be that guy. And I'm just like, bro, I just feel like if Giannis was from Chicago or Milwaukee, that motherfucker would just be like a role player and be lucky to be in the league. Because they wouldn't invest so much in him being the guy. It just seems like they try hard with that shit. The only person that I don't that they kind of give credit to like that I don't think is like unwarranted is Luka. Luka's a real killer. Mm. That boy nice. Wherever you go, wherever you playing basketball, nigga, whoever the fuck, he's nice.
Right.
Jokic is good too, but should he be an MVP? Should he be the reigning MVP of the league? He ain't got to the second round of the playoffs, and he plays like, I don't know. It's just it's other guys that have not been like kind of like you know, they get ridiculed for doing the things that he don't do. Mm-hmm. So it becomes political almost. Like it becomes like big business.
Right.
And I get it. Dog, if you the NBA, you need international stars. Well, I don't know if you need them, but you damn sure want them. When the whole world is watching the game, you want kids all over the world to be able to look and see their reflection. But remember, they hated on Floyd when Floyd said, yo, some of these dudes that y'all bringing out here to the NBA from overseas ain't better than some of these dudes I'll be at the Y with. They ain't better than some of these dudes that sit on the bench because they're not superstars. And then you bring this dude over here that's not a superstar and you make him a superstar. So they thought they got at him like he was being racist towards Jeremy Lin when he said, like, nigga, there was 1 million black Jeremy Lins in the NBA. He wasn't lying. Mm-hmm. And look what happened. Once that stardom and that little fanfare wore off, once you were out of Mike D'Antoni's system, and once other coaches started to game plan for you and scout you, like, oh, he likes to, when he dribbles 2 times going this way, he's going to spin back with his left. When they started putting that in, like, Jeremy Lin couldn't get in the league. And then they were saying it was racist that he wasn't in the league anymore. And I'm just like, bro, have you watched him play against top-tier guards and talent? He can't guard nobody. Right. And as a black American, you're told you can't play basketball if you can't defend. Look how much they get on Steph Curry about his defense. Mm-hmm. They never bring that shit up about J.J. Redick or any other well-known shooter you know that happens to be Caucasian.
Right.
It's like, oh, y'all don't have to guard these Negroes.
Kyle Korver.
You never hear defense about these cats. Ever.
Mike Miller.
Bro, I just keep naming them. You just keep
just
naming them.
Through this shit.
And Mike Miller was actually an okay defender because guess what? He's a white American kid that couldn't get on the goddamn court unless you guard those black kids. It's different, bro. Like, he was out there in Florida like, nigga, I got to guard somebody.
Oh, yeah, he was. Okay, so he was.
So I'm just saying, some of these other kids, though, especially the ones that ain't around the inner cities and shit like that, motherfuckers that make it all the way to the NBA and can't guard a fucking nanny with a baby in her hand. But then you got other kids that can shoot, that can do all these things, and it'd be like, bro, I don't know if he's an elite defender. Like, it's just like, hey, you with the black skin, you better be able to guard Kobe. Right. Hey, every black dude can't guard Kobe either, nigga. Like,
no, yeah, absolutely fucking not.
Every black dude can't sit down in a chair with AI.
I mean, goddamn niggas that can't
look at watch
Kobe.
The NBA, bro. Watch how you be like, why doesn't he play? Oh, he doesn't defend.
Could you guard Kobe?
No,
nigga. This 2 black men right here couldn't go Kobe.
I mean, shit, I'm gonna try.
Oh, yeah, but he
getting all 6 of these fouls. He's never going for 82 on me while I'm on the court. I'm filing out, nigga. Like, I ain't gonna be out here for you, nigga.
Fuck out
70.
Here.
He got how many points?
Yeah.
Why am I out here? I'm not effective. Clearly, my presence ain't affecting nothing, nigga. I'm out of here.
Cooking me right now.
But see, now you getting into something that even makes me more ticked off about that. Because guess what, bro? Power 5 conference basketball damn near. But definitely the NBA, can't nobody guard nobody.
Yeah.
So you got guys that are like known as defenders because they put effort in they're better than everybody else at guarding people. But the nigga that they guarded and they're the top tier defender. Remember, Andre Iguodala got MVP over Steph Curry, who averaged 27 in the series. And was the MVP of the season of the league. They gave Iggy MVP over him for guarding LeBron because he did a good job on LeBron. Iggy averaged like 13 points. I think LeBron averaged like 30. My nigga, how good of a defense? We just won and you happen to be guarding him.
Right.
Because if LeBron didn't win and you look up and LeBron get the MVP and you're like, damn, that nigga had 30. Who was guarding him? Iggy? I thought that nigga was a defensive stopper. He got his ass killed. You see how, like, the perception changes?
Yeah.
And that's where I be getting egged out. I be like, man, because I'll be looking at them, dog, the shit they be saying about, like, the passes they give Jokic for coming into the season fat and out of shape. Bro, you think they ever gave Kendrick Perkins that?
It seems like a lot of Europeans get pass,
that's what I'm
bro.
saying. You think they ever gave Shaq that?
Because, look, Luka is not in great shape.
But see, now Luka has a motherfucking dog as a coach.
Mm.
Now Jason Kidd's his coach. And you can see, first off, nigga, you ain't impressing me. I'm Jason motherfucking Kidd.
Yeah, you can't say
Hall
shit.
of Famer,
Right.
NBA champion. Everything you want to accomplish,
At your position,
I've already done it at your position. Yeah. Fam, you can't play for me if you're not playing defense. I see Luka out there trying to play defense. Mm-hmm. Now, that just means he wasn't asked to. I'm just talking about
even before then. Like, Luka's like, he's not fast. He's not mad agile. He got good movement. Like, the nigga can dribble.
But this is the thing, though. This is where racism in sports coverage becomes a clusterfuck. Because I'd be like, nigga, we say Luka's not fast, but if you took that nigga outside or to any just regular gym and had him race anybody, like, nigga, he's winning. He not fast compared to who? Compared to Kyrie Irving and fucking Steph Curry and them when he's chasing the ball? No, he ain't fast compared to them. But take him to a D1 school. You know, that white boy fast as shit.
Right.
Like, and Luka's 6'9". But this the kicker. Luka lived in a country that doesn't discriminate. Luka was able to develop his talent while making millions of dollars at 14. What would Steph Curry and LeBron and Kevin Durant be if they got to, like, take care of all that guilt, that stress of being American and having all these fucking bills and taxes and being black American and your family living in certain neighborhoods that's dangerous and conducive to certain mistreatment? What if at 14 you said, hey, man, promising young athlete, we're going to alleviate all that. Now just be a basketball player. Right. Do you know how we think Steph Curry is the best shooter ever now? Right. And, nigga, when he was in college, he had to keep a certain GPA to be on the basketball team.
Yeah.
That requires a certain amount of distraction from being a shooter.
Hell yeah, it does. You still got to worry about class tomorrow and shit after the game.
American-born athletes are able to professionally only perfect and put energy and thought into their profession is when they make it to the NBA. These European kids are coming from pro farms where they have all this. You might be
They've
a poor
been doing
kid.
this
Giannis,
shit.
you might be poor, but no kid in Compton is walking into a multi-million-dollar sports complex to develop their skill set with shooting, coaches, strength and conditioning. I look at that. I look at that and be like, what do you mean you can't shoot yet?
And getting paid at 14 to do the shit.
What do you mean you can't shoot yet?
That shit don't make no sense. How you can't shoot free throws?
And you're playing pro rules against pros.
The whole right, yeah.
Look what they put LaMelo through.
Yeah.
And he's proven like, nah, I was good enough. Like they was just hating on me. And they still hated on him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because they was mad that the American kid did the European route. But every other kid that did that got praised. They praised Luka coming in.
Right.
Nigga, look how they talk about LiAngelo Ball. LiAngelo Ball and Luka Doncic before they both got to anywhere near the NBA was overseas, and they played in a pairing leagues. They both played against a top program, and the very game that they said that the NBA scouts drooled over and knew that Luka's definitely going to be number one pick. After this game, Luka balled out. They won. Nigga, LiAngelo comes in there, goes for 46 and 15 on them.
Nah, because LiAngelo, I feel like, honestly, on the court, LiAngelo is better than Luka Doncic.
I don't know about that.
One-on-one?
I don't know about that.
I feel
Now, this is why I'm going to say that, dog, because you're forgetting something. LiAngelo go about 6'6", and he's a shooter. He's a scorer.
Right.
Luka is a magician with the ball. Luka is more.
Okay, hold on.
Like, Luka can handle it.
One-on-one, 4 dribble. Let's break it down. Who's really the best? One-on-one, 4
for their game. See, now if you was talking like Alonzo or LaMelo, I would entertain that. But for LiAngelo's game,
you don't think? Oh yeah, he's not a catch and shooter.
If LiAngelo was Luka's size, he'd be in the league just like his brothers.
How big is Luka?
6'9", almost 6'10",
okay.
and he's young and
tall.
still growing. Like that
I didn't know he
motherfucker's
was
a
that
giant.
Yeah, I didn't know he was that tall.
Yeah, Jokic is like 7 something. Like
Right.
these motherfuckers ain't little. So when you see the little flab on them and shit like that, you got to put it in somewhat perspective.
He's 6'9".
6'9".
That's a big guy. That's a big nigga.
Hey, bro, if I'm 6'9" and I give you a little head fake and you jump, and I got the basketball IQ to take that power dribble and then sidestep out back into your lane, nigga, you can't guard him.
Luka's step back is cold.
Well, Luka is a fucking great basketball player. Luka's a guy that when you see him play basketball, that's him. Mm-hmm. Fuck his culture, his race, his ethnicity, none of that shit matters.
Yeah, because you can have him walk into a court.
His mom's a pop star back home.
If he don't speak or nothing, nigga,
he's a hooper.
he just come into
he going to any open gym in America,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
play one game. Every hooper in there is going to be like,
hey.
No, he won. Yeah. He can go, right? All I'm saying is some of these other guys, there's a lot of things that got to be set in place for their talents to show out. I've seen guys 6'10", close to 300 pounds, not be aerial assaults, but have every skill in the book, have the NBA tell them that they're not athletic enough to play in the NBA. And I know you know what it is, bro. It's like, I mean, you a black American dude. Shouldn't you be dunking that? It's kind of like a double standard. Nigga, look at who they was comparing Steph Curry to. Look who they was comparing Steph Curry to when he first got into the NBA and when he was coming out. Like, the fact that, like, GMs couldn't see that Steph Curry was an elite-level athlete at Davidson tells you that they shouldn't really they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. How is he getting open? Like, his ability to, like, stop on a dime, nigga, and pull up from anywhere. And they don't understand that as elite-level athleticism. Right. Especially when, I'm just being honest, especially when you FBA. Because they understood that with Steve Nash. They understood that he had an elite-level sense of they was all his is just different, but they didn't understand that with like certain people like Chris Paul's and people like that. Like these guys were underrated at times because they wasn't over 6'6" and they wasn't coming through the air like Jordan and Kobe. Right. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what the whole thing with Giannis. They overlook a lot of Giannis's flaws. You can't tell me this dude is the hardest worker in the league and he's shooting the ball like that. Mm-hmm. Basketball, like shooting, is something that you can learn. You might not ever be Steph Curry because shooters are born too, but you can learn. We've seen that. Rajon Rondo became a pretty damn good three-point shooter. Remember Rajon Rondo when he was a star player?
For defense and
assistant
and his assist and his.
But Rajon Rondo would score 20 and 30 and 40, and you'd be like with no jumpers.
Right, no jumpers. Right.
Just floaters and layups and maybe some free throws. Now when he got that chip with the Warriors, nigga, you couldn't leave him open. He was draining threes like he been shooting threes his whole career. Jason Kidd was one of the worst three-point shooters in the league and retired with the best three-point shooting percentage. Don't tell me Giannis is working hard like that he's just outworking the LeBrons and KDs. And look at KD's game. That's thousands and thousands of hours of putting in time on your skill set. Now, you can argue that Giannis has spent more time developing his body, because you could look at a KD and be like, damn, KD, why you ain't got like a speck of extra muscle since you've been to the league?
But KD's strong.
He's wiry strong.
Right.
But he's not strong when you got to guard Giannis.
No, I'm not saying that. But
you're 7 foot KD,
right?
And I need you to guard Giannis.
Yeah, that's asking a lot. That's asking a lot of niggas who's Giannis' size. Like,
well, especially if you gonna like the way that Boston game went. Especially if Giannis can gather his feet at the fucking free throw line, right, and power dribble like all the way with his shoulder into you, and then when you like literally flail back with the forearm, nigga, he flops. He hit the Greek flop, the European flop. He flails in the air and it's a foul. Like I was looking at some of them foul calls, bro. Like, and I was just like, man, if they're gonna officiate Giannis like this, nobody can guard him, right? That's real. Because you're officiating him while he's on offense. Like he's Shaq in 93, 94. And then like you're officiating the defender like it's 2024, nigga, not even 2022. Like you don't want, how the fuck do you guard a 7-footer that's dropping his shoulder into you full body if you can't throw his arm off you and push him back? Right. This ain't the EuroLeague. But if you look at this, they gonna kill me for this. Shout out to Europe and all the international players, bro. I swear this isn't hate. I swear this isn't hate. Because same thing with like, okay, I keep hearing the same shit about Joel Embiid.
Right.
Now, they ain't told me all year. It's Luka, it's Jokic, it's Joel Embiid, it's Giannis. Right? That's who they done said it was. These are the guys these are the league. These are the guys.
Right.
And I'm like, okay. Numbers don't lie. It is what it is right now. But when you talk about, like, intestinal fortitude, fam, you got to be tough. Like, Giannis and them got a chip. I would like to see them get another chip. Because that last chip, just like, how people was doing Steph Curry's first chip or,
right.
Like certain other people's first chip. Like, I don't know, man.
It seemed like niggas always need that second one to give them that stamp.
Yeah, a lot of people got hurt and they didn't play this guy.
Right.
Me, personally, I'm a chip is a chip guy, right? So I don't take nothing away from Giannis. Giannis has got a chip. But I'm not going to act like because Giannis got a chip in the MVP finals that all of a sudden he's LeBron, Kobe, and Mike now. Like, he's on that level.
No,
we're going to do the same thing that we did with those guys. Okay, you got one. Let's see what you do with it. A lot of great people have came in and got that same thing you got.
There's been niggas on the bench.
Iguodala got an MVP of the finals.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about finals MVP. Okay, yeah.
I watched those finals.
Well, I'm right
dog.
then, yeah. Even niggas off the bench. He came off the bench.
It's two guys that I think that, honestly, man, if you were being fair, if they was doing the same shit that they did with Steph Curry and was like, nah, man, I know Steph Curry is the reason why y'all got here. And I know he averaged 27 in the finals. But, man, the finals changed when they put Iguodala on LeBron. He was able to make him tired enough to where instead of LeBron going for 48 on y'all, nigga, he was only going for like 38, 10, and 12.
Right.
Asinine if you ask me. Nigga, I can't give you that. When a nigga outscored everybody, out-assisted, out-rebounded, out-stole, and out-blocked everybody, and you was guarding him, you are not getting the finals MVP, even if you did win. But that's not what they did. They gave it to Iggy. So when you watch this last finals, I'm like, bro, okay, that last game, Giannis definitely went off because he did something that he's not known to do. The nigga went like 19 for 21 from the free throw line.
Right.
And he had 50 points, which he's known to score a lot of points, so that ain't nothing. But 50 in the finals game, you got to respect it. It's a closeout game. They won, but I'm just like, dog, the reason why y'all was in the series, Chris Middleton could have been the finals MVP, bro. He was out there killing.
Yeah, he was.
And even Giannis has admitted, like, oh, he's our closer.
Right.
Now, all of fucking LeBron's career, we've heard that the best player got to take the last shot, got to be the closer, got to do all. So I just be like, well, damn, like they be moving that goalpost on who and what
motherfuckers got to do.
I'm like, bro, when Nick Wright is right about this. 10, 15 years from now, we gonna look back and be like, how he get 2 Finals MVPs? Or 2 MVPs. Because they say Jokic is probably gonna get it this year. So I'm like, how does he get that?
And
how does he get that and LeBron didn't get it when they went to
And explain something to me. How does Ja not get it? How does Ja get most improved player?
How does Devin Booker not get it?
Yeah, bro,
Chris Paul got hurt. They ain't missed a beat. How does Devin Booker not get it? I'm like, bro, I get it.
Is Booking them still in the playoffs?
Huh?
Is Booking them still in playoffs or not?
Yeah. Yeah, they is. They play tonight.
Who they playing?
They play
advanced to play.
They play the Damn, I hate that. Hold on. They play the fucking It's not Denver. They got their asses up out of here. It's not. Is it Minnesota? No, Minnesota's up out of here. Utah's up out of here.
Mavericks.
I was getting there.
Yeah, okay. For the Suns to only have lost 18 games, and Chris Paul had been out for a good number of them games. Oh, he of course deserves MVP. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, if you're not gonna give it to,
do you know how? Let's just not even saying that. How impressive is it to lose under 20 games in the season? How fucking impressive is that?
Especially
that the 2 best seasons other than that, or there's probably another season, but the 2 best seasons is 72-10 and 73-9. That's got to be top 5 best records.
There's been guys that there's been teams that's come in under that threshold, right?
I'm just saying they got to be like top 5 records, 64 and 18. Who the fuck's doing that? Like, come on, bruh.
So when you think about, there's a couple teams that have gotten that realm,
Right?
Maybe a little bit better.
But hold on, no.
But
Let's
once
talk
you
about
get there
hold
in
on,
that
fuck
realm,
that.
it is what it is.
Fuck that. Because the 73-9 Warriors team, they didn't suffer no injuries like that. Wasn't either one of them out for no chunk of time out of them 3.
You don't think so?
Yeah. So you got to still add that your point guard.
Well, no, that's my thing. That's what Devin Booker even said. He's like, my name
guard,
ain't the name of choice. Now, I'm just talking my shit. Somebody prove me wrong. There's been a push. There's been a push for the last 20 years by the NBA to like replace certain type of stars with other type of stars, and I'll let you all fill in the blanks. Yeah. But when I look at that, how do you overlook what Ja Morant? If Ja Morant was from fucking Italy,
he'd be the MVP right now.
He'd be the fucking MVP right now. But for some reason,
same with Devin.
Luka Doncic, as great as he is, has not been able to do like the same thing, like so far, right?
No.
Like so.
Look what Ja Morant's done.
Ja's already in the second round. Trae Young has already played in the conference finals.
Mm-hmm.
Luka, this is his first time
in the semis,
in the second round. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about when you talk about the like praising and all that. I'm like, nigga, Luka done also went through he already been through a couple coaches. He done already got rid of a couple players. You know what I'm saying? Like there's been problems with him. Like basically when season over, I'm out. And I'll catch y'all when I come back. You know, that don't work in the NBA. That's cool your first couple years. We get it, you kind of acclimate. But, hey, bro, you need to stay here and get better.
Right.
We need you to get stronger. We need you to do this, that. Work with the other guys, build camaraderie. And, you know, that's yet to be seen. Now that he has
You're talking about leaving the team or going overseas?
Leaving the team, just going home.
Oh, yeah.
So I think, like with Jokic, he got his MVP trophy in a conference room somewhere back home. And the thing is like these guys all work harder than Americans. Like they want to show him on a farm cutting wood. I'm like, bro, you're lying. You wouldn't be that fat. Like, bro, like you wouldn't be that fat and flabby coming into the basketball season if you cats was just out there working harder.
Right.
That's what killed me. With Giannis, it gets annoying because it's laughable. It's like, oh, he's the hardest working guy. He's the best, undisputed, just the best player in basketball. And I'm like, at what though exactly? Dunking? I'll give you that, but he still ain't won a dunk contest, so I don't even know.
Is he even trying?
I don't know.
A lot of them don't even try to compete.
I'm just saying.
You know what I'm saying?
So by that's an eye test. It's like, oh yeah, Giannis a dunk on you.
Right.
What does that statement mean in the NBA? You know how many motherfuckers in the NBA will dunk on you? Right. So it's like when you're saying that, I don't want to sound like the guy that's just hating, but I really do be like, man, he can't shoot worth a shit. Mid-range, free throw, none of that. He's liable to airball a floater, all that. Like we know that so like they've been saying, like he's a work in progress.
Right.
Ask me how many years this nigga's been in the league.
Who?
Giannis. We're going on a decade.
Yeah, like 8.
So the question is like, I get it. He's a sweetheart of a personality.
Right.
We love his story. You know what I'm saying?
How many motherfuckers have that story though?
But see, some stories America don't give a fuck about.
Right.
They hate that you made it out of that.
They want to pick and choose.
No, they hate that you made it out of your story, you little ghetto black kid.
You was never
right?
you was never supposed to get there.
Right. But like with you, you're the little American ghetto black kid is lucky that he gets to play a game for a living.
Right.
And it's like that resentment there that you get to be an American and play basketball for a living, and make all this money. With some of our foreign brothers and sisters, when they come here, bro, like, and they'll sell their like story or where they're from and poverty and all that shit, and they be like, bro, if you FBA, you be like, bro, that shit will rub you a little different because that's something that's never really highlighted when you talked about Allen Iverson. It was used to ridicule him. They tried to ridicule LeBron James for the struggles that him and his mother went through. They tried to do it. They spoke about it in ways to like belittle and embarrass them. It never was like sold as a triumph story.
Right.
Right now, LeBron is trending as the most hated athlete in America. And nobody can really tell me what LeBron James has done to make anybody just hate him. You might not like him. You might think he's overrated. You might think that he should never be compared to Michael Jordan or Kobe. You're wrong, but you can have that right. But that wouldn't make you hate them.
Right.
I don't hate Giannis, Jokic, or Embiid. I know front runners when I see them, and I know guys that are kind of somewhat soft. Now, if you're going to say that these guys are so much more skilled at a certain level than American talent, we'll get fucking capitalism and fucking racism out the way. Because tennis players have been able to make millions of dollars as kids, so can golfers.
Right.
But basketball players, for some reason, they have to go make millions of dollars for these institutions first.
Yeah.
The average NBA kid in the NBA born in America that's a black kid went to their first NBA game, nigga, when they were playing in it.
That's fucking crazy.
That's fucking sad.
That's
and it's also kind of astronomical. It's like, the first time you played you went to a Super Bowl or NFL game, you were playing in a game. That's crazy that you made it to this game. Because you would think, man, if you want that kid to play that sport or to do that art form, you got to get him involved with him and expose it to him early. You got guys that in America that become top 15 talents to ever play the game and didn't get that exposure, tutelage, or development until they got to the league. Now, fastest, we got guys being one and done. We had a whole generation of guys going right out of high school to the league. Some of them did what they did, some of them didn't. But you can't knock that era because it gave us Kevin Garnett, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant. I'll stop there. I won't name nobody else.
Right.
I'll fucking stop there. That shit was not a failure. Fast forward to this one and done era. You got guys going to, high schools that they're getting recruited to come. Most of these high school coaches in these suburban cities that the school costs $15, $30K a semester. These guys aren't teaching them how to be basketball players. They're collecting talent and putting them out there, making money off motherfucking the side endeavors, like we're signing with Nike and we're doing this and this and this. But then they're sending you off to it's a feeder system. Now you're going off to the top schools because the top schools know to come over here to Oak Hill, this school, because I got them.
Right.
What does that remind you of? I won't go there. So now I look at my boys. I got them, right? Right. I'm not really making you better. I'm not making you guys better. You might get better because you're still sharp steel.
Right.
Right?
Right.
That'd be like saying that like Russell Simmons made those artists better. No, niggas might have got better signing with Def Jam because you might go on a studio session in LL right there and you got still sharp steel. Russ ain't in there, nigga, helping your bars get tighter.
Right.
Neither is fucking Coach K. And I'm a Duke guy. But we got to keep it real. Because when you don't have All-Americans, nigga, you might miss the tournament. And that team that don't got no All-Americans is better than every fucking UNR team ever rolled out. And they done made it to the Sweet 16 before.
Right.
It's better than all those black colleges that sneak in the tournament. It's better than all those lower level mid-majors.
St. Peter's this
that
year.
Same squad.
Right.
You got better talent. So it's like, really, how good of a coach are you? So
well, he's talent based.
Like all coaches.
All coaches are as good as their talent
that get exposure. But what I'm saying is there's a trend that goes on with coaches that ain't talent based. Mm-hmm. They just getting a job and getting an opportunity, and for some reason they always succeed. Like Mike Tomlin has never not had a winning season. I'll repeat it again. Mike Tomlin, Pittsburgh Steelers, has never not had a winning season in the NFL. Think about that. Let that sit in. He's not heralded as one of the greatest coaches of all time. You telling me that the Pittsburgh Steelers has always wrote out a roster that was guaranteed to be a winning roster? Some of that is coaching. Some of that is coaching guys up and getting peak performance out of them. When I see Luka play this year, I see him playing like he was built to be. He's playing a lot more like LaMelo Ball. Like he coming down court, throwing people open instead of playing like James Harden, which is really just collecting assists. If you play ball and you know. Some people, they can't tell the difference between the 13 assists. He passes the fucking ball. He's not selfish.
Right.
I could show you a 13, 20, 15, 5 assist, 10, 13 assist game where the player wasn't really he wasn't point guarding the way John Stockton would have gotten that 13 assists, or Chris Paul would have gotten that 13. Nigga, they getting assists. They're developing plays on pass. They're making guys better and feeding into their skill sets. When you come down court and you done shot the last 15 times, so everybody's running at you, and you throw a lob at the basket, that's a grenade, my guy.
Yeah, that's a gimme.
That's a grenade.
That's like you ran. That's like if you on the football field and you do 3 successful runs for 10 yards, nigga, you're about the field is open down there, nigga. They're like, oh, they're gonna keep running.
It's just common sense, right?
Right.
Shit, nigga, like if every time I battle you, you talk about my hat, nigga, the fourth battle, nigga, I got a rebuttal for this hat joke, nigga.
Yeah, the hat joke is over with.
I'm gonna kill that shit, and you're gonna sound stupid. So it's anything, man, and it's just, that's just where it goes with it. Like, I'm looking at the playoffs, and it's just like written in stone. It's like overrated superstars. Hey, and bro, let me not be biased. Kevin Garnett. I'm a kid from Brooklyn, and I think I said it on this podcast, and I definitely am documenting and saying it. They were like, oh, man, I know you happy. Y'all got KD. Y'all got Kyrie. I said, man, fuck out of here. They not Brooklyn tough.
Right.
They're not going to do well in Brooklyn.
And none of them did.
James Harden got the fuck out of there.
Fuck up out of there.
Because, nigga, they start getting on that nigga fast. Like, bro, yeah, well, maybe you know, your numbers would be right, bro.
Hey,
you was at the strip club all week.
But that nigga, Kyrie's Brooklyn tough.
Kyrie's from New Jersey,
yeah,
and he's a suburban kid from New Jersey. He's Brooklyn arrogant. And he's a kid from,
okay.
he's Jersey tough. And he's
Jersey
a kid from
tough.
Jersey
Okay.
that understands, oh, these niggas going to talk regardless. See, right. You know what? I digress. You were right. You were right in your statement, because you know what it is? This is what I always tell people all the time. I'll use Nevada. Hey, bro, the conditions on the football field are different up north. I repeat. You got kids that's in New York City working on their jumper. Go check the temperature. They got on a hoodie and a bomber sweater, nigga, like, and some shorts and some sweats over it with 2 pair of socks on, working on their handles and jumper. A kid from Arizona, California won't ever understand that. There's kids that play basketball right now on the West Coast that probably wouldn't play basketball if they had to play a winter sport
right
in the frigid winters of Minneapolis, nigga, Chicago, and D.C. So what people will say is like, oh, he's East Coast tough. That's not saying that West Coast cats are soft.
It's just different.
Ain't nothing soft about being on the West Coast at all.
It's just the cold is different. The shit y'all have to go through to play ball is different.
Like we ain't going that far.
Like
no, I'm gonna stay here with us, fam. You know what it's like to have to shovel that snow to go to school, fam.
Right.
None of our friends that grew up here in southern Las Vegas, southern Nevada, they don't understand that.
Or like you said, niggas in New York, it's way as many like public basketball courts as y'all got. Niggas shoveling the basketball court off, drying it the fuck off so you can hoop.
Well, stay there. And I'm a beneficiary of this West Coast shit.
Right.
I could shoot, nigga. But I also grew up shooting in gyms.
Yeah.
With nets.
Yeah.
I ain't grow up shooting outside, nigga, with just a single rim, nigga, and they didn't rip the net off. Or it might be chain.
Don't know when the shit going in.
Rim on extra tight, so for sturdiness, nigga, and when. Bro, that's a whole different shot.
That brick is different.
It's a whole different shot.
That brick is damn near going over the fence.
But look at some of these guys that come from that side of the country and the way they shoot.
Once you put that nigga in the gym
from the West Coast,
because
the Western United States, or even the Southern United States,
they can't translate the same. Like if you put them on,
you're gonna get better shooters out west. You really are. Well,
no, because
on paper you are
right, but no. If you get the nigga who's great at shooting on that fucked up rim, you put him in any gym, he shoots the lights out.
That's sometimes there has to be a switch that goes on. Like when I think about East Coast shooters, and you think about Ray Allen, right? You think about like guys like, and I'm gonna try to make a point. Steph Curry,
Dale
right?
Curry.
But when let's just take Ray and Steph, right? Mm-hmm. And especially a younger Steph that got more lift on his jumper, like in college and his first couple of years before he had the ankle injuries, when he was getting off the ground. I think it's something to that. Like it's like a more athletic jump shot. Derrick Rose.
His shot is faster now, though.
But I'm saying, like just the way they get their shot out, Derrick Rose, it was kind of like it's like.
Oh yeah, Derrick had
Anderson,
bounce on his shot. It was ridiculous.
The way Stephon Marbury shot.
Them niggas would.
But look though,
Iverson jumped,
right,
nigga.
but you would look at these cats and necessarily sometimes, with the exception of Steph Curry,
right,
you would look at them and not really harp on their shooting.
Right.
You would be over their overall play.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you look at the numbers, you're like, motherfuckers can shoot.
Mm-hmm.
You look at certain games where Stephon Marbury then went off and he looked like Steph Curry in that game and he pulling from so deep. But there's something about a kid born bred on the West Coast that's dubbed as a shooter. You can't miss him.
Like Dame.
You can't miss him. You can't miss a Klay Thompson.
Yeah, Klay, Dame.
Reggie Miller types. Like, they're shooters.
Yeah, shooters.
And what it is because it's like, bro, I'm not saying like because the kid from Dame from the bottoms, and I'm not saying that LA don't got parks, but I'm going to be honest. It's a like thing like.
Well, who's LA's best player in the last, like from LA in the last, 10 years? Westbrook?
Shit. No, well, if you're gonna do the LA area, it's gonna be out of Westbrook, James Harden.
Oh, I forget. Okay,
it'll be out of shit. I don't want to shit on LA. LA got hoopers, but I'm trying to think like of star players that's come out of Los Angeles. DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing that's kind of crazy. LA produces a lot of NBA players, but I'm trying to think of the guys that just like became super. Brandon Jennings. See, they got a lot of guys like that. That's like on the cusp of being like all-star to just just NBA players. Because if you start, it's a lot of niggas in LA that from LA that that make it to the league.
I'm talking about great players from LA.
I know. You think I know. I'm just trying to think like on the cusp of my head. It's hard to just think of them. Like you talking about great NBA stars, right?
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan, Westbrook, and fucking who did I say? James Harden. I feel like I'm missing somebody though.
You probably are,
I
but
feel like I'm missing a couple people probably.
Okay, now add
Y'all
that. Add
Paul
that.
Pierce, but
I'm talking about in
recently?
their prime.
Okay. Oh shit! Right now, yeah.
So
Dan, hold on. I don't mean to cut you off. Reggie Miller and Paul Pierce might go down as the greatest. They might be the two best from LA, right?
Probably at this moment.
Hey, LA man, I love y'all. I swear I ain't. If I'm missing somebody, Gilbert Arenas, he's from the Valley.
That counts. Because
Okay.
LA's so fucking vast.
We
Like
talking
I
about
consider,
LA County.
I consider like Bakersfield.
We just talking about LA County.
Yeah. You gotta think about how many fucking area codes are in LA.
Yeah, but
nigga.
it's not what we think. It's what they think.
Right.
They might hear you and be like,
that's
nigga,
real.
Bakers, fuck out of here.
Now compare that to how many East Coast players in the last 10 years. Shooters.
Are we just going shooters?
Or just stars. Even stars.
Well, we go stars, bro. Like
LeBron. Even though Ben Simmons on some bullshit, Ben Simmons is from the East. Motherfucking.
Well, he's from Australia by way of Brooklyn.
Okay, so we'll take him out.
Kinda, yeah.
So LeBron, Kyrie, KD, John. Where's John Wall from?
Bradley Beal. John Wall from.
Is he from? He might be from L.A.
Nah, he's not. That nigga's from like Atlanta or some shit like that.
That's still more East Coast.
Let me just see. Yeah, that's Southeast. That's what they would call it. Well, growing up, that's what it was.
Nigga, come on, bro.
See, and that's the thing. I'm not saying that like. I'm not even going as far to say that like the East Coast got better basketball players.
They breed more basketball players.
I just think that it's more But okay,
it's more basketball centric.
Yeah, because the West Coast, you can't even compare.
West
football.
Coast is no. I feel like because I don't even feel like the West Coast is football.
No, I'm just saying when you talk about West Coast football prospects versus like East Coast prospects.
Because the South is football.
But no, nigga, the California got something. The West Coast got something to say about football too.
But I'm saying compare the size of players. Cali players aren't all nigga. Texas players are different.
I hear that. But all I'm saying is,
I'm talking about size. I'm talking skill.
When you check
size,
the score,
it's just different.
When you check the scoreboard, I'm not saying that like, cause nigga, the East Coast, the Southeast,
or look how small. You know it's crazy.
Like Virginia,
right.
And like Pennsylvania,
I always thought
they produce boys too.
I always thought this was crazy on like regional like.
I was just comparing like
teams
our basketball, football to theirs.
teams that get put together like
West Coast definitely
regionally
killing
for
us
like
in football,
high
like the East
school
Coast
and
football.
shit like that, I always notice that Reno teams that travel are always smaller than any other team they play, bro.
Nigga, that's a given.
It's
you just gotta
crazy,
understand.
dog.
But you also gotta look at it like
Reno's
this.
point guards be 5'10", 6 foot.
But you also-
the point guard they're playing be 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, and they be recruited.
Right, that's what I mean. That's what I'm
Reno
saying.
kids-
Like that's just
but see,
crazy.
you're looking at that's the thing about high school sports that's fucked up. You got some kids that are competing against like
fucking
put together
5-star
teams.
recruits. All of them are 4 or 5-star recruits and shit. AAU travel teams who play high school ball.
I grew up
together,
playing
too.
travel. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like
But since like they were like 8 type shit.
no
niggas
nigga
been
since I was like
hooping.
5.
No, I'm talking about this. Like the 5 players will be together since they're like
They do
8
that
years old.
everywhere. That's what AAU is.
Yeah,
What I'm
like-
trying to tell you is that nigga was it like a McQueen High School.
Mhm.
Think about all the state championships they won. Think about all the NFL players
Yeah.
and athletes they produced. That's all with kids zoned to their fucking high school.
Right.
You can't say that about most of the schools that in one state coming out of the South in the last 15, 20 years. Nigga, out here, the niggas been recruiting and going to different schools. And so I'm coming over here, I'm doing that. Because it ain't no hater shit like that. Whereas in Reno, when I was about to do that, my own high school coach threatened to take me to court.
So they don't like. Yeah. What? How could they take? Were you on?
Zoning.
Oh,
You can't go there and play there.
you a whole hoe.
What you mean?
For that.
Shout out to my boy Joe Breyer. Like, he got his D1 scholarship off McQueen film practice because he couldn't play because our high school coach was like, nigga, you go over there, you ain't playing. And they going to have to forfeit every game.
What?
So you're talking about culture. When my boy, when the little homie C.J. Watson went to the league and was at Gorman putting on the show against Cheyenne High School in the state championship, guess where his house was?
Next to like a block from Cheyenne.
Across the street from Cheyenne. So like these niggas know it. Like, man.
Oh yeah, so niggas that go to Del Sol live by Del Sol.
So like I'm just saying, like when you go to like certain places,
And nigga, I'm gonna keep it real, nigga.
and then
I
and then the
watched
pulling
Gorman.
field, and then the pulling field, like
I watched
I mean,
Gorman
you know,
against a McQueen in
a
football.
couple
bro.
100,000 people in Reno.
And Gorman's dog, their football play is just different, nigga.
Dog, Gorman's one of the top football schools in the country
I
right now.
know they're just different.
They're a
Like,
multi-million
to
dollar-
watch them play, and Del Sol's dope too.
They're not Gorman, bro.
But they're not Gorman. I'm not saying that, but Gorman, bro. Just to you watch them play a Reno team, and it's like watching nigga NFL versus high school.
Watch them play a Cali team,
Like
or a
yeah,
Vegas team.
bro. It's just
Nigga, I watched them play a Florida
nasty.
team or a Texas
They're
team.
nasty,
I done seen
bro.
Gorman beat teams from all over the
They beat
country.
their ass.
Yeah, like, but that's the thing.
And they
That's-
all look like NFL players on that football
you're
field
talking
against these high school
resources
kids, bro.
versus non-resources.
Yeah.
That's all you're talking about,
'Cause
fam.
private school, correct? Catholic school, right?
Nigga, a rich school.
Need a
It
fucking
don't fucking matter.
scholarship to get there,
It
or
don't
you
matter.
got to
A rich
pay to
school.
get there, right?
It's a rich school. McQueen ain't Catholic, private, or nothing, no shit like that.
And-
allegedly, it's a private. It's a public school.
And Minogue was supposed to be that team, that school that was supposed to combat fucking Gorman. They ain't.
No,
doing
it wasn't.
Not like that, but you know they probably.
If they wanted it to be, they could.
Yeah.
They don't want it to be,
yeah,
fam.
they don't recruit.
Like, see, that's the difference. Citizens of Reno like to compare this shit and be like, oh, well, man, this.
But they don't compete. You're
But,
right.
nigga, the people that run the city is like, yeah, man, keep that shit over there.
Right.
And if you motherfuckers want to participate in that, you go there, nigga. You don't
Because,
bring
yeah,
it here.
'cause if that
Look
was-
what they did to fuck Hot August Nights up.
Because if that was the case too,
And
look
now they're
how,
trying to bring it back.
look how much bigger the casinos would be. If the fucking if
Dog, when you
Reno
really
really
start
wanted to
digging
be
into it, look,
Vegas, you know what
All
I'm
the
saying?
money in this state is up north, fam. That's a fact.
Mhm.
The wealth of the state of Nevada lives in northern Nevada. Now, the difference is when you driving in Collin Ranch and shit, you might see a 2012 Benz out there and a Camry that's, powered by solar or some shit, and green power, right? They living in a couple $1 million house. That's the only difference. But that same person
Net worth
that
is
has
crazy.
a fraction of their net worth in Vegas, shit, got a Tesla and a Mazda,
2,000
a
square
house
foot
with
house.
a pool.
Yep.
They wearing Gucci and shit. It's different strokes for different folks. I mean, the Caranos bought the Caesars group, fam. Think about that. When you look at the El Dorado, you grew up going to El Dorado, you be thinking like, the Caranos. Yeah. What you mean they bought the Caesars? What? You never even equate that kind of money to them because how conservative the family is. It's not like really but the wins, nigga. If you ever went to school with a win, you know it. We went to school with a lot of Toronto kids. You know how to, they don't, walk right past you.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Walk fucking right past you. Oh, what's up, Drake? What's up, Akeem?
Yeah.
To the point where most kids that went to school with them don't fathom how rich that family is.
Yeah.
You think they just got a little Reno money.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, nigga, they own hella shit down here. You see that pepper mill down
And they
here?
tried to say they was mafia tied too. So if
They
that's
are.
true, you don't know what
That shit not allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
We don't do all that out
right,
here.
nigga. That money is deep if that's a true story.
Think about the Paganetti. I used to play ball with Billy Paganetti. They own the pepper mill.
Mm.
Look at the pepper mill here.
Yeah, exactly.
Who owns the Circus?
Mm.
Think about the Circus we grew up fucking around with.
And the circus.
And they own
here.
the Circus down here.
Right.
Getting it popping.
And the one in Reno's garbage.
But it makes sense. Because look, this is a conservative spot. We don't really want tourism. You think Reno really wants tourism?
No. Tahoe's the tourism.
You take your ass over that way.
Yep, go up to Tahoe.
You want to be
shit.
a tourist in the state, go down to Vegas.
Or go to Tahoe.
Or go to Tahoe.
Yep.
We're not doing all that. And Tahoe is looking at you like,
Don't come here. Especially after COVID.
This ain't Black Family Ski Week. What the fuck all y'all doing up here?
Right, especially after COVID. Niggas like, yeah,
Hey, man, relax. We live here. You feel me? We live here, fam. And that's just the difference. So I be telling people all the time, like, yeah, it's just, I don't blame Reno for that. Like, if Reno had, like, Vegas's, like, city council and thinking of, like, trying to be, Reno could be more popping than Vegas because Reno has natural goodies that Vegas can't do. You can't duplicate Tahoe right there.
No.
You can't duplicate Truckee.
No.
You can't duplicate none of these fucking
They got
lakes
Mount Charleston
and water mountains.
That's only snow in the fucking. That got snow in the winter and hot as fuck in the summer.
They could never host the Winter Olympics at Mount Charleston.
Fuck no.
They've already done it in Tahoe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like a few times.
I'd argue me and
I
me
think
and
they're
Chrome,
coming back.
Fam, shout out to my nigga Chrome, bro. Me and Chrome and my mom, it just literally is just gonna be my Duke. She ain't gonna take sides. She like being nice. But I'm like, Mom, you can't be on his side because I don't believe you. Because the argument, fam, look, the argument is this. He's telling me about Mount Charleston. And I was like, yeah, bro, like, yeah. Because he's telling me, I don't want you, get geared up to go up there and shit. I'm like, nah, nigga, I would never.
I've really been snowboarding at a real, like,
I'm just like, and I'm not even a snowboarding guy, but I'm like, bro,
but
honestly.
you live next to, nigga,
I live next to a world-renowned resort.
6 of them.
Yeah, like that people come from
Not just one.
Switzerland and all over the world.
Mount Rose, you live by Heavenly, you live by Squaw, you live by some of the biggest shit there is to ski and snowboard, nigga.
That being said, it's like little shit. Like I was showing,
niggas who vacation in Vail, vacation in Tahoe, nigga.
I was showing cats like waterfalls and beaches and shit, and they was like, oh, well, that's so dope, man. Like, what part of Cali is that? And I was like, California.
That's Tahoe.
I said, fam, that's Nevada.
What the fuck is you talking about?
So if you're in the southern desert of Nevada, like a lot of times they look up. Hey, my sister and her boss just took their employees out for a little retreat.
LA's probably the same way too.
For a little retreat out to
probably thinks Northern Nevada or Northern California doesn't get snow and all that shit. How Southern Nevada doesn't.
Nah, nigga, LA ain't like that.
You don't think so?
No, bro. Like, California is a more intellectual state.
That's real.
It's like New York. You could talk to a fucking bum on a corner in New York. He knows who the mayor is, nigga, what district. He knows who the alderman is, who the city council. Dog, I know motherfuckers that live in Nevada, bro, been living here their whole entire life. They don't know who the governor is. They don't know who their fucking mayor is. They're just not. That's not what we do here. Like, as a cultural thing, politics and all that type of shit. That ain't of Nevada. Dog, anytime something happens in the world, in Northern California, they're protesting it.
Right.
Whether it's a black issue, a Hispanic issue, immigration, religion, it's a political place. The thugs and the gangsters are a little bit politically astute. And all you got to do is listen to the music from certain areas where people are from certain cultures. It gets into the music. You know what I'm saying? I think personally that's where Nipsey and Kendrick are kind of anomalies. Because they took after the like Ice Cube branch where they kind of like buried that in gangster rap in Los Angeles. You wasn't getting known after that, like, unless you was flagging, right? But those cats kind of seemingly have revised that. I remember it was a time a lot of LA MCs if they were like dropping metaphors and speaking like lyrical shit that had consciousness to it, they were told they were rapping like they were from New York or from the East Coast. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Shit, kids out here went through that. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember Perfect Stranger, all them niggas used to tell all them niggas try to rap like they from the East Coast. Which I guess that's fair, you know what I mean? To an extent. That's why to me, bro, my favorite West Coast rapper is Nip. I'm talking like literally like playing music, listening to the nigga, the selection, the choice of tracks, and what he decided to give you on the track.
Nip's the only nigga that's got music from the West Coast, and I'm gonna listen to the whole album. Niggas got shit I'll pick and choose from, but see, I'm not.
You know who pisses me off when it comes to that?
Who?
Dog, I want to be. This gonna sound weird, and like pause this, all that. Dog, I want to be a Game fan so bad.
Gabe can rap his ass off.
Do you know why I say it like that?
Why?
Because Game is the guy that I be like, yo, like, if, and this is arrogant to say, just from perception, you take all the like gang banging shit away from Game, right? And Game is just a LA nigga that'll whoop your ass if you run up on him. Got a big brother that's a gang member, know a whole bunch of gangster niggas because he from Compton, but can rap his ass off. I think the world understands and perceives him way differently. It's like, I know it's cultural differences. Game will do and say certain shit that it'll throw me off. But it's just like when that nigga get in on his shit, and he really just, and he's a spaz, and I love spaz rappers. And he's a chameleon, nigga. Like, you can tell he studied this shit. He can go rap and sound like anybody. And that's a good thing if you use that the right way, nigga. And Game got his own originality, but it's just like you never know what you're gonna get from that nigga.
Right.
So I got songs of Game that is held dear to me. I'm like, this shit hard. But like you said just now, like I don't make it through an album. And I'd be like, damn, I want him to just go sit down with like a DJ Premier or somebody.
Early
nigga.
Game I did, the Red album. I like the Red album. The Red album I could listen to. I listened to that all the way to Burning Man.
In fairness, I kind of stopped listening to albums though, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I be checking for the dude. Like, Game is somebody that I respect his passion. I think he's just misunderstood a lot of the times. And I like the fact that he stand on shit. I like asshole rappers, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm really anticipating his album. Because what I've heard from him so far, nigga, it sounds rejuvenated.
Right.
And revised. Speaking of your boy, they saying that the Game only got that Kanye feature because of an extortion play. I don't believe that. Because the Game and Kanye make magic when they work together.
Right. Before
all this shit happened. Before Kim K. Before all that.
But see, now that's the issue with this Whack 100 shit. Like, motherfuckers always want... Now there's going to be conspiracy theories and all this shit behind it that's going to make, like, everybody just look deeper and have shit to say about simple things, and they're not going to look to the fact that Couldn't Get By existed over 10 years ago, nigga. Right, so you just get but then that's the thing, you get a lot of young kids who don't know that, so it's a lot of young bloggers and a lot of the younger cast that don't know and ain't heard this song and don't even really know young Kanye like that. And that's the crazy thing, is like a lot of these people who think Kanye is crazy are a lot of motherfuckers who don't even know Kanye.
Can I ask something to what you just said real quick? I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna get this right back to you. I'm watching what do they call it? Little kids doing a reaction video. Young boy, I think he's from the South somewhere or something like that. I'm liking his swag. I'm liking his shit, what he doing, the energy he giving. Right. And I'm like, oh, man, I like this little content he putting out. Right? It's different. But I'm liking it because he's doing songs that, I grew up on and shit. He doing Scarface joints, woo, woo, woo. And he gets to Hove, and he does like a blueprint run. And he starts going crazy. Kind of a little too crazy. I'm like, nigga, that's all, yeah, you don't know nothing about that. But then I start doing the age difference and shit. He was like, nigga, born in 2001. So he don't know. And he was just like, oh my God, these fucking beats is crazy. Like, I got to figure out who made these beats. And he was just doing a segment where he was talking about Kanye and all this stuff and how he's a big Kanye fan. And it put in perspective for me that there's love. Nigga, me being a Michael Jackson fan ain't the same as my sister, who's 10 years older than me, which ain't the same as our mother, right? Nigga, our mom remember Little Mike. Yep. Michael was already moonwalking by the time I became a fan.
Yeah, right.
But you can't take that away from me, nigga. Right. And I could go off the hits, nigga. Mm-hmm. That's what, like, that time capsule shit. Some certain people, their career span, dog, these young producers that think they heads and DJ Premier's a lot. You know how much shit they haven't heard of his? Think about all the music that was cut out from the mixtape era that ain't on streaming. That's just dead in, like, a gray area. That these young cats, that's why a lot of cats sleep on Joe Budden. A lot of his music they don't have access to.
No, that's real. Well,
but
it's not even that they don't.
It's weird that the rappers they like respect him.
It's not even that they don't have access to it, because every Joe Budden album and mixtape is on Apple Music. They're not looking for it because he's not hot in rapping right now. He's a hot podcaster.
There's no reason, and Apple Music don't do shit for the culture.
Right.
So what I'm saying, it's there, but it's like
it's fucked up. Knock on wood.
It's like those records where that niggas when we go record picking.
The only time that we're gonna see those in the spotlight is when they're not here no more.
Or something bad happens.
DMX album.
Or something like happens. Or
DMX albums weren't being looked for and all that shit until he passed.
But you know who I fought for that? Who? You know who I fought for this shit, really? Radio DJs. Not DJs.
Radio
Because you go to DJs in the streets, and they playing shit.
We play everything.
From nigga, you can hear a Reasonable Doubt song in a DJ spin set right now. You're never hearing that on the radio.
Right.
It's these radio DJs, bro. And I've always thought, like when I was fucking around with Mike Robb in a radio station, with Angel and all them cats doing their thing, like one of the things that turned me off is like the ineptitude of like bro, wait, hold on, fam. Y'all don't care. Like, you're not gonna bring no cultural aspects to this shit. Y'all ain't gonna bring no cultural aspects. I remember when my nigga got let go, because one day, program director out of town, we in there chilling, and he's like, bruh, we realized they had everything. As a radio station that syndicate, you have all the music. You're literally just not playing it. And this cat's riding around in their city like, man, they don't got that. Giving them passes. And that shit is sitting right over their head in alphabetical order and file. Like, no, they do have it. Boy, we went ham on the radio for about 3 hours. Fired. Program director was listening like, what the? This isn't on the pay-for-play scam.
Every time you kept talking, they just kept doing this. We'll be back. They hit you with the when it's live TV and something fucks up. They hit you with that. We'll be right back soon.
Hey, bro, what's them niggas, man? Beavis and Wise and Buckhead. No, who was it?
Beavis and Butthead.
No, not Beavis and Butthead. Was it that? It was them niggas that took over the radio up north. Nigga, remember? And they were just playing doom.
I forgot.
Wow, dang. Nigga, they played that shit straight 24 hours a day for like 5 days. Yeah, they like broke into the shit, nigga, and just broke their own little radio station out there. I remember nigga Bamboo was the one that put me and Ronnie and all of us on tour. We was watching this, listening to this shit, because after that, they started playing. They was playing shit. They was dropping bombs, playing real hip hop.
Oh, you're talking about in Reno?
Yeah, and they got them the fuck up out of there.
One of them niggas is they're our cousin, mine and Dialect's cousin.
Wow.
They got a radio show. You're talking about something like in Babu or some shit.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
But
the niggas they own Beach Hut Deli now. Well, they've owned Beach Hut Deli, but that's the niggas who own Beach Hut Deli.
See, the thing is, fam, like, that's where music is, or the radio is hanging on. Music.
And that's the fucked up part about Reno. It's the only time, like, you're going to get that real good hip-hop.
See, we say Reno, but I'll say median cities.
Yeah.
Nigga, what the fuck you think they going through in Portland?
Same shit.
What do you think dope-ass rappers in Seattle and shit like that is going through?
Nah, I'm even talking about, like, getting, like, good boom-bap hits played from, like, just hearing good hip-hop music, not
what
top 40.
What do you think niggas in Seattle, Portland, they going to the same juke joint underground shits that they don't really want to go to?
But it's where they got to listen to what they want to listen to.
But when we go to their city, we be like, oh, nigga, they out there live with it. They playing hip-hop.
They fucking hate that place.
But you know what I mean? Niggas from my family and other places that came to visit me up north in Reno and been like, yo, this shit weird. Nigga, Antoine Walker looked at me and was just like, this is a weird-ass place, yo. Because he was like, I ain't never seen no shit like this.
Right.
Like, he couldn't believe how hip-hop it was. Nigga, like, it was like, bro, this shit is like, but there's so many white people, though. Like, he was tripping. He even said it to him and my nigga DB was like, and my boy Eric Devendorf was like, bro, I don't think I've ever seen so many white crackheads. Because they was coming to my apartment downtown. And I was just like, because I kept telling him, like, bro, stop giving them niggas money.
Right.
He's in behind my door every day, man. They straight. I just gave him some shit. Like, right. Because I'm looking out for my guys because these niggas still playing pro ball. I'm just not like, being protective. Nigga, like, come on, bro.
Is here every day, 24
hours. Yeah,
hours
bro, they don't trip, bro. And I had to tell them, like, bro,
hey, that's crazy.
Some of these kids is rich,
I
nigga.
see these motherfuckers every day, and it's like, motherfucker, if you just stack the twos and fews you got every single day, you be winning.
Not true.
In about 6 months?
Look how hard it is for us to stack with real work and jobs and money coming in and shit like that versus, nigga, you got to eat. You got to get high to be out there in the winter, nigga, and still be. You ain't thinking about the little shit, right? Like, you think about, you know what I mean? You ain't thinking about
I still got to get my tree and all types of shit. You got to think about your mindset
out there. You already tapped out on all the other shit. So only a few things matter to you. You feel me? My tree, whatever drug you on, whatever liquor I need to stay warm and not die.
You might have developed a new drug habit.
Because I was telling my cousin this. I'm like, bro. And I was telling Chrome, I was like, see, this is why Reno, nigga, I've always been telling people, dog, I had a high respect for Reno. Yeah. Because I'd be like, man, that shit is a different place, bro. It's a eclectic-ass, weird place to come out of. And just little shit. I'm like, bro, I know how cold it gets in Reno. But niggas from Reno be like, oh, yeah, it's cold. But I'd be like, bro, it ain't that much colder in Brooklyn right now. Or, like, Illinois. Right. Like, right now, Reno get fucked up cold sometimes. Now think of all the homeless niggas we know that be out there just ain't no subway Grand Station nigga to go in and like in New York. They're arguing in city council in New York right now what to do with these people. Like, okay, well, we got to store them over there so they can be warm. There's some level of compassion to that. Nigga in Reno?
All right. That's all they going to. All right.
Rest in peace, Jigger. My little dog, nigga, I let him go out, nigga, shake his little nuts off, man. Nigga was going 15 minutes.
Coyote got that.
Raccoon nigga. Or coyote got my little nigga. Because the fucked up thing is, I had to pee. So I got to piss, you got to piss. I'm running to the bathroom. You run to the bathroom.
You should have just pissed where he was pissing.
It's my house in the backyard, nigga. I was like, nigga.
You should have just.
I definitely should have made him wait a couple more seconds, nigga, and
or
didn't
just
took him a piss.
In your backyard. It's your backyard.
Yeah, but it's the backyard. It's snow everywhere, fam. I'm thinking like
I'm not gonna lie. I done pissed in the sink before being lazy enough not to want to go to the bathroom. Type shit.
Well, bro, I mean, I just wasn't in that bag at the moment.
I would have pissed right on the back porch, right where
I mean,
we had to share the moment of pissing.
In hindsight, bro, I'll never forget, man. My little homie that I worked with at the group home. He used to come over all the time. And he loved this dog. He didn't want to name him Jigger. I didn't name him that, surprisingly. He's like, bro, my little Mexican partner. King, we gonna call him Jigger. He's like, you fuck with Hov? And look at him with that bandana on his neck, fool. He look like a Jigger. I was like, man, I bet. That little nigga, like, was one of my worst kids. But, nigga, he would come over, like, man, if I stay out of trouble, I can come over this weekend. You know I don't play video games, but nigga, yeah, you can come over here and have a whole weekend and do your thing. You ain't got to compete with nobody else and all that. And I was just, nigga, my boss was like, let's just try to do some different shit with him. Because we had got him out of real gangland shit. This nigga was a real gangster, nigga, and little baby King Von type. You know what I'm saying? A little Mexican kid. So he was going through it. Like, we was out on groupings with the shit, nigga. I had to hold him down because he didn't see an op. Like, nigga, King, let me out, fool. He stabbed my cousin. Like, nigga, he had real beefs and shit. So we would try to treat him a little different. And like, dog, this kid broke down in tears over my dog. He was more fucked up than me. I only had the dog for like 2 months. Right. And when Darian was younger, this nigga would always bring me dogs. Because Darian was like a fucking animal rescuer, nigga, like in disguise. He'd be out just partying, hanging out with his friends, see a stray dog and like investigating. Like, man, this dog was homeless, man. He didn't have nothing to eat. And just bring him. Like, man, he can stay here. You know what I'm saying? Fucking coyote. I start thinking, I'm like, bro, Reno different. I be talking to my friends here, bro. Like, it's just different, fam. Like, look how the city act when it rains a little bit here. If we get a little snow, Tori ain't going to work. They shutting all that down.
For the littlest shit. And in Reno, bro.
We be walking to school in blizzards, nigga. Like, why they ain't fucking cancel this shit? And that always trips my mind out.
Reno,
it's the same
for
state.
them to stop Reno from going to school, there going to be about 37 accidents that morning. And then I'm like, Europe is dangerous. They can call it. Or they might even call it. You might get a 2 hour.
You know really who does it?
Who?
Parents.
You have to,
Parents got to start calling and be like, this is ridiculous.
Or you going to get a bullshit 2 hour delay.
Yeah.
And that don't work for motherfuckers who got a job. Like, nigga,
No.
my time dropping them off I got to go to work.
Right,
So they done for the day.
They either done for the day, or you got to walk. And if your parents know your kids and you got some real ones as kids, you know you might as well just give them the day off.
And here's the thing. In this day and age, I'm not trusting my fucking daughters to walk anywhere.
I feel that. Hey, but the only thing is, I know one thing.
That
I told my
18-year-old that just got snatched in Fernley from Walmart.
How the fuck does an 18-year-old get snatched?
Bruh. And killed. Dude got arrested. This is like a month ago now. Yeah.
So she's in Walmart.
And then
walks he just
out.
snatched her.
No, not in Walmart. She walks out and nobody sees her ever again. They had her on camera all the way to walking out the motherfucking store.
See, when I look at certain things like that, God bless her and her family. What scares me is not so much of me restricting like the young people I care about, the girls, or like even McCoy as he gets older.
I gotta protect them until they old enough to carry.
No, so this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm thinking. But a lot of protecting them is up here. Yeah. It's molding their minds to not be gullible. It's molding their minds to understand how to weigh danger.
But what is
sometimes an 18-year-old kid in Fernley has never been taught that.
But how is it not gullible? Some of these motherfuckers get just snatched. You can van pull up on somebody and just yep.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's fuck that. That's
Doug, I don't. That's why I'm like, nigga.
That's still like what I get that. But if that's happening, if in that scenario, that ain't walking them. That ain't them walking home. That's them going to the store and walking to the car before you, or because nigga, no man wants to ever think about this. But if it's a grab
kids.
like that, and you just walk in and chilling, you push on the basket, and they just grab one of the kids and smash off. How crazy that sounds! You're left to now just chase after that van. And that a lot can happen. Like a lot is based on that. Like hypothetically speaking, like
and this is why
in our minds we feel like we gonna catch that man.
These are the reasons like you need to carry a gun. Cause I swear you snatch, I'm a bow right in that store. I'm a lamb nigga on camera.
I get what you're saying, but in a scenario we just posed, you having a gun don't always help. Because if they got the right type of van and Shorty just grabbed and throw your kid in there, you ain't about to just shoot the van up, Swiss cheese. Nigga, you might shoot your kid. You fucked up. I'm only saying this. Right. No, I feel you. I feel what we like to say, what we going to do and what we do, and I believe it.
I believe you. I'm going to slow that car. I'm just common sense going to hit me. If I hit these tires,
bro,
bow. You ain't getting far, nigga.
You can't get far.
I can pack my kids up, and I'm just, nigga, I'm on you.
Can't get far. Like, nigga, ain't no pack the kids up. Y'all wait right here.
Hey, watch my motherfucking kid. Like,
no, y'all wait right here. No, y'all stand right here by the little old greeting motherfucker. Yeah. You hold your brothers and sisters' hand. Yeah, I gotta go get your sister, nigga. I gotta go get your brother. Yeah, you got to.
Shit right now,
I don't get it, bro. Like, so we know there's certain people that are more apt for that. Like, they're more like built to respond in that way. We've seen cases of said things. I just feel like sometimes good people are done a disservice when they're not taught to be a little grimy. And I know that sounds fucked up, but what happens is, like with these schools, we're teaching our kids, go to school, be respectful, you don't put your hands on nobody, you don't bully nobody. But there's a lot of parents sending their kids, somebody do something that you fuck them up. Or they see reactions at home of where, like, their parents are fighting, not necessarily even each other. They might have a dad that think he a thug, and they might got the mom that be the one that's down to fight. And this comes in all races.
Right.
So if you see your parents fighting their neighbors and fighting their sisters, their exes and shit like that, that's how you gonna handle it. But meanwhile, you got kids that just going to school, and it ain't even that they can't whoop your ass. Like with baby girl, we had to just turn her loose. She then damn near got victimized and assaulted by a kid. because she fearful of like not doing what she's supposed to do, and it made her vulnerable and susceptible to be harmed. No. Hey, fuck all that. You defend yourself by any means, and we right here with you. We got you. Now all of a sudden she's being suspended because she done dog walk this little girl from one classroom in the hall to all the way to the other one. Nigga, like, nah,
walked her out her shoes.
Because y'all didn't protect her. So you don't want to hear none of this shit. Go tell it for what? And now let's be real. 90% of these teachers are coming from communities that are not that school. Y'all not my neighbors. We don't go to the same churches, barbershops, or beauty salons. Our kids don't play with each other. Y'all don't play with my kids. My kid is in the same grade with you. They go to a totally different school. Right. That ain't a necessarily horrible thing other than one thing. I got to get back home to my community. You motherfuckers fighting this shit. I don't know what y'all little beefs is. This could be some ghetto shit from y'all neighborhoods. Are y'all from different neighborhoods? Is this gang related? What is this about?
Is this gang related?
It's just something that I'm not willing to put my heart. It's like, bro, it's like when Jim Jones was talking on those wiretaps, and he was telling them boys like, yo, I don't want to hear that shit about he got security. Hit the security. All it takes for one or two security to get hit. Now the nigga ain't got no more security. Yeah. Because these niggas got homes to go home to. I'm securing you because I'm making $400K a year, but nigga, I want to like spend that. And I'm really doing that because I want to be an actor, or I want to be a rapper myself, or I want to be in the industry. I want to be a manager. This is just a stepping stone, homie. It don't work if I get killed fucking with you. That's why there's certain artists that certain security ain't fucking with. Like, nigga, nah, you hot. You don't get to put my life on the shield and now become nigga Rambo. The 6ix9ines of the world. You gotta know his security expensive. Fuck what the going rate is. His
insurance is expensive. I know he's got insurance.
F what the going rate is.
Yeah.
F what the going rate is.
They get hazard pay.
That's what I'm saying. Like his shit different.
They get hazard pay.
His shit different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I guarantee you they got carte blanche where they all feel comfortable telling a nigga sit his ass down. Cause nigga, you playing with my life. Yeah. Cause like Nip said, bullets don't got no names.
I got family and kids. Yeah, come on, shit. I ain't millionaire like
and I'm
you.
really just big, nigga. I played football. I'm really just a guy that, a lot of these security dudes be niggas that just was ex-football players that got size and stature, and it's really to be a deterrent. Secret Service is trained and brainwashed to jump in front of a bullet for another human that they know nothing of, that cares nothing for them, and that they're not friends and family with. Secret Service does that. Ain't nobody else, nigga. Like, there's not a level of security you can pay. Even if you got the police securing you, they not jumping in front of a bullet. 50 Cent got police guards, niggas securing them, and niggas from Queens start shooting at them. They ducking too, bro. Right. Now they might shoot back, but
they gonna assess the situation.
But they shooting back to get them niggas off them.
Right.
Like it ain't really so much to protect 50. And 50 your ass might get arrested after that for getting us shot at. Fuck, what's behind this shit? You know what I mean? We find out you got any tweets or anything going on, we on your ass. So it's just different. DJ Academics, Joe Budden have a sit down, man. Now I didn't really watch the entirety because I guess it's like broken into 3 parts. I watched the part that was on Spotify. I'm gonna be 100. I respect Axe come up. I respect his hustle. I don't always respect his content. And sometimes I feel like Nipsey was right when I say he doesn't respect our culture.
Right.
That being black
I've
American.
always felt that.
That mean black American culture, not hip hop. Because if you look at some of the,
but like you always said, how do you respect our culture when you're not really from it?
Because
when you just profit
the same way I
shit.
respect a Buddhist motherfucker. Again, I don't disrespect Buddhist people.
But that's a religion,
and I'm not from it. It's cultural based. Okay, well, how do I don't respect white culture.
Disrespect white culture,
or excuse me. Yeah, I don't disrespect perceived white culture or debutante culture or Southern culture. I don't. If that's what your shit is, I mean, and I'm in your area. Now I might have an opinion on some shit, But even that, I do it in respect.
But you gotta think about it. You're one to die on your shield, and you're not one whose integrity is measured by a dollar amount and popularity and fame.
Stay there. Great fucking point. Now we potting. Stay there. This is where my disdain comes from. Ak is proud to bring that he's Jamaican.
Right.
And nigga, Jamaica got a lot of fuck shit going on in Jamaica.
For sure.
And you got a big platform, and you don't ever put none of the coolest shit that Jamaicans be out there doing in Jamaica. None of the ignorant. None of the self-denigrating. None of the
skin lightening. We ain't talking about that.
None of that shit.
You want to talk about the skin lightening?
He don't do none of that.
In Jamaica.
But he loves to like where we're hurt. Where our people are hurt and suffering from the same type of afflictions that those people in Jamaica are suffering from. But there's like a jealousy and disdain that we get to be poor in America.
At least with our Uncle Toms, they're still this color.
Be darker than me.
You have a whole country that has a section of motherfuckers who are Uncle Toms who are lightening their color in Jamaica.
Are deliberately not having children with people their hue only for that reason. Not because I like this girl and she happens to be white and I happen to be black, or she happens to be red boned and I got to be dark skinned. Not because she got a fat ass and I hit nigga and now I got a baby and I'm a man, so we held that down. Not for any of those type of reasons.
I just don't want to have a baby with a dark Jamaican woman.
Just have the fact so that I can have a baby that's this skin color, so he can be dubbed as this. And so now I'm still, shout out to Jamaica. Can't wait to visit the islands, nigga. Nothing but love there.
But they have problems just like we do.
But when you have a kid that don't want to be African American, even though he pretty much grew up here, right? He came here as a kid, but I get it. Hold on to your roots. You're Jamaican. That's fine. But now you got a platform. This is my thing about a lot of these so-called hip-hop media outlets that are really from people that are from outside of this country that literally have a platform of just denigrating our tribe of black people. There's never nothing about any non-American black person unless it's positive. It's always negative. It's always ghetto. It's like, look at this ghetto shit that they doing. Oh, this motherfucker got a case. Oh, he's on a run. Oh, this motherfucker did this. Oh, he hit her. She hit him. Oh, she got a baby by him. Oh, he cheated. It ain't never nothing about the culture, the struggle, nothing. The overcoming of things. It's never nothing like that. We coming up doing our own shit, building our own shit. I'm not going to be messy. I'm not going to say these places by name if I didn't already. You know what I mean? But I just noticed that. That's an ongoing trend. That's why when we bang our FBA shit and niggas start acting like they feelings is hurt or like we're being like separatists or something like that, I laugh at it.
You know what I'm going to say? You know what I got to say to that? There's a great paid in full line we love saying, pull your skirt down, B. You
That's
tough, right?
Right. Pull your skirt. Hey, man. That's facts.
Pull your skirt down. I don't have no problem. I don't have no time for sensitivity in 2022.
So I take that to this. Like now, that's why I kind of fell back on Ak's podcast, right? Because what I liked about Ak's a numbers guy and I'm not. I like to listen to people that give me what I don't have. I'm human. Occasionally I want to hear people would utter my same sentiment, right? But I do look for certain things. Now, Ak is talking to kids I don't ever heard of. I'm never going to listen to a song to a lot of times. But I'll now know who these kids are and be like, yo, you got a nice little story, man. That's a good kid. That's dope. Or that's a real one right there. And he's like, I can assess it. Mm-hmm. Maybe it might land me to listen to a song. Maybe mostly not. But it's age generation shit, right? But one thing I can always count on Ak since I've been introduced to him is he's a numbers guy. And I've gotten a lot from him in terms of how these numbers work, how they weaponize numbers, et cetera, right? That's it. I don't look for him to be humored. I don't look for him to get the. I know that the street nigga that sit down with Ak ain't probably gonna give it all to him, right? Pause. Big pause. But there's value there. You feel me? So I'll listen in. But so when I kind of start peeping that wave of his, and like I kind of fell back a little bit, right? Because if you don't identify as a nigga, if you don't identify as a black American, if you don't identify as black, you kind of constantly always reminding that, I'm Jamaican. Right. We Jamaican. When you say, look at these ignorant niggas, or look at these dumbass niggas, look at these bozo ass niggas, that means you're talking to a select group of people.
Right. That's damn
And that's the only
racist.
way I can take that.
That's damn near racism.
That's exactly what that is.
If it was white people, we would be calling them racist and all types of shit.
No white man would get away with doing and making millions of dollars, nigga,
not.
building a platform.
Joe Rogan would be canceled
based on
right
what
now.
Nigga, like what is perceived that white. Now, look, this is the thing. I don't want to take away from him. I'm not piling on this cat. There's space for him in his culture, man. Like who am I to say? He's built a platform way before us. He's doing his thing. The numbers don't lie. I just noticed, and when you look at the whole chat niggas movement, they're not typically FBA hip-hop enthused kids. They're people that can be perceived as guys that might be on the sideline looking in, that have all these opinions based on very little experience, which to me is genius. Because what better coalition for academics to lead?
Right.
I think the lesson with DJ Academics is identifying yourself, standing, letting your nuts hang. This is me. This is who I am all the time. Because you don't switch up and go. Now, me as a proud FBA brother, like, I noticed patterns. That just kind of stung me a wrong way. And was just like, man, I'm going to fall back on this a little bit. Because I even got to, I forgot which one it was, but it was a couple of him and somebody else that was from the Caribbean or something like that. And they basically just shitted on Black America for a minute and got a pass because they look like us and dress like us and talk like us and are living very well in a culture that we created with very disdain and a lot of fucking no's from everybody else.
Right.
But now you bragging about having connections with these labels and things like that. The labels spending some of this rapper's budget with you to talk about their shit and he don't even know. That ain't no FBA shit. That ain't no real hip hop shit. Like, we fighting that.
Right.
We look down on that. Nobody praised Baby for screwing Lil Wayne over.
Nope.
That was a bad eye on Baby.
Yeah, niggas was not feeling that shit.
So that's the thing. Niggas was shitting on Puff until niggas started looking at the little details.
What Mace really did,
like,
right?
Hold on, Mace, you tripping a little bit, bro.
Nigga, you sold this shit to him outright. Now that you see what it's really worth and what
now that he's built it to that,
right? Yeah,
You
exactly.
didn't play the long game.
Nope.
With your shit, I had more vision about your shit than you, and
short game.
I invested more in your shit than you.
Right.
Boy, I signed you to my label, nigga, right out of Harlem. You wasn't Mace.
Yeah, have Mace tell it too. He was.
I put you next to Big.
Have Mace tell it too. He was the dirty kid. Cam was was the balling.
He was. That's a fact. You cannot tell it that way because everybody know. And I put you on tracks with Big. I put you next to me in them shiny suits.
With 112 and motherfucking.
I had you on 112 joints.
Yeah.
In total. Like, I don't know. And then you sold me your part of the Masters back?
To go be a fucking priest.
For millions.
Right.
Allegedly. 20 million.
Yeah, you should have been good off that. If all you was going to do is be a fucking preacher, 20 million, you're set. You don't got.
Well, he was making money in the church, and I guess allegedly didn't get his shit stopped. Like a recession or something like that happened. It fucked up the church's money. Because, see, there's a thing called prosperity ministry, where it's for-profit ministries. You know, and people that's of a certain ilk and wealth and belief system, they like that. They believe that praying in this church that's nicer and more expensive around rich people means that I'm going to get riches. Because I'm bold enough to ask God for riches. So that's why when you look at these motherfucking pastors like old boy that bought the Houston Rockets stadium, made it a church, and then told all of Houston that there was too much water in there. I couldn't bring nobody in for shelter. And then they found out that he just had like the front door. Some water had got in on the front carpet. That shit didn't even make it to the pews. And nigga, the Rockets used to play there. You know how many people could sit in there and shelter?
Damn near 100,000, more than that.
And the structure didn't take a hit.
Most of those structures won't.
But guess what, though? Still see that motherfucker on TV Sunday mornings with that big-time contract, $1 million smile, talking from that good book.
Blow that fucking building up when ain't nobody in it.
So Mace was on his own shit. But, like, back to the – I'm going to get to the – because I got a little long-winded on it. But, like, I watched the interview, right? They just having a sit-down conversation. Joe Budden, academics. I just wanted to give that backdrop because this is why I hadn't been watching the pod for a little bit. But I went on ahead and clicked on it because Joe was on there. I just got to see, it's Joe. What these niggas talking about. They was talking about how their two-man thing worked in terms of like going back different generational gaps, different perspectives. They both love to argue with each other. They argue well. They don't take nothing personal. They talked about how Joe told Ak years ago, like, yo, fuck these niggas. This is what we gonna do. They owe me $5 million because that's how much I signed for, five a year, right? Or whatever. His contract was $5 million, whatever. When it was time to redo his contract, they offered him the same contract, and he was like,
"How does that work?"
Nah, especially when I'm part. And he felt like I've EP'd 90% of these episodes. Where's my credits? Like you know what I mean? I'm outworking my contract.
It's about complex, right?
Yeah, I'm outworking my contracts. We got y'all shit back popping. Right? We got the hottest joint right now.
Because ain't nobody was really looking for complex for shit.
Nah. Now peep this though. What they did. Well, he was just like, okay, so when Joe exited, a lot of people didn't know, I guess. Joe backed out in the way last minute. By doing it that way, him and Ian realized they gotta fucking deal with Nadeska and they gotta deal with Ak, and they'll just have to find a replacement.
Right.
But this locks them into more value because they were college kids right out of school. Like Ak was getting like some YouTube money type shit, like building his brand, but he wasn't really like, they wasn't there yet. They weren't millionaires, I don't believe. You know what I mean? And Nadeska right out of school, she's just a journalist. You feel me? Great career choice. She's on her way, doing her thing, but she was just a journalist. So her negotiating power with Complex wasn't Joe Budden's. That's why he was getting paid like that, right? That's why he had so much power over the show. But by the way he exited, they gave Nadeska and them and Ak, his contract. You feel me? So now they gave him, not counting their pockets, but you gotta think, the little five or whatever, they get the 5 because they need them there now. Last minute, Joe, like, I'm not taking that contract. They put out the press release. We fired him. This is where the Joe Budden podcast, in my opinion, being someone that had been watching it to this point.
That's where it started.
This is where the shit blew up, dog. A lot of people go to the Eminem shit. A lot of people go to the Drake shit. To me, this is where it really popped because they had that show popping. That show was now competing with the Breakfast Clubs and, all that shit. So it's like, okay. Everybody was waiting for his response. They knew Joe gonna say something. Right. Oh, well, shit, he got his own pod. We got to go holler at him over there and see what he get on. They go, boom, boom, boom. He does the whole breakdown, explaining everything. You know what I'm saying? The show falls off kind of. Even Ak kind of admits it. The numbers never really come. He said, man, half our audience left hit nigga and went right to your podcast. You know what I'm saying? And Joe was telling him, every time I make a move like that, I tell the people the truth and I leave some shit, they always reward me. He was saying, like, the numbers continue to go up. You know what I'm saying? So he had reached out to Ak. Once Ak got his shit right, his little situation right now, he doing his thing. They done brung in one of Joe's friends, right? Not because he was Joe's friend, but it just worked out that way. Right? So on the very first pull-up show that Joe did, old boy I can't think of his name right now. Fly nigga from Harlem. Used to manage and shit. Used to be with The Rock. Shout out to you, bro. I can't think of your name right now.
Harlem nigga?
Yeah. He used to be on, he filled in he was the next permanent host on Everyday Struggle.
Dude with the dress?
Wayno. No, my nigga Wayno.
Oh, yeah,
Shout out to Wayno, bro.
Wayno, yeah.
I fuck with Wayno. Big respect to Wayno. Wayno got a dope-ass story. Wayno's story is dope. But yeah, like, the very first pull-up episode that Joe Budden did, they was at his house, and they was all over there kind of like some bosses and shit, and I noticed Wayno was there. So when I seen him on the show, I was just like, oh, okay, that's dope. That's a cool little transition. He found his niche doing his thing. Joe hollers at Ak around the same time. It's like, yo, bro, why don't we take our show and just redo our show? It was hot. We don't need nobody. Your money's up. My money's up. Like, let's just get a crew, get a location, do the show. He said Act always wanted to bring in a corporate partner. And they were talking about it to each other's face. And, I think Act kind of basically admitted that he probably was wrong for that. But Joe was like, nigga, we still could do that now. Like, the people that want to talk to Joe or respect his validation on bars versus the people that Act want to talk to and the people that Act knows is hot. Because Act's a numbers guy. That's why he can tell you who's hot. Mm-hmm. It's not sonically. Act is really closer to our generation than these niggas. He probably don't even be listening to a lot of that shit. They can probably listen to his music. A lot of native music and shit like that. A lot of reggae and things like that. But I just want to remind the people, like, y'all remember when that Grammy was handed out, how y'all felt. So start playing. He spoke about Rory and Mal. I guess basically the reason why Rory and Mal, not the only reason, but what really had Joe fucked up is like, I'm negotiating this life-changing deal with Spotify, standing on morals and ethics for not only the culture, creators, but ourselves, our family, our future children. And you niggas want to get in the car and pull up to Academic's house because y'all think he's a nerd and y'all can punk him? About to get your whole face shot off? Y'all not doing that when I'm negotiating a deal in the hundreds, right? He said, because you know the type of investigation that goes on when that deal is when that type of deal is being thought about, right?
Right.
They looking for a reason to not give you the deal or to cut the numbers. Whether that's baby mother drama, nigga, you done got into, anything. They looking for shit like, I don't know about this, man. This time around, let's just take this off because, you did have that thing. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm.
So all that shit comes up when we were at the negotiating table.
So he said that. He was just like, and so now, and the
you
fact
remember that you remember that tweet from like 7 months ago that you caught that?
Think about this. You're in meetings. You got Ian in meetings, and he come back from an important meeting, and the only thing he's asking you is about, is Rory and Mal beefing with Academics? That keeps coming up over there. And you thinking to yourself, like, what? So he, of course, hits the team. Like, bro, y'all, I know y'all niggas ain't.
Over here doing
because remember, Ak is Joe's friend.
Right.
He vouches for him every time. He's like, bro, he's just different, young kid. Like, leave. That's not for you. Hip hop is grown now. Lil Jalen can have his part. We got our part up here, and everybody in the middle. It's different now, right? So he's not bothering us. He's not bothering hip hop. And we don't have that same energy for the Vlads and the TMZs and all these other people. You're not going to Vlad's house. Right. You're not pulling up at Harvey's house when you're out in L.A. You're not doing any of that. Why y'all trying to pick on Academics? It's kind of corny. Act Jamaican had a whole arsenal in that house ready to clip you niggas. And he would have been legal to do so. Right? So that's part of like what they kind of got out there finally. Like, it's like, yeah, that was true. It wasn't just a rumor. He spoke about him and Charlamagne the God, Act being friends with both of them. They talked about how can we patch y'all up. And Joe was just like, man, they made a pact basically to just not talk about each other no more. He said, I broke it one time, but that's only because Park fucked up on the edit. Threw that nigga right under the bus. Shout out to Park's music. You know what I mean? Threw my nigga Parks right under the bus. His beef was the company man that you are. You have all the security, and companies paying you millions. They've tapped you as the one. No disrespect, salute, because you do good by it. You're not just completely tomming around and you're throwing bones back to other people, signing people to your podcast network. You trying to do your thing, right? I respect that. But because I'm doing it differently, and maybe in a way that you probably based on your brand, should have done it that way. So you don't now get to attack me publicly on your billion-dollar network and brand that they're paying you to be a face of when I'm out negotiating with these people.
Right.
Like, at one point in time, you called me a genius several times on the Breakfast Club. You vouched for me. Oh, well, people be saying Joe's crazy, but he be right.
And then as soon as I start my shit,
but now when it's time for me to negotiate M's in the big bag
you got some
for my network,
right.
Nigga, you go on like a hit job campaign on all your shows. Nigga, like, oh, I wouldn't trust Joe Budden with it. Oh, he's not good at business. He's not trustworthy. Like, and it's just like, where'd all that come from?
Right.
That sounds like hate. Is what he said. So I don't know why. It just sounds hateful. So that was pretty much the gist of the interview that I got. Right. That's pretty much all they talked about. Which I don't really get the angle.
Sometimes we'll never get the angle because we don't do this for money yet.
And that's what I was about to say. I was just going to say that. I was like, the only thing I could see coming from this is that, like, it's a layup for something else. Or they was in the same city and Joe pulled up and was like, we should record. We're going to record something or we should talk some shit.
Right.
Because they talked, about Joe's perspective versus his image and stuff like that. But that's, you're going to get that in every Joe interview. That's kind of cliche.
Yeah,
like,
see, that's
Joe
the same
versus
shit.
the machine type
right.
shit. Like,
where do you think you're?
So that leads me to this question for you. Wack and DJ Academics was kind of like lightly going back and forth on Clubhouse. Nothing crazy, obviously, but he said he was like, we'll keep it a buck, Wack. Hold on. You don't have.
Let me stop you for 1 second. And I'm not saying like, usually I'm like, bro, we do this all the time. Dog, Wack is a fucking topic every time we do the podcast. It's so crazy how he is.
Bro, this nigga will sneak himself in there
every time.
No, Wack,
bro,
Wack
every time.
You know how they throw that around all the time. Oh, he's a genius marketer. No, Wack is a genius marketer, bro.
For real.
Because I be waking up like, bro, I don't even want to see this shit. I don't want to talk about this.
Damn.
That nigga creeps in.
Because sometimes I be on my shit when we're off camera. I'm like, bro, I don't want to. We've been talking about politics like 3 weeks. I'm done with this politics shit.
Right.
And I'm not like that right now.
I get what you're saying.
I'm just like, God damn, he sneaks in every.
Bro, he like Donald Trump. Like, bro, if you're not careful, Trump will be a topic every time.
I hated talking about Trump. But
I won't let
it, he was
always
had something to talk about.
Bro, we just literally decided we're not talking about the redhead man no more.
But
right now there's topics. I woke up today, got a little alert.
It was every day with this nigga.
And it'd be a good topic, but it's just like, bro, we turn into the Trump podcast.
This nigga is
on every day what's going on with
To not be a rapper, that nigga Wack is one of the most relevant motherfuckers in history, nigga.
They should take notes, bro.
Like, good Lord. Hey, Wack.
Crazy, I'm quoting him on this one because he had a good point.
Right.
He was just like, let's keep it a buck. I said, Ack, you do your thing, and this ain't no hate, respectfully.
Right.
What's your content about? He was just like, you make your comment, your content, you respond, and speak about what other peoples have done and said. What would Brown do for you? Sorry about that. You know what I'm saying? UPS had to come through and drop off those packs. You feel me?
Watch your mouth.
What?
Fuck around, have FBI here.
Oh, no. Nothing illegal. See how wordplay go?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Let them catch that soundbite right there.
Somebody gonna chop it up. These niggas telling on themselves. Self-snitching.
It's gonna be a meme. and a GIF and all types of shit.
That should
nigga.
be funny.
All right, what did you say about Act or not Act? Whack? What was his question?
No, he was just pointing out that the content is kind of dry. So now on a podcast, you really just interview rappers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a form of potting, but how many episodes do you have with just you and your podcast? Like,
yeah, can you do an episode by yourself?
Or with you and a co-host that's not a celebrity type.
Right.
See, the Rory and Maul thing. Shout out to those brothers. I got nothing bad to say about them, but sitting next to Joe on a podcast that he created, and I watched these two become apart. I remember Maul's first episode. You know what I mean? I remember the vibes of those two. The podcast, if you're being honest, it seemed like Joe's baby, like Joe's new resurgence, his freedom, his liberation. He treated it as such. He would always often make remarks about listening back and doing it, and they wouldn't. And what happened is, as their popularity and shit grow, next thing you know, niggas paying for play. Like, yo, you want to be on Sleepers? Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, niggas getting money, niggas start missing shows. You know what I'm saying? You can hear him making these kind of comments and then back in hindsight. Then next thing you know, it's like, oh, well, I'm managing this group. Nigga, I got this company I'm doing. Woo, woo, woo. I'm doing all this. Niggas get on the podcast, start shooting out they shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, Duce Palooza coming soon. Woo, woo, woo. Check the dates. Emotional Oranges, new single out now. Like, so now you're using what this nigga done built, put all his money into, took a gamble on, brung y'all along, right? I'm not saying y'all didn't add to the podcast. Of course you did.
You niggas wanted to be too nosy and wanted to know too much. And now, but would they be? They're not going to be as popping without the Joe Budden podcast.
Well, their podcast does good. It does.
I'm just saying,
numbers.
Are they going to podcast though? Take Joe out of it.
Before?
Are they starting a podcast?
Oh, no, exactly.
So it's still all off
and
Joe's
even if
back.
they did,
Joe
check this
brought
out.
y'all on.
That's a good
You
example.
probably wasn't even thinking about podcasting. Just like me and you. I wasn't thinking about being no fucking podcaster. It'd be the same scenario. You know what I'm saying? Other than you're not the famous nigga putting all your money.
Though.
It's because you're not the famous nigga putting all the money. Right.
It would be
the same if you were Joe Budden, right?
It'd be like, nigga, if I hit you one day, it was like, come do my pod with me.
There you go.
You like it. I say, hey, man, based on my numbers.
You're already established, right?
Based on my numbers, right? Now, the podcast ain't shit, but my fans are going to look in. So let's say on any given joint, he might have 50,000 views because it's Joe fucking Budden. Right? Those are just your fans just clicking on it to see what the fuck you talking about. Now you got this redhead white boy that's kind of fly, nigga talk his shit, right? Say from Queens, blah, blah, blah. He got an interesting story. Nigga went to a black college on a track scholarship. Started a thing called Henny Palooza with his boys, turned into Duce Palooza in time. All right, he culture. He part of this called. We rock for him, right? And now y'all talking intellectually and jokingly about topics and shit in the culture. Then give it a take a couple months. Little chubby black guy comes, joins. He's kind of fly, got his own little swag about him, real cool. You find out, oh, y'all used to live together. Oh, that's Big's little brother.
Right.
Damn, you like Jay's little brother. Or you like Rock Familiar. If you like Rock La Familia, nigga, they was talking about you. You in that. Oh, you be around Beyonce and all them, nigga, like you. But take Joe out of it. If you took Maul's story and took Rory's story, they could be a dope podcast from the ground up.
Right.
It wouldn't have been what it was at that point so fast.
No, yeah, they wouldn't
like
have
that.
jumped in. They wouldn't have jumped off like that.
See,
nigga.
like they were on a steady ascension.
Yeah.
Like this.
Right.
And it really, to be fair, happened, I think, once they decided, and even it's like, Maul, you trying to fuck with it? Oh, man, I guess I'll fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really doing shit out, So, or whatever he was doing, it wasn't enough to like deter him from doing that, respectfully. So, like, I'll say it took off to me. The marriage happened when all three of them get on the mic, right? And it's consistent. fam, we're all millionaires off this. You can't lose sight of how we ended up podcasting, so that means who founded it, right? But who also funded it when the money wasn't coming in.
But why do niggas always gotta be in the next man's pocket and not just appreciate the millions of dollars they've made?
And like he said,
and hold on before you say that, the millions of dollars they made, the endorsements that they've gotten because they were on this podcast, the doors that opened because they were on this podcast that didn't open originally.
The thing.
Why are you worried about he's getting more?
If Spotify.
You should only be worried about if Maul's getting more because you two came at the same time.
If Spotify and Nike and Apple and Cash App are reaching out because they know what I do for marketing. Remember, Joe's got a reputation of doing numbers, nigga, when it comes to this non-rap, nigga, a camera in my face shit.
Right.
Can't take that from him, right? If I got these people hitting me, and I'm taking my team like, okay, well, we'll take this, and then what we'll do is I'll bust down this much with them. Like he was saying, it's like, bro, that's not even, you keep talking about a Spotify deal. Y'all niggas keep bringing up a Cash App deal. Those weren't your deals.
Those were mine.
Those are deals that I cut you in on the strength of, like, they coming. So, like, I remember the episode when they were kind of butthurt that the shit was said, like the way the Joe Budden podcast got rolled out on Spotify. They took this dope-ass fashion shoot, or photo shoot, excuse me. They all was in there telling their family about it, like, yeah, we about to be all over billboards and shit in New York. We about to do our thing. And then they take, nigga, Spotify, just take a picture of Joe in a white T-shirt, nigga, and in big letters, Joe Budden podcast. Coming soon on Spotify. It just cut them completely out. And they was like, nigga, we didn't cut this deal with y'all. Didn't get this contract. Don't say that. Don't say nothing to them. And if I sign you, Dre, to a contract paying M's that allows you to go get your bandmates back together and do a tour and an album all funded by just some of the money that you put together, and then y'all going to, after that, end it with a podcast, right? And that podcast takes off, that's your own little entity. That's your own separate thing. But when they start feeling like they're business and equal partners, and they start questioning, snooping around about this deal that me and you got, I have you with a non-disclosure, and you're not to tell anybody what I paid you for Spotify, because that's gonna fuck with my abilities
to get deals later,
to negotiate payments favorable to me as an entity with future podcasters. Everybody don't get what you got.
Right.
Maybe some people get more. Because me and you have separate business, that don't intertwine with the business you got. You're technically, and you're not gonna call them that because we men and they your mans and them, but your employees over there, with your show, your bandmates, y'all might look at each other as equals, nigga.
Right.
But if I pay the bag that's funding what y'all do, don't holler at me. Where's Doc at?
I'll holler at you.
Not even that.
Oh, no, I'm going to talk to one person.
Business,
right.
Hold on, bro. Me and you got business.
I don't deal with all the rest of them.
Fuck, I'm talking to your hype man, nigga.
Whose name
the sound guy,
right.
And another nigga that just rap in the group. Like, no disrespect, fam. You might be the dopest rapper.
Right.
You might be the best sound guy.
But you're not the nigga that I'm
ain't got
in
shit to do with my business.
Right.
My business ain't got nothing to do with a sound guy and a dope ass rapper.
I paid this nigga.
Paid this nigga.
And I talked to this nigga.
Me and him split up what we got going on. I gave him this much because we going to make this much together and split it.
Right.
What he do with you niggas over there, not my business.
That ain't my business. Right.
You see, they not trying to audit Spotify because you have no rights to that contract. Now, you can win the internet wars because Joe is low-hanging fruit. They not bad. Them niggas got 10, like I think they reported like 10 mil for their new deal.
Shit, I'll take 10 mil.
There's no complaints, bro.
Right.
I just be looking at it like it didn't have to.
Niggas,
like
it's because niggas see the like the Joe Rogan podcast 350 mil, and that's what they get that type of they get them stars in their eyes.
That's what
bro.
Joe said. I meant to write that down.
Motherfuckers get them stars in their eyes.
Joe Budden said
like,
they
that's
all
not how this is, bro.
Got glassy eyed and all got like greedy in expectations.
Right.
After the Joe Rogan deal, because they looked at it. Now, mind you, they know that Joe not Joe and the podcast, Joe and his business partner Ian, and maybe Parks, are meeting up, nigga, countless hours with the Spotify people, trying to project this new wave of podcasts and how they were gonna kick it off and this and this and that, and what key market podcasters can we go get and bring in to show the validity of our space. And Joe Rogan, and you're gonna go get the old boy from Boston. I can't think of his name all the time. The sports guy.
Joe Portnoy.
No,
not Barstool. I don't know.
But you go get Barstool. You go holler at Barstools and people like that, and then you pick out some of these ancillary cultural moving and shaking pods that are growing, like the Gillian Wallows and people like, nigga, you start doing deals like that with those type of people. If you got this one creator that's in there in the blueprint development stages of this, and all his guys know that, and they gave her don't call me, they call me daddy, whatever. They gave her $50 million for 4 years. That's an NBA contract.
For real.
Oh shit. They gave $350. Oh, we gonna at least get. We might now. We not saying we gonna get the $350 because that's OG, but
you still count
the young
other
OG.
People's pockets.
We the young OG.
That's what happens.
So we gonna get $150 at least,
and
right?
that's what
we
always
at least be $150.
But that's what always happens when you count somebody else's pockets.
Well, who's
same
the main
thing.
person not
same
doing
thing.
In that equation,
Joe.
The one person that's putting his money.
The same shit happens in football. You got this whole wide receiver thing going on right now because the wide receivers fucked up the game. Like this nigga Christian Kirk got like 70-something million. That nigga is not worth 70-something million. So now you got Debo who's holding out. He's either gonna go to another.
He's
team
gonna get
it, and he needs his deal.
But you know what though?
You had
that's the art of the deal. That's the art of negotiation.
You had Devontae Adams. You had Tyreek Hill. You had a bunch of niggas.
Start with the quarterbacks. There's a special quarterback out there.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
No. That's been offered a ton of life changing money, and he's high risk to get hurt.
Him
right?
and Mahomes. Two biggest his contracts in history.
So peep this though. No, Deshaun Watson has the biggest contract in history. He has $250 million fully guaranteed, like he plays for the Knicks. That's what niggas is forgetting. Like, nigga, that contract is fully guaranteed.
I don't know if that's bigger than Rodgers.
Dog.
I think Rodgers might. You might be right. Let me double check.
I don't think Rodgers is fully guaranteed, is what I'm saying. Look into that while I finish on this. But, like, Lamar Jackson was supposed to have been signed. They offered him a regular, like, lined-up contract with the on pace with the Dak Prescotts and all that type of shit. And my guy was like, nah, I'm going to chill on this one. Let y'all rethink that. Because if they out there giving niggas $250, $225 fully guaranteed, why would I sign this textbook-ass, normal-ass contract, although it pays me a couple $100 or $100-something million over this long period of time? Like, it ain't even fully guaranteed.
Yeah, that nigga's contract ain't the same.
Do you see how nuts that shit is now? That's what I was tripping off of when we was talking about that. I was like, bro, how did he – this is the greatest flip ever, fam.
This nigga got –
you went from potentially going to jail and being out the league.
Deal, $230 million.
$30 million.
Trying to get
fully guaranteed, but it's up to I think with incentives it could be up to $250 million.
Fully guaranteed $230 million.
But now you got to stop.
$46 million a year at 27 years old.
Now you got to stop that for a minute because this is football, and football never has. They don't have no fully guaranteed contracts.
This nigga could blow his knee out
tomorrow.
Well, he could step off the curb wrong and never play football again,
nigga.
And it's in his bank.
You being dramatic. He could wake up, nigga, and say he got a weird back injury and he can't figure it out and never play again. Or that you can't prove, nigga, or disprove, nigga.
Or just retire.
You know what? They keep calling me rapist. And the mental stress.
I'm gonna take this 230, don't go.
Fam.
You keep that extra 20.
That's what I was saying the other day when we was talking about that shit. I was like, bro, I don't think niggas really realize.
I might get hurt on purpose.
Why they're mad at him. Because I think most football fans, you hear the contract and you're so used to it being so incentive laden.
I'm going to keep this so real.
You're so used to them being able to cut you whenever they want. I wish you would cut them.
I might go get hurt on purpose.
Do you see why? Not if you want to play football, like, nigga.
But with all this controversy and shit.
What controversy? He won.
No, he still might have to sit out like they're talking like half the fucking season
for suspension. But guess what the team did?
That's just lame.
No, not. But this is what they did though. That's not lame because you do it for everybody. So if you're gonna do it for everybody,
I just think
and he did some conduct.
I just think it's lame if it's proven that
you
he's
didn't
not,
criminally do it.
Right. You should not have to.
That's why he's not suspended yet. Because now because this is the judicial system. Now that he got the civil shit, that's what they waiting for.
Oh, then that thing. See,
so it's not guaranteed he's going to be suspended.
Why is that okay?
But look hold on.
This real
look
quick.
what the Cleveland did, just in case he is.
What?
Let me tell you how sweet this fucking deal was. They restructured it. He's only making $1 million that year. So if you miss it, you're going to miss out on $500K, bro. You're only making $1 million this year. This first year, like that first year under this year, the contract kicks in next year.
He's missing 40. He's missing $45 million.
No,
because his $230 million deal is.
It starts next season. Not this season. He's on contract.
No. I'm just saying this year he's gonna miss $45 million for the simple fact if he was not going through this, he would be playing this year, getting his contract this year.
No. I don't think you understand. So look,
you're saying he's getting $1 million.
This is like a dead year because remember he got traded from Houston. It's not like he's a drafted or a free agent dude.
I get no. Okay,
he's getting paid from Houston.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, take the Houston money out of it.
Why
he
though?
Would have he's getting it, but I'm just saying he lost potentially $45 million. He lost the potential to make it this year. I'm phrasing it wrong. He lost the potential to make it this year. He's going to make it regardless. I get that he's rich, but you don't get what I'm saying. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I'm not arguing with you. Go ahead and say what you're saying.
He just don't think like that because a money-hungry white dude's going to think like that. He's going to be like, yeah, I still got this contract here, but I lost $45 million.
Take that phrase.
Having to lose this.
It was a money-hungry white dude that restructured his contract that figured out just in case these sons of bees suspend you, you rather get suspended for half the season making $1 million that season or $45 million?
$45 million.
Right?
No. 45.
Not if you already have a net worth of damn near $80 million and you just sitting on dead money. Like, nigga, because what happens, the money that they be able to
Is
attack.
it only 80? Because I saw he's already got like $170 million.
Well, I was just
contract.
guesstimating. No, I was just guessing. Yeah. I was just guesstimating. But what I'm saying is this. He's not missing out on any money. He's on a contract that he's on a contract for. When you get new deals like that, it don't kick in a lot of the times that same season. So a lot of times.
Ain't no fucking way.
What?
I'm never going to believe in that word. Okay. Whew. Had to read a more proper one. One said $4 million. Like, this nigga ain't been playing in the fucking NFL for how long?
As a high draft pick. Like, shut up.
He's
not to mention endorsements.
You were close. Net worth 50.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because he's young. He's coming off as a big rookie deal, not a big franchise deal.
I forgot he was still on his rookie deal.
Yeah, but he was – no. This is the fucked up thing. This is why this is the biggest finesse in sports history. Bro, he had signed a max deal. That's why you thinking of this big money.
He did sign
and then shit went left.
Yeah.
They start, nigga, he demanded a trade.
He got the max deal when what's his name
he
got
demanded,
traded.
And then they traded old boy, and then he demanded a trade like this ain't working. I want to get up out of here.
Max.
After he demanded the trade, damn near every woman that ever gave him a massage said that he did something inappropriate.
Yep.
Now, you can call it irony. You can call it whatever. But all I know is that in 2 federal courts, nigga, they said nada.
So, okay, right? This is bullshit. So, and it takes me like to the OJ trial. If you got acquitted
of killing someone,
why do I owe you any type of fucking compensation?
Because we don't know. Maybe you paid somebody to kill him.
That's bullshit. You got to prove that. Prove it. I shouldn't have to pay you for speculation.
I'll tell you what, Dre, just to add to your point, name another time outside of O.J. Simpson's case or potentially this case that you've ever heard of some shit like that.
I've heard a few people getting sued civilly after non-conviction. Well, I just think those were just big name cases.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like who? Like, because I mean, like, think about it. Why wouldn't there be no civil suit for George Zimmerman? Are all these police departments? Nah.
There wasn't?
Nah.
I could have sworn they were talking about doing one.
Nah. You've heard talk about why that shit, it was not all, it was grounds thrown out. Like, nah, man, he's acquitted. Like, no, he didn't do this. Like, whatever. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things.
Well, I guess
that
makes sense when it comes to black people because you got a whole city in fucking Durham, North Carolina that thinks the man that they owe $6 million to should pay for the representation
That's what
of the people who put him in fucking jail.
Racism is all about. It's not about individuals in certain positions.
21 and a half years and you're going to tell me not only you're not going to pay me what you owe me, but I owe you? I'll piss on your kids.
Yeah. That's the insulting part of it. Like, you know that was meant to be an insult.
Yeah.
We falsely imprisoned and lied on you. And not only we're not even facing charges for lying on your ass, nigga.
And then we fought to keep sweeping under the rug that we lied on you.
And then you still got out.
And now it's out in the open that we lied on.
You got out and you're still able-bodied and healthy, and we don't really like that.
Yep.
And now you won a federal joint that say that we got to pay you $6 million. No, fuck that. We're not paying you $6 million, and you owe us $300K for these legal fees that we had to go lose to you on.
No. They wanted to pay back the $4 million in legal fees that they paid in this case.
Oh, I thought it was 400 something. Like, okay, all right, well, shit. Either way it go,
the
big either way it go,
because that's the bullshit. And it's like, how dare you spend $4 million to sweep your problem under the rug
instead of just
adding
two to that,
nigga, right? But you ain't got my motherfucking money. And now you say I owe you $4 million? Like I said, I'll piss on your kids.
See, and the thing is, I gotta be cool because the shit that I'll say right now get us canceled. Because I'm like, fam, Cash just got to decide what you gonna do.
Anyway,
and the number one thing that people don't talk about is the fact that you lose life in there in a way that forget the time, right? Okay, that's the hard part, the time.
The people that ain't here no more.
You know what kills me about the what is it, the Central Park 5? Mm-hmm. One of those kids had a chance of being one of the early rappers on Def Jam. He was pretty much, nigga, like damn near signed, sealed, and delivered to be one of the first rappers on like Def Jam Records and some shit like that. Like when he was dope. All that went right down the window. He watched hip-hop niggas just blow up. Guys you grew up with, nigga, rapping, battling, legends.
Niggas you grew up with, bitches you grew up with.
And it's just like, dog, if a person loses their loved one, their mother, right? You're talking about all the formative years these people have with their children, mm-hmm. right? And you find out, nigga, it was because some college-educated thugs,
put me in here,
whether for racism or for economic gain, threw me in this slammer
for 21 years.
And it's why black Americans got to start paying attention to the 13th Amendment. You know what I'm saying? And you have to like drill that in kids' head. Most kids won't fuck around and go to jail on little ancillary shit, thinking shit is sweet. If they equated that shit to the slave ships, to a plantation, because that's what it was designed to be. If you go look up American incarceration numbers before the freedom of slaves, like you didn't put people in jail for shit. Like it wasn't really like that. Right. Policing and shit like. Though there's like certain cultures, especially certain older white communities, they don't fuck with, like the police ain't welcomed in they shit. Like look at this January 6th crowd. They don't give a fuck about authority and police. What they didn't realize is buying into racism and shit like that allowed for them to be more policed. Because they'll use the threat of these blacks or these Latins coming over the border, and they're dangerous.
But you
right?
motherfuckers are.
So we got to ramp up the police and more surveillance and more of this. But so now you just unwillingly and unknowingly through a ignorance of a culture of a people, through like a tot hatred, right? You're giving up your own freedoms. Hey, man, all those cameras in New York City, they don't only just watch black people. They don't only watch Hispanics. They don't only watch gay people or, like Islamic people. They watch everybody. That Patriot Act shit, everybody took a hit. Everybody's freedom and liberties took a hit. You know what I'm saying? Right. And it's a game that's ran, bro. Like, that's all it is. Just straight game. Speaking of game, and I'm gonna wrap. This is really all I got. But it's something I was listening to on the way over here, and it kind of fucked me up, man. We came on the pod before, and we spoke about, oh boy, I think it was from TED Talks. He had broke down.
Music.
No, not that one. No, it wasn't TED Talks. That was the music guy. It was the guy that was speaking about how they qualified Ivy League schools. Remember we talked about that? I can't think of his name, but it's an old episode. We spoke about an individual, and he has like some kind of hacking organization or whatever. Like they be hacking in this shit.
Oh, the black dude. Hush Puppy. That you talking about?
I thought he was a scammer.
Oh, never mind. I don't know what you're talking about then.
Yeah, no, definitely not him. He's a scammer,
Into the school system?
bro. I want to say like I don't know if it's a dude from WikiLeaks or whatever, but it might have been something similar to that. But anyways, this is an older pod from a while ago, but I'm bringing it up because Harvard University is pledging $100 million towards slave reparations, right? In any order. We're not even going to speak about the asinine low number that they pledged out, but it starts with an individual from a Brown University.
It's like giving $100 million to all black people for reparations. Fuck out of here.
Lady from Brown University originally did a study of her own and discovered the like crazy involvement that the university had in slavery. That led to like some underground investigating amongst Ivy League law students, civil rights attorney, students and stuff like that, activists within the college community. They started doing the digging and got a lot of that shit out there. And basically, if you've ever slept at Harvard, you slept with a few hundred dead slave bodies.
It's not a slave fucking
grave
site?
They'll have that there too. But what I mean by that is, like, there's one individual from Harvard University that was, upon him going off to college, was gifted a slave, and it was a slave university. Slaves ran the college, libraries, et cetera, cafeterias, grounds crews, and then the school had slaves, right, so that they can auction them off, sell them, make money, right? Controlled all their patents of anything that they created, right? Well, this individual has a slave, and the young boy sadly killed himself, right? He just was stolen away from his family, brought to these harsh conditions in terms of winters in Boston, Massachusetts. He's going, just being this white man's slave hand,
living in squalor.
Yeah, just being his slave hand, whatever he needs done, right? And he kills himself. So because of the policy, his body now becomes Harvard's. So they donate him to the science department so they can do a live
dissection.
The
fuck out of here.
And it's just, I know my history, fam.
Just like the Tuskegee experience.
I know the gruesome
shit, bro.
I know the gruesome, and people understand the last Tuskegee experiment was in 1971. Mm-hmm. So like it's just But
this just all plays into the vaccination reason we don't want to get vaxxed. Like, it's just all this shit, all these things. We were guinea pigs for all this shit for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking years. Who the fuck wants to be a fucking guinea pig anymore? And that's not to say that I'm not here anti-vaccine now. I'm just giving an insight into
right now.
Huh?
But like, I get what you're saying, but like, I get the correlation. I do. I think we're just not a little different though.
We're just not,
like, you know what I'm saying?
Or not even to say vaccination, just understand why we're not so trusting of every fucking thing.
Well, not everything. Shit. Just call it what it is. Like, Black America doesn't trust white America.
Right.
Overall.
Yeah.
Now, we have friends, family members, and comrades. But dog, it's a clip I almost brung here, but I didn't want to play no audio and get no strike. And it's literally Muhammad Ali doing a lecture. And he's telling that to a room full of supposedly white scholars. He's saying, hey, look, everybody in this room might agree with me that I'm a human, that I deserve equal rights, right? He said, but if everyone that looks like you outside of this room disagrees,
it don't matter.
He said, if I got 1 million snakes coming to get me, but I know 1,000 of them care for me and like me and see me as a good guy, he said, do I go out to the snake pit and hope that the 1,000 wrap themselves around me in protection?
Right.
Or do I close the damn pit and protect myself from danger? And I just think that's something that's often overlooked. I mean, like-minded people want to get past racism so bad that they overlook it and ignore it, especially if it doesn't always afflict them, right? But then what happens is every reaction has a reaction. So now there's a thing where people that are from a class of people or in a race of people that have historically benefited from a racial bias, you now feel some backlash from that in other ways that don't seem fair. Like I got a friend right now, I swear if he was at least biracial, he'd be in the NBA, played at Syracuse, put up 30-point games, 6'4", 6'5", take your ass to the rack with either hand, dunk on you, hezzy, All-American out of the same high school as Magic Johnson. But he got blue eyes, and he's white. You know how many times he's heard?
He went to school in Flint.
You know how many times he's heard? Lansing. You know
Lansing, not Flint.
You know how many times he's heard? Oh, you need to just play the right way. Or, you know, he plays like a black guy. Like, he plays like a wigger. Oh, well, once he gets serious, gets his head out of his ass and starts playing the right way, you know, he'll get evaluated properly.
You don't think that shit happens at Duke?
So what happens is you got a kid that because of his environment, he grew up in the same type of environments, is urban America,
and that's how
but he's a white kid.
Right.
And society ain't used to seeing that from him necessarily, so they're thrown off by it. Like I watched him. I used to come down from my apartment and go across the street to the G League, watch that nigga go for 30 like it was nothing.
Oh, he played for the Bighorns?
Played overseas too, but it's just like I just don't want to put my nigga out there. Like I'm gonna say this now, I'll tell you off camera, but like he's known, and when you think back, it be like, bro, how does Ricky Rubio stay in the NBA this long and this kid can't get a look?
And Rubio's gotten good contracts too.
But there's certain things
Rubio's
that this kid
with fucking
from a
Utah.
certain element of America, from a certain culture, wasn't willing to do. Like you can't tell a kid from Michigan that, you know, by way of Queens, you know, that literally has black children that are hanging out with those black guys is why you're not getting the looks you need to look. Maybe you should hang out with some of your other teammates. Nigga, we're pros. Hang out with whoever the fuck I want to hang out with. Ain't none of us thugs. We're all pro athletes. Ain't none of us getting in trouble. What are you talking about?
Right.
And it goes to that. It's like I was telling my boy, I'm like, bro, let's just be honest. Like, you're not really ready to have this conversation. You don't think there's no white dudes that get in trouble in the NFL? A kid in the NFL get a jaywalking ticket out here in Vegas. That shit is on SportsCenter.
Look at Manziel.
Shit is on SportsCenter.
Jason Manziel is all over fucking.
But he was a prime what fucked him up is he was a Heisman winner. And that comes with a certain code of conduct. If he didn't win the Heisman and they wasn't already mad at him, because he's one of the predecessors for this college athletes getting paid type shit, because he was rich and he was stunting, going to like the Heat games, nigga, doing the fucking playoffs, nigga, with his girl sitting courtside, wearing Rolexes and shit,
These
nigga.
niggas in college is
driving
starving.
$100,000 Benzes.
Nigga,
That ain't his
teammates.
fault.
I know it's not, but
Nigga, his daddy's nickname is Mr. Silicon Valley. He's rich. He ain't never had to been disciplined, or he's never had to do whatever he didn't want to do. And he would be in the NFL balling today probably if NFL teams worked like college teams.
Speaking of like crazy football shit, did you hear about the player in the CF or the USFL that got cut for wanting pizza over chicken salad?
They mean like literally, or like is that like a metaphorically? Like he ate too much bad things, and that's why we cut him. Or was it like we in the mess hall type shit?
He told the staff of the hotel that they were at that he wanted pizza and not chicken salad, and the coach came to him and said, "You're being disrespectful to the staff. There's nothing you can say. You're being cut."
Well, how did he say it?
They don't have the video of that.
Because I've been around a lot of athletes, dog, and the thing is, especially if you start getting money or you're doing something like famous.
But as far as like
sometimes you start talking spicy,
right?
And I respect that if he was talking spicy. If he was being disrespectful, I don't think to them people,
but the other people said that there was people who were around said he didn't. He just asked for pizza.
Well, I'll tell you one thing: he's not that good in the coach's eyes.
But the other thing too is that coach was only that coach got bounced from hella teams in the NFL for the same type of conduct, and he never was a head coach. He was always a coordinator. So now he's over. I feel like niggas
good old boys club.
Trying to swing his dick all of a sudden. Like
good old boys club.
You hear just like I am. We both couldn't make it in the NFL, motherfucker.
Or didn't have the opportunities. Like, and this coach seemingly had the opportunities.
Right.
Maybe, but you never got an opportunity as a head coach. There's a lot of reasons why niggas don't make it to the league. But they were saying the way that he
got bounced around and shit, nobody had nothing good to say about this dude.
Oh,
no player, the coach, not the player. The player never tried to go to the NFL. The CFL is a lot of like.
I'm sure he tried.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean.
He didn't go to the league.
Right.
No matter. But
yeah. This coach, nobody liked this nigga. And that's why
he's
not in the NFL. And he was been out the NFL for like 6 years now. All of a sudden, you a coach, a head coach. I don't give a fuck if it's in the USFL or the XFL, nigga. The fuck?
Right. I'll just say this, man. Like,
could you imagine getting cut for that though?
Yeah.
Because you don't like chicken salad?
Yeah, bro.
Nigga, I don't like mayonnaise, nigga, so of course I'm not eating chicken salad.
Dog, I seen my boy Ray go from being called a gift from God after walking on a UNR football to coming on the practice field and an assistant coach, trying to like swing his nuts, yelled at him to get on the field and hurry the fuck up because he was talking about like all the DBs. And Ray was just like, "I'm not a DB, I'm a receiver."
Right.
Kicked him out of practice. Being that he was a walk-on, I got this guy that was a walk-on, and I'm praising him, and he gets kicked out of practice.
You got his ass fucking kicked off the team.
Done. No, you got kicked off the team before you made the team.
Fuck out.
Before actually final cuts, the head coach is in the paper referring to you as a gift from God. So my point is that, dog, cats will walk into a grocery store, get shitty service from a fucking part-time employee, and hold it against the brand of the store.
Right, not the employee.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so we got to be careful of those type of things, too. And it'd be a lot of that. It'd be a lot of the fact of, like, oh, man, I had this lined up over here. But between this opportunity and me, there's a whole bunch of jealousy, fuckery, and people mad that maybe the artist that they wanted to get signed ain't getting signed because he didn't have his shit together. And you did.
That's real.
So now it ain't that they don't think you talented. It ain't that they don't like you. They mad that a person that they wanted to have your opportunity didn't get it because he didn't seize it, and now they holding it against you in the office. And you don't even know this. This is what happens when you're dealing in a multi-layered society where people are fighting for equal rights. They're told they got the equalities of everyone, but we know that they don't. If my uncle is in this office and my name come through on that slip, but everybody pick you.
Yeah.
You might not get that.
Right. I might, yeah, you're right. It's more likely going to go to you.
And it's like,
because they're going to be like, oh yeah, nah, he cool, but we going to
But this the funny thing. This is the funny thing. The funny thing is, you know who lives by that versus who don't? The people that don't need it.
Right.
Wealthy people do that. It's religion. It's the way of life, and we accept it. We talk shit about it. We comment on it. Only poor people will have a kid that's not in their family, not of their bloodline, and look at him and be like, you know what? He's going to work harder. He's going to come to work, and I can't afford to lose my job. So I got to bring him on. My nephew, hey, get your shit together. Prove to me that you got your shit together, and I'll bring you on. You know, you think Donald Trump is like that with his kids? You think Donald Trump's dad was like that? Hey, Donald, prove to me that you're responsible before I give you this $600 million.
Fuck no.
Nepotism, bro. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Because poor people be the hardest motherfucker. And that's all through ethnicities and races.
Right.
Like, the dad that had to work his ass off for every little fucking thing is a dick to his son.
Right.
Like, just everything got to be hard. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? It'd be the rich motherfucker that got shit handed to him.
And just going to give it all away. Like, here you go.
Or it'd be the rich motherfucker that actually made it on. You know, a lot of them even be kind of like, well, my son going to get this.
Right. Because
you start realizing everybody that you deal with is a descendant from their fucking hand-me-down ass family.
And the thing about that is, like, somebody like me, I'm going to be like that because I was thinking about this earlier. Nobody in my family left money for the next family generation. So I'm like, nigga, I gotta break. At least I gotta break it once.
It was a big disruption there. You gotta understand when you start thinking about
I'm talking about either side of my family.
No, I get you.
Mom's side, dad's side, nigga. Nobody's ever.
But I'm saying like this after not the revolution, not the Renaissance,
the recession.
No, after the
Civil War.
What was this? What's the economic session after like the Civil War? Reconstruction?
The Depression?
What was the Reconstruction? Reconstruction is after the Civil War, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Even just by the title of the name. Right. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. But during the Reconstruction era, bro, that's where really like slavery had its effects, no doubt. But our community, like FBA people, was making grounds during the Reconstruction. That's when they come in with the Jim Crow, the civil right, all that type of, not civil right, but the Jim Crow, separate but equal, shit like that.
Right.
They started gashing black cities and communities and shit
blowing
like
up our fucking.
Blowing them up, flooding them.
Yeah.
Like now they're like national lakes and shit like that with black towns and cities buried under them.
That shit's
like,
wild.
It's just all these things that when you start looking at all those just little like ancillary shits going, it's a lot of like money moving. It's a lot of generations. So if you gonna bomb my town and flood it, what makes me think that the money that we died with is getting passed on to our kids?
I got a question for you. If you had to put a dollar amount on everything they did to us, and I'm talking about these cities of ours underwater. I'm talking about taking the Creek Indians and doing what they did.
All the way up to today. This 2022 with the disparity in job placement, education, housing,
inflation,
redlining,
inflation added,
gentrification, all the shit that they do.
Interest added.
Right. America can't afford to pay for that.
What do you think it would be?
America.
We're talking like $1 trillion?
First off, the proposed shit is at $4 trillion. Like it's already at $4 trillion. Like you understand, like $1 trillion is only a lot of money to like a human, not to a government and a system like ours.
Because $4 trillion for every black person is like $1 million, bro. We'd all be almost a millionaire.
I don't even think so.
How many black people are in the?
Well, let me tell you. No, don't look that shit. I guarantee you it's gonna say around 40 million. But it's been saying that shit since I was like fucking 14. That it's only like 40 something million people, black foundational black Americans in the United States. But they've been lying about those numbers forever. And
41.9 million.
I know.
So then let's say
sure.
Let's up it. 100 million people.
It's easily.
Let's say 100 million black people.
And black people, because of our history, people that know their history would never sign that census. Would never do that.
Let's say 100 million. Let's even do more than that. There's how many people in America? I'm gonna look that up.
Like 300. It's like between 300 and 400, I think. That's like like something like that. I think I'm just guessing.
I'm gonna because here's the thing about it. I'm gonna assume there's at least 10 million black people in New York right now.
We're not talking about black people though. We're talking about FBA people.
I'm talking about FBA. I'm not talking about black people. How many people are in New York? Probably
like New York City is like 14.
State.
Probably like 18ish.
Okay, and I'm gonna say at least 7 or.
Oh yeah, easily. See, that's the thing, though. And
so
the more you travel this country.
Let's say if this is accurate, 329 million, I'm going to say a third of that is black people.
Well, this is what I be trying to tell people, too. When they be trying to say, oh, well, no, there's more Latinos now. I'm like, well, a big portion of, like, Latino people actually identify as black people. So it just depends on what they check that day. Mm-hmm. So, and genetically, it will correspond. Fam, up until now, like, I know that there's a larger population of, like, Mexicans in New What?
So this is what it would be if they gave 100 million people $1 million.
Like 1 to the power of 14, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
That's $1 trillion.
Dog.
And they're proposing 4?
The original contract. See, the thing is, this is why this shit gets convoluted. Because most people that's on looking with this story, they be like, oh, well, you know, they took your ancestors from Africa. They made them slaves. And y'all didn't get no effects of that other than a little bit of racism, right? Mm. But when you look at the context of like, no. We were here before those ships from Africa came, before those ships from Europe, and before all those migrants came through and they go over to Bering Strait, we were here.
No, that's 100 trillion.
When you look at it like that, there is no dollar amount that you can give anybody from our lineage to okay and be like, oh, yeah, slave. Now, there's things you can do to help, like, rectify some of the, like, generational damage. And I'm like, with all these schools now having to admit that they basically not off charging students, white students at that, because black kids couldn't go there. Nobody else could go there. They didn't make, Harvard didn't become a $1 billion institution charging rich white kids for education. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do that at all. But what they did have is like, you know, you got Brown University, MIT, Harvard, not to mention the public schools, right? All these, and dealing in this cattle of humans. Bro, they talking about dollars amounts, and what about land masses? If you can prove Aboriginal and so-called African-American FBA people have been here longer than anyone else, how the fuck do they not have colonies and
reservations and all that shit? Because they know what we're going to do with it. They've seen what you
That's what I'm saying.
They've seen what happens.
You think
we're
going to give you a government-funded Black Wall Street again? Get the fuck out of here.
They've seen what happens when you give black people
so
land
it becomes
and resources.
One thing I don't do conversation is talk to non-FBA people
about it. We're the most resourceful people with
nobody else's opinion cares.
We're the most resourceful people with the least resources every time. From the beginning of them clocking our history.
So you do that, a lot of record labels is going to lose money.
Oh, yeah.
You do that a lot. And see, the thing is, a lot of people don't think that about our culture because they only hear about the negatives and stuff like that. And all they're going to do is go spend it. I heard this white guy saying that black people shouldn't get reparations because all they're going to go do is spend it at Mercedes and Cadillac and Gucci.
I would slap the shit out of him.
I wouldn't because that's, okay, that's your observation. But my thing is, so?
Yeah, well, who the fuck cares what we spend it on? That's our fucking money.
What is Jerusalem spending? What is Israel spending their money on right now?
Right.
That's coming out of our taxpayers' money,
right?
Because of what Hitler and the Nazis did to them. Nobody's asking that. I don't see nobody on these reservations asking them what they. I seen a whole bunch of so-called Native American friends of mine get money on 18th birthdays and buy big trucks and
I hate
shit like that.
You know what I hate too is when I'm on like
difference?
Facebook and people always want to equate the Holocaust being worse than what black people go through.
They're both horrible.
Exactly, but
one's not worse than the other. They're both horrible.
But here's where I'm landing on that. I feel like the Jewish people made out better in the grand scheme of things.
What Jewish people? Because there's a lot of Jewish people under persecution right now, but they don't look a certain hue, and they're not identified as those that need to be protected.
Right.
So, nigga, there's Jewish people dying as we speak for simply being Jewish.
But you know what Jewish people I speak of. If you really think, okay, but you know what I'm talking about. If you're talking about on the scale of how we live and everything, do Jewish people are they not doing better than us?
How many Jewish people have you ever lived around?
That's real. I get that.
Don't be that guy.
I get that.
Hold on.
Amish
go to
people
Bushwick.
Jewish,
fuck all that. Go to Bushwick or some shit like that and be around a poor ass Jewish kid and realize that every fucking Jewish kid don't got millions of dollars tucked somewhere.
Right.
That's just a racist stereotype.
Who controls
different
most
than the
of
stereotypes
music,
that we
though?
got. And which white people?
There's a
What do
lot.
you mean?
There's
White
a lot
people?
of Jewish folks in that.
Let's name them. That controls music, like. 'Cause
Or
I'm just saying,
owns a record
'cause you
label.
hear-
Well, I can
so
controls
now,
music.
so now, because you have a group of white people that were persecuted and murdered because of the type of white people they were.
Right.
So when they came to America and were being protected and seen the same black soldiers that was over there dying and killing for their liberation, I might do it. I got money and I can actually own a business. I might do some business with you. See, being willing to work with black people, and now you reap the benefits of it because black people was talented as fuck, and now you dominate the music space because a certain white class of people would not deal with Negroes.
Right.
Right? Hey man, you Jewish old people over there, y'all go over there, you go deal with them over there. And now that Elvis ain't popping, right? So you like now that it done changed and it's switched, and now
Now we gotta get in on this.
now you have people like, oh man, well Jewish, now you want to blame them for owning record labels? Like, I think that sounds like a good investment. If I'm gonna invest in music,
Why not invest in the
why
music
not invest
that's
in
winning?
allegedly the most musically gifted people?
Right.
Right? Now, how you treat those people in business, that's another conversation.
Right.
Splits, etc., all that, another conversation. But if we go that route, then you're neglecting most of the black billionaires and
That are
millionaires
involved
in this
this.
country
You're right.
come from the entertainment era. Having a contract, a deal with who? With someone that might have a what last name. So
Right.
that's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's that they put that out there because you don't really think about who controlling. Well, shit, they can't have that much power. If they still need to be protected by the government, by our government, militarily.
I even think it's a Jewish group that and forgive me for I'm not attacking Jewish people, I promise you. I think it's a Jewish group that ended up buying Taylor Swift's whole fucking masters.
No, her agent, her manager bought her masters.
What?
Yeah, damn right.
Are you serious?
Right.
Because she says some type of like.
She's a goddamn liar.
She says something group on.
Just like most artists,
she was on
respectfully,
stage.
most artists lie when it comes about their paper. Most artists
So hold on.
don't like to admit that they are fucking stupid when it comes to music business.
Oh, so
and when they do something stupid, they like to play victim and be like, "Oh no, my God, like I didn't know," and fuck out of here. Yeah, it's her manager. He used to be her manager. But he was the pop manager. Hey, bro, she's Mace and he's Puff. No different. The only thing is,
making so much money right now.
as he should be.
I'm not. I respectfully. He's
But
making
it's
so
the same
much
situation.
bread.
She's Mace, he's Puff.
Yeah.
So you weren't talking that shit when you sold him to him.
When
That's
you
the
did-
thing,
when-
though.
And that's the thing. Okay, so you know what artists need to do is they need to
Educate themselves on music
and
business.
quit going for the instant gratification. Like, cool, you'll give me.
No, you can do that.
You'll give me $30 million right now.
You know why you can do that? Guess who has a 360 deal and you never hear him complain about it?
Who?
Rihanna. Now, how does her 360 deal make her a billionaire and everybody else is complaining about their 360 deal? Because maybe your ass wasn't big enough to sign a 360, stupid. So that $2 million, that wasn't a good deal because you don't yield enough
To pay the $2 million
without them making you big enough
Right.
to ever do that. Rihanna was popping.
Yeah.
She's been popping.
So
Like,
you're
I'm
right.
Rihanna.
She never needed
So
another
if I
advance.
do that, guess what that means? Guess what I tell my team? I want to get into fashion. I want to get into cosmetology. So now what has cosmetics?
All
So
this
now-
shit's gonna go pay
So
back
now
this
Fenty
advance.
is
Yeah.
popping, and now you got the
But already had
foundation.
hits.
You got the foundation.
Right.
You already got the relationships, the connections.
Right.
Nigga, these are just phone calls away for you to be on that magazine cover. This is just a phone call away for you to be in that movie.
Because she got a whole store out here already, right?
So I'm just saying, she has one of the hottest brands, period. I don't know where her shit is.
I
don't
know
what it's doing.
there's one here
I
on
don't
the
even
strip.
keep up
There's
with it
one
like
here
that.
on the
All I know
strip
is-
now.
And what did she do? That was genius. She, as a black girl, she said, you know what? I'm going to make makeup that black girls don't have to mix so it matches their skin color. Now, all of a sudden, L'Oreal and all the other companies,
Yeah.
they magically found the right colors to match with brown girl skin. So it all comes from like systemic racism and exclusion.
Right.
So now that I got the foundation to be excluded.
Right.
I'm gonna look like a genius.
Didn't Rihanna pull her fucking cosmetics out of like Sephora or some shit because they were racist?
I don't know.
I believe somebody. I know somebody like that did. They pulled their shit.
It's probably her.
Did some racist shit to like a black influencer.
She's the only one that has her shit. She has
pulled her shit.
And that's really all it is, bro. You know how many girls in my family?
Do you know how much that hurts for a company?
Complained
though?
About that for years.
Do you know how much that hurts for a company to lose the Rihanna plug?
Fuck that. They don't care. Peep this. Beyonce would do an ad.
Yeah.
Tyra Banks, one of these celebrities, right? And damn near every black girl will look at them and be like, so what they do? Make makeup just for you to make this damn picture?
Yeah, because we don't see this in the store.
Because they don't sell this color brown in the store. They don't sell this. They don't make this color. I got to mix these colors and put it on. Hey, that's why a lot of black girls don't wear makeup. Because of that. Like now, that shit now. So think about all them girls that stop wearing makeup because of that. Because your skin's breaking out because you mixing shit, nigga, just to like look normal.
To blend.
And it's never going to match your fucking neck and your regular skin. Now you look like you doing, you know what I mean? That's just something that I grew up around my sisters and other women. I just grew up always hearing that. I'm like, man, what's so popping about Fenty? And then Fenty, what's popping about Rihanna shit? And to a T, I don't have to mix it. No, I got it. I don't have to mix it. I don't have to do that. They got all their shit right then and there. It's just there. Boom, boom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like normal. We're talking inclusion, bro. Bollywood. Why'd they make Bollywood, bro? We got money. We out here. We doing our thing. And y'all don't want to give our actors any jobs.
Asians do the same thing. They have their own, like, there's superstar movie stars over there we'll never know about that are fucking dumbass. Look at Chow Yun Fat, bro.
It's like that in Africa. Yeah, it's like that.
Chow Yun Fat has 3 movies that were hits here, but is, I think, the richest man in the country he lives in, if not top 3.
I believe it.
Because he has so many movies there.
Well,
He's
it's like that.
So big of a person.
Every continent you can say that about. Because in Europe, they got European movie stars that we don't know at all.
That we'll never hear about, right?
Well, I mean, Netflix. I got a homeboy. I'll be calling that nigga the British Brad Pitt. Nigga, he be in there, nigga. He be acting his ass off.
Nigga probably got
movies,
hundreds of millions of dollars. Fucking icon there. You know what I'm saying?
That's the difference.
But it's some of our American actors that probably aren't icons over there.
Well, you know they got the Klay Thompsons.
Right.
Them shit sell out.
And they're sold out in Asia for sure. Li Ning.
So think about it. Li Ning is like Nike over there.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Nigga, because why would Dwayne sign with them? Why would Clay sign with them? They could all sign with who the fuck they want to sign
Damon
with.
Jones, the first person to ever sign with him.
Right. Anybody could sign with who they want to sign with. Niggas signing with Li Ning for a reason. You know, Nike came to Clay for a shoe. Ain't no way that they
all had Nike deals.
Right. Ain't no way
but
that they did.
But it's like LeVar Exposed. What they do is they just have a shell deal for the black kid coming out of college to the NBA. They can market, they can cap you because how many black kids coming to the NBA draft have millionaire parents?
0.1%.
We know the blueprint. We gotta buy your mom's house. So the agent is gonna come to you in college, nigga, when you just had your worst game, nigga, and be like, "Don't worry about it. This is what we gonna do. I'm gonna give you this $100K. I'm gonna give you basically you don't know this. I'm gonna give you my old Range Rover because I just got a new one, and then probably give your mom my old house, nigga. Like you know what I'm saying, or one of the houses I own. We'll give your mom a house. So now in your ghetto mind,
you felt this like white dude,
this young white dude that took me out the hood. Gave me $100K, helped me put my mom's on. I'm indebted to him. Now he comes in 6 months later and be like, "Yo, bro, I know you really like the people at Adidas, and it don't seem like this Nike deal is as good because Adidas paying $3 million more."
It's because he has some type of relationship with Nike.
This deal with Nike is better because of this, because of that, and that's the game. LeVar Ball broke all that shit up.
When you should be going to get that $3 million.
That extra $3 million.
Saying fuck the Nike deal. I need to say
no. When you should just remember your agent works from you. The day that your poor ass signed a contract with him, he became your employee.
Right.
So when he's negotiating, when he's dictating the plays, you just got to know you're one of 1,300 men he's done this to, and this is his job.
Right.
He already got to deal with Nike.
Right.
The reason why he got you to take that 2.8 over that 4.5 or something like that, 5 or 6, is because nigga he getting 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nigga, please.
And niggas wonder why Lamar Jackson has yet to sign his big contract. Yeah. Oh, guess what? And his mother's his agent.
Right, yeah, you right.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Because they complicate what they don't want you to know. Mm. It's not hard to be a fucking agent.
It's really not, because you're
the number one DJ. Yeah. I'm your agent. Ring. Hello? Is this Doc On's agent? Yeah.
We need him to DJ the Super Bowl or some shit.
No, fuck that. We got a Bubble Gum. We're bringing that back.
Yeah.
We got about $5 million for 13 ads and probably about over 3 years. Can he commit to that? No, give me a second. We'll get back to you.
That's it.
You on the sticks playing video games because you off, nigga. You chilling. Hey, bro, pause that.
3 mil, 13.
Remember that Bubble Gum shit when we was kids? Like, they talking about bringing that back. They want you to be DJing a party, nigga. Woo. I give you the skeps. You like, honestly, bro, I like Trident.
Or I just,
hold on. No. You difficult. You the number one DJ. Nigga, hold on. Nigga, I ain't gonna bet. What do you got going? What kind of ads you got going on for your Trident line? Because, I'm assuming the companies, they be owned by the same shit. Okay, well, we'll do this. That's a difficult day being an agent. Is that they want you to do this and you want to do something else, and I got to break it to them and we figure out a medium ground. Well, how about he do the Bubble Gum and then we'll give him his own Trident flavor. This is agency shit, nigga. Right. This is all agents do. And you can't do none of that shit if you not that nigga. If you not that female.
Yeah,
if
you're not
that guy. I don't care who your agent is. The best thing he can do is say that because I got LeBron and you want LeBron to do that commercial, give my boy Dre this spot right here.
Nigga, Rich Paul, as great as he is, probably couldn't finesse me a record deal right now.
Rich Paul, yes he could right now.
You think so?
Yeah, easy.
With where I'm at, I'm saying. Not off him and his.
Fuck you mean? Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. You know why?
Why?
Because one of them niggas want to do something with LeBron.
That's real. Yeah, that gives him access, right?
Nigga,
that's real.
I'm just saying, like, in LeBron's world of status, you know what him playing your music do on his social media?
Right.
Or, like, him just lending his name to executive producer like he did on the Future Project? Like, it's just certain things he can do to make you more, seen, kind of. Like, he can do that.
Right.
With a whole different audience, nigga. LeBron got fans that don't know one rap song. All over the world. So he can definitely get, nigga, Rich Paul definitely can get you that. Because it'll be something that ain't got shit to do with nothing, bro. It'll be like, nigga, look. It'll be like this. Look, you want me to sign who? All right, when I check this out. Check this out, fam.
He's not popular right now.
I got them LeBron ones. I need a signature, fam. I need them signed.
Right.
Like, all right, hold on, nigga. I'm just handing jerseys. I'm just pulling out, nigga, memorabilia. All right, well, nigga. And not just LeBron, nigga. Think about his lineup.
Right.
I got signature. I need some shit signed, bro. I need pictures. I need somebody to come to one of these kids' birthday parties,
right?
So I can be the man. I got all type of shit that I can ask you for favors for. Rich Paul is the exact person that you want to do a favor for.
That you want to do a favor for, right?
You ain't say this nigga had to go platinum. You
right.
That's record deal. What he do with his deal is him.
Right.
You know how much standard deals go out?
Yeah.
Nigga, standard deal, $2 million of 5 records. Now, you don't even want that, but if that's what you needed to get in, you might put your head down and be like, don't trip, nigga. 3 of these records y'all got I made in high school.
I'm getting
you feel me?
Shit. Here.
You know, like, nigga, yeah, I'm going to get out of this quick and get back to it, right?
Yeah. I might not even spend your $2 million.
Taking that
I might
$2
give
million,
you the $2 million
no,
back.
No, you taking that $2 million because that's yours. You taking that $2 million.
You're going to have to end up paying that back if it's a bonus.
You taking that it depends on how you negotiate the deal, right? So I'm saying it on the strength of, like, that's your cash.
If it was a guaranteed $2 million, no matter what I did.
$2 million deal, you get $2 million right here, and then not counting your budget, what we gonna spend on you, but it's for 5 albums.
Okay.
Right? Because it's a favor, and so I'm giving you the standard as if like nigga, you somebody that we wanted, nigga, and it was just like, yo, we gonna make him the next so and so.
Right.
That's the same deal they getting.
Right.
So I'm just giving you the standard, nigga. The deal is set up to screw you. Mm-hmm. You supposed to be on that deal for the rest of your career, possibly. Now you're gonna be able to live off the notoriety that I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you you're gonna probably get a couple features,
some royalties,
because we got to make some money back. We're gonna give you a couple features, your little bullshit royalties, nigga, and then you're gonna be a slave to your music because you're gonna tour and rap this shit to everybody in the world that will listen to you. That's the music industry in a nutshell.
For real.
So yeah, nigga, if you got a guy like Rich Paul online, you can get that. Hey, bro, the CEO just might want season tickets. And they might be hard to get.
Let me get season tickets.
Man,
I'll
these
sign.
Laker joints is hard, these Laker joints is hard to get, man.
I'll sign your boy if you can give me them seasons. Here you go.
Man, don't LeBron got a basketball camp? Man, my grandson, man, he's good, but he needs some work, man, and he really wants to play. He's a good kid.
Right.
Now you got a 5-star motherfucking LeBron James Skills Academy camp getting better, getting exposure that you wouldn't get, nigga. But nigga, Rich Paul put in that call because he wanted, you know what I'm saying? Your daddy nigga's in charge of signing niggas at motherfucking Universal Records.
Right.
You know what our biggest regret is? My biggest regret is, culturally? It's not seeking employment in cultural things. Like, I don't know why I went to school and was talking about studying journalism and doing shit like that and psychology.
Fucking A&R.
Why in the fuck was and I always wanted to be an A&R. Yeah. You know why? Because the culture around us is to shit on it. If a little black girl,
and the culture around us is also built to be built to be the rapper and the
if
star.
If a little black girl
aspiring to be the A&R,
I'm just saying that's another level of it.
Yeah.
But if a little black girl walks past the neighborhood, starts singing, and she don't sound like Beyonce or Whitney Houston right then, everyone in that community that claims to love her is gonna tell her to do something else. That's
real. Instead of honing
a fear-based
skill,
thing.
right?
Right. It's like when LL's nigga. I mean, Hov said his uncle told him, "Boy, you never gonna sell as many records as LL Cool J. You gotta get this shit up and get a job."
Right.
He said I remind that nigga that shit every day. He didn't put it in 4 or 5 songs to the point where he said his uncle has gotten at him like, bro,
stop fucking doing
I damn near helped you. I mean, I'm good uncle, nigga. Like you gotta
keep doing me like that.
Didn't believe in you and shit. Like,
I was
what about all
hater.
the positive shit I said?
I was the hater every time.
Right.
Huh? That's who I am.
But what it was is but what you said meant something to me.
Right. It was the reason that I went and did what
and
the
so
fuck I did.
it burned in my head, nigga.
Right.
Like fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show this dude.
Mm-hmm.
And the generation before the next generation is always a little more fearful.
Right.
And a little less free. I don't care what your skin color is. If it's not going that trajectory, we need a new revolution. Hey, man, Thomas Jefferson said, I rape and pillage so that my grandson could be a farmer. That's some gangster shit.
That is, bro.
You don't justify this exterminating cats, killing them, women, children, all that.
Your kid to be a farmer.
So my kid can just be a free farmer. Because I was coming from persecution. Hey, they say hurt people hurt people. That's why America's kind of fucked up, bro. Like, it's founded on that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like, when you talk about the, like, institutions of learning, you're supposed to be at Harvard learning. And they have spent 20-something years and millions of dollars covering up how they made billions of dollars selling black bodies. People don't forget. I mean, I don't forget, but, like, a lot of people don't understand what was sold on Wall Street.
Yeah. What does Black Friday mean?
What was the first person, or not person, what was the first thing or first commerce produced and sold on Wall Street?
Niggas
people came from all over the country to Wall Street to buy black people.
And niggas don't even realize that's what Black Friday was.
I know. That's why in my household growing up, you could never get that off.
Like, nigga,
hey, bro, the best way,
Friday
I told this lady
nigga?
last year, she just sent me a little coupon because I had shopped with her before on her little shit.
Right.
And she was just like, yeah, Black Friday, sweetie, I'm doing a special gift for return customers. And I sent her a nice little soliloquy. Yeah, respectfully. I won't ever buy anything from you on Black Friday, love.
I'm not buying anything from anybody on
I don't
Black
even
Friday.
go to picnics, love.
Right.
We go to cookouts.
You know what this day means?
We go to cookouts. We go to barbecues and picnics. Because if you start studying the root and the history of those words, those were only taking place when a lynching of a black person was going on.
Yeah.
Barbecue originated. You're barbecuing us, sir. But when you don't have that cultural conversation, you know what I mean? Like families, when I moved to Reno, offended my mother when I was young, and I had to get permission to go over here because they done fucked around and made a flyer and for the basketball team, and we're gonna go to this picnic. No, my son's not going to that.
You mean pick nigga?
My son's not going to that.
Yeah.
But see, if you're in Chicago, D.C., Baltimore, or something like that, bro, you already know that.
Yeah.
Non-black people know that history.
Mm-hmm.
A teacher is never going to send a pamphlet home to a
Says
black
a
kid
picnic.
and invite them to a fucking picnic
Right.
or a barbecue. There's a certain amount of education and respect for that culture. But to me, bro, when you look at it, that's American. That's American history. How the fuck you should have to know that. Yeah, a lot of racism comes from like people that ain't born here, but like they come here and they just decide they don't like black people. Like, well, how is that so? And your family's been here 10, 15 years. Was that taught to you?
Right.
Was it an experience that you went through? Maybe you was poor. You had to go live in one of the worst black neighborhoods, and niggas could be cruel too, man. Like maybe you was getting picked on and bullied, and you was like, man, fuck it, I don't like those people, right? But history should be so much more like used as a measuring stick before certain leadership roles. And I'm not talking about from immigrants. I'm talking about just from American citizens. Right. Like you got motherfuckers running for office right now that don't know simple history as it pertains to like a mass amount of people that live here. And it's like if you teaching the circular things that are based in like falsehoods and like meant to separate people. Like America's, I mean, we're in a situation now, bro. It's like it's a clusterfuck. It's why a kid like will say, "Oh, I went all the way through school and I don't feel like they ever really taught me anything." To some people, man, that's metaphoric. Some people, they're being literal. Like, yeah, like, bro, I have to struggle to really just find things that a teacher taught me in school. You know what I mean?
School taught me how to interact with other fucking people, how other races acted towards other people. It didn't teach me shit.
I would honestly say, man, in hindsight, bro, like school is very like preparatory for like the workforce. You're gonna have that boss or manager that you don't like that's a little stricter than the other manager or boss. You're gonna have certain shifts on certain days you like pertaining to the workload and the people that you're around versus others, right? So I just think that should just prepare you to get a job.
It does.
And or more so work for others. Work for someone.
Well, yeah, think about it. The reason that high school kids start school so early is to prepare them to get up early for work.
Yeah.
You know that?
About that?
Yeah. It is to prepare them to get ready for a work day.
All while like never reminding them that they have the possibility, more so at that age group.
What happened?
Hold on. More so at that age group to create their own work day.
What happened to, and here, okay, if you're creating a work day, what happened to shop class? What happened to...
That creates too much independence.
What happened to auto? What happened to the trades that we used to teach these kids in high school when, even this was still in high school when we went to high school?
Not trade. I didn't have that.
Not trade. Okay, so it's
you can do a little auto shop class.
Our older siblings,
but you wasn't leaving with a fucking certificate that allowed you to go work on a car.
Right, that's probably my older brother, even our parents' generation.
I got a godmother graduated high school as a licensed cosmetologist because that came with her.
That's what I'm saying,
and that's
bro.
what she
like,
did for 40 years, nigga. Like own shops and all that. Like
you don't have home ec teaching people how to cook and shit no more in middle school. None of that shit.
I wonder if that damn, they don't do home ec at all?
No. All extracurriculars.
Home
Nigga,
ec
I learned how to play the keyboard from the extracurricular activities. What?
Home ec? For real? Damn. And you've been teaching how many years now?
Home ec's been gone for a long time,
teaching,
bro.
right?
We're lucky, like, sex ed's next.
I worked at one.
Oh, I ain't worried about that.
I'm just saying all that shit is...
But that was because
Let's talk about that. Go ahead.
I worked at one charter school that offered those trade classes, but that's because that was their focus.
That's a
And
charter
it was a charter school. Right. No, I get it.
Whose focus was
Damn, bro, that's
But
crazy.
this used to...
You know what the issue is? No Child Left Behind and the push for everyone to be college bound.
Well, I've said this already in a
Which is
podcast before. Some kids and some people are built to have a trade and work a trade. So if you teach them a trade to have when they turn 18 and get out of fucking
All
high
people
school,
are built that way, fam.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they are. But there's some kids who really want to be mechanics out there. Like that's their fucking dream is to work on cars.
They dumb that down.
To do all of that.
They dumb that down, right? You see how they make that kid feel like he's a loser, like he's not a clean cut, educated.
When motherfucking auto mechanics if you're a good fucking auto mechanic, you get bread, nigga.
And guess what else though?
Independence.
So why would I be breeding that to the poorest people of society?
Yep, and then you cut off college because that kid.
Why do you think Ivy League schools don't be having like homework and class schedules like all the other colleges?
Because you tell me
because it's not there for education; it's there for networking.
Tell me right now, if there was like automotive in every school, right, and it was treated like a sports team and shit, nigga, you would have mechanic companies and fucking NASCAR and shit going to schools to get these motherfuckers, bro. No. You missing it. You got nigga LeBron can't play in the NBA by himself. Right.
He can't go start his own league right now. That's the difference. If LeBron is the number one mechanic coming out, why the fuck would I work with you, Toyota?
No, you might because say they're not Toyota.
I might partner with Toyota.
But I'm talking about like a NASCAR thing.
I might contract myself with NASCAR.
But think about you're not gonna contract yourself with NASCAR unless you're okay. I see what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying?
If you're building engines,
it's always lucrative for me too.
Right.
It's a partnership more. You're not gonna just screw me over because I have the one thing that you don't.
But I'm saying if you treated automotive shit as because there is, and that's the fucked up part about it. Like nigga, there's Indy racing, there's fucking NASCAR racing. Right. These are fucking sports, right? But like you said, because there's no fucking college route to it. We're not gonna put it in school as a. Why wouldn't you put that in as a sport?
You're missing one thing.
What?
That ain't for us.
No, I'm not even talking about just for us. I'm talking about just for people, period. How do you say
that's for rich people, fam?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
You talking about sports that you might look at all that sports and see they're smart what they do. They market that shit like a blue-collar sport.
It's not because
nigga,
you can't. You
know how you got that nice-ass hundreds of $1,000 car. You got to wreck it, fam, and you got to fix it.
Hold on. Fuck getting.
You got to have a couple of those.
No, fuck that. Let's talk about the process to getting there. Let's talk about your family having to have money to put you in go-kart races and have 4 different go-karts. And then you got to go to the next thing up, which whatever it is, have 4 different of them. The next thing up, have 4 different.
Now add golf and tennis to that.
Nigga, millions of dollars.
Add sailing and lacrosse. All these shits is sports. Polo is a sport.
Yeah. But that shit is not something you got to be in a country club.
Every sport isn't accessible. Like exactly, you can't beat another Tiger. Tiger Woods' dad went through exceptional shit to get him that good because at the time, most golf course and country clubs in the country didn't allow Black Americans,
right?
By rule.
Yeah. So no,
they had to change the rules in '92 for the PGA Tour so Tiger's black ass could be a part of it. Yeah, but we want to act like in 2022 that shit is so like
NASCAR is definitely not.
Dog, all that shit.
You don't just you don't get drafted.
Your only chance is never make a mistake.
Yeah.
You better not ever wreck. Nope. Nothing, nigga. Blow an engine, nothing.
You don't get drafted to NASCAR, nigga. Just say that. You don't get drafted to boxing.
Not a draftable sport.
You don't get drafted to fucking golf. You don't get drafted to lacrosse. You don't get drafted to none of that shit, nigga.
But that's why you could name somebody exceptional from all those sports that you just named that is financially and economically peaked.
Right.
Past every other guy that has a sport that drafts you.
Because
there's a ceiling.
Look at Dale Earnhardt Jr., who never won a fucking NASCAR race and a championship, came from a dad who won multiple. You
see how low the bar is to be wealthy in these sports?
Is my nigga. He's like you said. He's like LeBron money.
Think about all the golfers, nigga, that ain't never won. That's rich as fuck. And now go to the tennis players. Now
golf is different because golf pays handsomely.
Now go to the
for even
that's
last
what I'm saying.
place.
That's
nigga.
what I'm saying. Now go to Payless. Now why wouldn't they do that for anything else? You gotta be the best, boy. Yeah. You gotta be the fucking creme de la creme over here. Nigga. Are we not giving you shit?
Hey. Nigga, a nigga like us get on a PGA tour, we straight. We don't care if we come in last. We getting like 10 bands every fucking weekend.
More like 60.
I
think like the lowest a niggas leaving was with 60.
Every weekend.
Not to count your sponsorships and all that shit.
Every weekend.
Right, and then your fame grows so you can do other little things with that.
I'm just going to every weekend. Just.
Hold on. Golfing, though.
Last place. Golfing.
You go watch that the first couple days of those tournaments and tell me, and you tell me that everybody there trying to win. Bro, every motherfucker smiling and shit, having a good old grandiose time.
The
nigga.
niggas trying to win is the top 15. That's the niggas you.
The people that got business trying to win, bro.
Right, the niggas who expect hundreds of thousands to millions per fucking tournament. If you the bare minimum, nigga, you only expect the 60. Anything above that,
it's a win.
You killing. You happy as shit.
Fucking win, bro.
You done spent that in your head already. Like, all right, nigga, I done bought a new car, nigga, for that extra little.
And you're considered a grinder.
Right.
You're considered a guy that grind his way up, not a dude that had to sign 4 or 5 nigga 10-day contracts.
And tennis the same way. You get paid per event, nigga. You're not contracted.
And sponsorships.
Right. You're not contracted to fucking.
That's
why Bubba Wallace fucking almost couldn't race, nigga, because he couldn't find all the sponsorships. If it wasn't for Jordan and Denny Hamlin stepping in, like.
Because that's not for him.
Nigga.
And we're not about to sponsor your little black ass to be around our track drive. That is set aside for our boys.
He is the only black driver still.
So when you look at those things, it's not a wonder, man. Like, think about how, like, just the pay
just
scale.
Fucking hilarious.
Look at baseball. They'll draft a kid out of high school, 16 years old.
$250 million.
Pay him money, like pay him a couple million, tuck him in the motherfucking minors leagues, nigga, like where he's getting pampered and educated, right, on the sport. Look at the, like, all or nothing for basketball and football players.
That's real.
Because it's not treated as an opportunity. It's like a dangle. It's like, man, fuck y'all. Like, y'all don't really.
And look how.
We don't want longevity. We don't care about making a lot of you all famous, wealthy, or successful.
Let's be real about baseball, too. I feel like baseball is kind of easy to get into for the simple fact of, like, nigga, how many motherfucking NFL quarterbacks can be a pitcher? How many NFL quarterbacks do we know that have a contract in baseball?
They share spaces. Pitchers and quarterbacks.
Cap.
They share spaces.
Signed to who? Kansas City.
All of them. They share spaces.
Before he decided to go play football.
Russell Wilson.
For who he signed
Tyler,
to. Yeah.
All these cats do the same thing, bro. Like Tom Brady. Yeah. Like, they all could have played baseball.
Right.
Peyton Manning, I think, could have played baseball if he wanted to.
Everybody that plays baseball can't play football.
It's a mindset.
You feel what I'm saying? Almost every football player can play baseball.
I will say this, though. It's a lot of baseball players that did play football growing up. Like, they say Alex Rodriguez was the truth of football.
I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, nigga, you don't see a lot of football or baseball to football. You see football to baseball.
Because why would I go from guaranteed contracts with no salary cap to a league that can cut me because, nigga.
And where I don't got to get hit. I ain't got to run
life
much.
Nigga, it's not abnormal to be 41, nigga, and playing baseball. Like, the fuck? Nigga, you know, the
Roger
NFL.
Clemens was like 45, nigga.
NFL.
Cortisone out his
NFL is like 30. I think it's like, what? No, NFL is like 3 years for like a running back. The life expectancy of an NFL running back, the overall league, you're beating the odds and damn near a veteran at year 4 or 5.
That's why that nigga Brady is such a fucking Brady and Bron are fucking.
Yeah, bro. Like, that's just not
phenoms,
something
bro.
that you do.
20 and Kobe what? 18,
20.
20. Like, come on, bro. 20 years of that. Like, niggas work 20-year jobs, yeah, but niggas sit down
and you still feel like that dude. Be at any job 20 years, nigga, you run that shit.
Right.
In your own little way, you run that joint. You know what I'm saying?
But you talking about these niggas go through in football. All right, let's talk about football player for 20 years.
Your body.
You're getting hit. Brady got sacked more times in like the last like 3 years, I think, than his whole career.
But still, your body.
Bruh.
Even a quarterback that don't get hit like that much because they protect them with the rules. Just the physical pounding you take as a quarterback.
This right here.
As a quarterback, bro.
How are you still doing this?
And
shoulder's got to be. It hurts. I guarantee.
And even if you don't get sacked, you're getting physically touched.
Yep.
Aggressively every play.
Bumped everything. But that's why pitchers have such a short life expectancy, nigga. Is because they have. I think you know what my theory is with pitchers. I think a lot of pitchers getting named because it's a thing that you're tapped with early. I went to high school with a cat that got drafted. I remember the Yankees and shit coming to our practice and all that shit. Nigga, like, he got drafted to the Marlins and out of high school. And the thing is, when you're identified as that prospect early, right,
it's showcased, and it's overused.
Yep.
I think a lot of pitchers come to the league
already
on the verge of being burnt out.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
Because of the pit, like
because you see him about 2-3 years
and you gotta
in,
prove it.
Shoulder surgery.
You got to prove it. Oh, this kid that's 16 and he throws this. Every tournament you go into, they're gonna want to see you throw it. Every college coach and scout that brings you in is gonna want to see you throw it.
Throwing your shoulder blade out
every day,
fucking
all
time.
you know, just and your body's still growing. You still got like all this loose tendons in there.
And don't let you have 100-mile-an-hour fastball where you're some type of fucking freak. Because that's what they want.
Yeah.
Fuck the breaking
that's
ball.
That's what I'm talking about. No, stop. When you're that young, like they rarely draft pitchers that got a lot of stuff at a young age.
They got that nigga that throws.
They go get the heater. They like, man.
That's the dude that almost fucking took your hand off with the basketball.
Yeah, several times, bro. Yeah, like yeah.
That nigga.
Yep. Bro, I've seen this cat throw a basketball, and you know you running on the drill shit, and you hear this shit like it's because basketballs really ain't meant to move like that. That shit is whistling.
You can hear it cut the air. Yeah.
You run down court like what? Hey, stop playing.
Stop playing.
I remember Coach Scott used to beep. Good call, son. Like, hey, he'll look at you like,
fucking kill you.
Man, don't try to catch that shit.
Did he ever be like, hey, stop throwing the fucking ball like?
All the time. You can't. It's some shit you can't turn some shit off. Like, my nigga, he's 6'6", 6'7", he'll get a rebound, and you know Kevin love that shit on the outlet.
Yep.
Bro, that shit be funny. I used to stay batting his passes down. Like, I'll just bat that shit down to the ground and just go right in my dribble. Like, bro, that shit coming fast. I remember one time we was playing this team from Oakland, and that nigga like threw me a backdoor layup. Dog, I remember.
David almost didn't catch it in time.
I remember my shit I didn't even score. Nigga, that shit got like beat it off the back because it was tight. Nigga, I tried to get in there and creep one nigga, got that shit beat it. But I remember the dude, he was just like, he looked and then he looked at me. He was like,
what the fuck?
Bro, I said, oh, no, that motherfucker's a pitcher. Like, he about to go to the league. He was just like, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I think he just heard it or seen it. Like, nigga, I ain't never seen somebody throw a basketball just move that fast. Like, and when you do, it's a basketball moment.
Right.
You know, it's a little zip pass. Like, it's a quick. It's like, why you pass that shit that fast? Nigga? Like, we on the top of the key, ain't no D. That nigga just zip. Like, bro, what is you doing?
I can't even get into my shot with that, nigga. You fucking up my whole shit, bro.
That cat used to have an arm, bro.
You imagine his bounce pass? That should be in the ceiling.
Yeah, I know. No, he can control the shit. Like, he actually could pass the ball well. It's just that but it'd be funny if he got a little emotional, like,
oh, shit.
Dog. I mean, sometimes he'll just turn around, my bad. Like, nigga, I ain't putting my hand up for that shit.
My fucking finger off, nigga.
A football, I'll try to catch it.
Yeah, but
that's
not
different,
basketball, bro. Nigga.
Like, it's just not.
What if your fingers tilted
exactly.
by a
You know how you stub your shit?
Oh.
Come on, bro.
I jammed my finger bouncing the ball, nigga, and that shit's horrible.
Yeah, so you can't.
Fucking 80-mile-an-hour basketball to a straight finger? Yeah, bro. You're done. That finger's broken.
You ruin your career. That should be shattered.
Yeah, you better hope.
You got a noodle finger.
Hope it ain't going through.
You'll get one of them joints that don't heal like back fluid. Your shit be like this.
Or over here.
Or like over there for the rest of your life. Like, nigga, just.
Your shit be like this.
It ain't worth it. That's what it's not.
Or your bone sticking out. Cause you think
bro,
a ball hits you that fast on a lock finger, that bone's gotta come out.
I'm shooting somebody. On that, hey. Sorry, America. Somebody's getting shot for that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? It's not even necessary. Speaking of getting shot, you're going to have to watch that fight, bro. It was actually entertaining. I got a question, though. It's about the Oscar Valdez fight. Hyped up like all of them. Like all the fights be. I'm getting to a point where I be wondering, like, you guys, same thing. You heard his trainer, and it's like a disdain for, like, to me, it was just like FBA hate. But, nigga, I always say that, so I ain't going to just go off of what I seen. But I'm looking at these two fights, very similar. I'm looking at, a game opponent fighting another fighter. Both happen to be FBA fighters, but they both happen to have legendary status and or future legendary status attached to their name. talking about Shakur Stevenson and Errol Spence. Both of their opponents were great fighters, but they were not American fighters. And I think that there's a stereotype that like looms internationally about black American men. And one of the main ones is that we don't work hard and we're not disciplined and we lack toughness.
All right, so I'm gonna interject on that because fuck that statement. I feel like any reason black people don't fight black people right now,
that's not
or not
what I'm speaking to.
What do you mean?
Well, let me finish real quick. I'll give it right to you. What I'm speaking to is the sentiment that goes out, the stereotypes that goes out. Like basically, you guys pretty much damn near admitted to that. Like you thought you was gonna stand in the pocket and be tougher and stronger than Errol Spence when we can see your ribs. Like you can't be, your boxing coach can't be damn near borderline Hall of Fame and that's stupid about boxing. There's a certain thing that clicks on. There's a certain, I'm not going to call it a racist.
Okay.
But there's a certain, and what happens is I've seen the same thing in the Oscar Valdez fight, Canelo's trainer. You could see Canelo at the fight, heartbroken, right? But it was just like, bro, like when I see Oscar fight, you had this kid thinking that he was going to walk down Shakur Stevenson?
Okay, so here's what it is.
It's like you do him a disservice.
I know
and
what
you
you're
see
talking
them
about.
after the fight really despondent, like, damn.
Everybody
I thought I was tougher than this kid.
Everybody looks at black fighters now like they're Mayweather.
Which is crazy to me because Mayweather was the biggest dog in the sport.
So, well, what I'm saying is they're saying because Mayweather was a counterpuncher and one of the best sweet science boxers there was.
For one half of his career.
Let me keep.
That's why I'm agreeing with you.
First half of his career, he was a knockout artist, so you hurt his hands. But everybody's going to go off what they know you last for. Most motherfuckers know Money Mayweather.
Who still was a dog.
And no, I'm not saying he wasn't, but he wasn't the knockout artist. He wasn't seen as the toughest motherfucker. He wasn't seen as, oh, that motherfucker gonna hurt you.
To casual fans. Because, like, when you look at any other boxing fans, we all know that.
But this is what I'm saying. This is a lot of casual fans out here we're talking about right now. I'm talking,
dog, I'm not talking about the fans.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the boxing fucking coaches, the trainers that know damn but because of their own bias,
that's what I mean.
They send these fighters in there.
It's that bias. It's that
when it's supposed to be a neck to neck.
It's because they all look at the black fighters as we're flashy. We're out there,
bro. Like, he don't punch hard.
We're out there for the style points.
That's what I keep hearing.
We're out there to look good.
But it's art to that,
nigga. What you don't realize is, nigga, a good counter punch with some style to it hurts.
Fuck style to it. They call it style.
But you know what I mean. It's not style to us. It's our natural just ability.
It's natural body movements,
what they call
nigga.
Style, that natural, you got that natural counter punch, nigga, that's nothing
it's something
but
you go through. If you're black and you play sports in America, you've had a coach, nigga, get at you for your natural gaze or something like that and say that you're a hot dog. And like, no, I'm sorry, I don't run like I got a penis up my butt.
I have or teachers that say, why you walk hella aggressive or whatever, because we have our little lean and our swag. It's like, I just walk like this. Fuck you mean? Like,
I don't even acknowledge that.
Right. Fuck you talking about?
You have such a swag about you. Like, what are you talking about?
No, I
walk. Shit. Heel toe, nigga.
But I just feel like, and you're absolutely right. Every one of those motherfucking coaches is a fucking idiot for not looking at not looking at all of Mayweather's, because that's what they're basing our fighters off of right now. All these stupid motherfuckers. Because look at Canelo.
I know the casual fans do that.
Canelo should have known better.
Damn near 40, almost 50 pounds more than Floyd.
No, I'm talking about for this side. Canelo should have known better that you weren't going to throw this man with Shakur Stevenson and not get him beat the fuck up.
Look, who's one of Canelo's top sparring partners?
Who?
Oscar Valdez. So the look that I seen on Canelo's face was a look of heartbreak and shock. Like, if this is, because Shakur said it. He was like, man, I will beat Canelo.
Yeah.
Nigga, I'll beat Oscar. He's like, I'll beat everybody in that steroid-filled gym.
But for all them motherfuckers, for all these coaches and all these people who are feeling like these Americans are soft, you have a hard time putting your fighters against these Americans. I see Canelo ain't fighting no Errol Spence's. Canelo, we'll see if he fights Shakur.
He ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, so
Shakur's too small anyway.
Oh, okay. So like Spence ain't gonna fight, or Canelo ain't gonna fight Spence
Or Crawford.
They'll beat his ass.
He won't. He's ran for the two black fighters in his division right now that were champions. Right. And his matter, he gave away his belt. He forfeited his belt because he didn't want to fight Charlo. He forfeited his belt so he didn't, when he had a chance to be undisputed, because he didn't want to fight Boo Boo Andretti. And then he just said that, he just wants a payday. So now, like, every Mexican fan that's a Canelo fan, they all just say, he's not good. He just wants a payday. But I'm like, he's the mandatory. He's an undefeated champion. And, yeah, he's a prize fighter, so why wouldn't he want to get paid for it? I'm just asking those same fans, what did they call it when Floyd Mayweather fought a Canelo, who was relatively still kind of making his name? Like, boxing fans knew Canelo, but he wasn't a household name really until he lost to Floyd.
Right, not like he is now.
He's cashed in more on the loss than any fighter I've ever seen in the history of the sport.
But you got to think about that. Everybody has who fought Mayweather.
That's crazy.
Your Mayweather, nigga, Logan Paul cashed in on a loss to Mayweather. It's like a Drake feature. It's something you do. It's something.
How do we get to line it up with Floyd, bro?
Because you got to think about it. You got to think about this. Because
line it up with Floyd.
It looks great on all aspects. Because you got to think about it. It's a win, no lose situation. Because one, you get to fight Floyd Mayweather, nigga. Your stock goes up. Win, lose, or draw.
And you're supposed to lose, kind of.
Hold on. Win, lose, or draw. Nigga, you'll make the most money
ever
you've ever made in a fight, nigga. You're on pay-per-view at that point. You probably never even really been a pay-per-view fighter beforehand. That's the win on the fourth hand.
That's facts.
What if you beat Mayweather, nigga?
Or no.
Hold on. I ain't went to the
you don't
last
even gotta
win.
beat.
I ain't went
All
to
you
the
gotta
last
do is
win.
perform all right against that nigga. Like, you get a couple punches in.
What if you beat Mayweather?
If you win 2 rounds, half the country gonna say you did.
You gotta let me go through all of it. I'm going through all the wins. It's in sections. What if you beat Mayweather? It's a far-fetched thing. Nigga, you might go down as the greatest fighter ever. Nigga, you beat Mayweather. And you get a rematch worth triple to 4 times the money because you beat Mayweather. What if you go 12 rounds and lose with Mayweather? Nigga, that loss done generated you the next however many fights of your life, and you could go win every one of those fights and be considered one of the greatest fighters because you lost to the man everybody who ever faced him lost to. That's not really – what are we saying? What are we saying? I lost to Mayweather, nigga, who lost to nobody.
And now you know why. And now you know why Floyd said no to some of these motherfuckers. So I'm not doing that for you because I ain't getting shit out of it.
Out of them 6, okay, and say you go 12 rounds and get one of these, a controversial win. He gets a controversial win. Nigga, you do a rematch worth double the fucking money. That's 7. That's 7 wins, no loss. 7 wins, no losses, nigga. You lose and don't lose. You lose and don't lose. Because if you lose to him and beat everybody else, you only lost to the greatest greatest fighter ever.
Hey, the funny thing is,
you know what I'm saying?
It's a couple players. Okay, you're pretty much right.
You only lost to the greatest fighter ever.
If I'm an Errol Spence or a young Terrence Crawford, a young Devin Haney, Shakur, that's where the double standard comes in. That's an L for me because nigga, I might be great enough to be undefeated for 50 fights too. You get what I'm saying? And I guess, but you're right though. I don't think it will hurt them.
No.
Like, it ain't gonna hurt them at all.
No.
But it's like only in your head if it's just like, I want to retire with that O2. Like, I don't want to have that. You know what I mean?
If you have the same Canelo mindset, you're a fucking millionaire. You're winning every fight. That fight catapulted you into fucking superstardom. A loss. And a win would have made you the biggest superstar of like the decade, my nigga.
That's why I don't like Canelo, because Floyd gave you that opportunity when you didn't necessarily deserve it or earn it.
Anybody.
And you won't give that to nobody in your division.
Yeah,
that's foul.
That's foul as fuck.
You won't give nigga Charlo or Andretti a chance to be great. And
because Mayweather didn't duck nobody.
And he gave you an opportunity too. Yep. Just because the fans was like, oh, Canelo, Cinnamon. He was like, y'all like him?
I'll fight him.
All right, man, line him up.
I'll give him a good $10 million payday.
Line him up. Then they start talking disrespectful. Oscar start talking disrespectful. So then they got a little contentious, and he was like, all right, man, we'll check it out.
Now I'm about to beat him.
Now I'm going to beat him up, nigga. I'm going to just stand in the middle of the ring and beat him up. And that's exactly what he did.
Up.
He's walking that nigga down in the first round.
there will never be another Mayweather a fighter like Mayweather, because Mayweather will change his fight approach to you mid-training camp and in the ring several times. You can't.
There'll never be a fighter that's in shape.
Yeah, you can't.
Floyd.
How do you compete with somebody's mind that works like that? Oh, you pissed me off. Oh, I can't fight with you in the middle of the ring. I already done spent half this training camp doing my fuck that. We gonna beat his motherfucking ass. Let's train to bang, nigga. Pause.
If you learn like the Mayweather stories and shit, there's just nothing that he's never not been able to do.
Right.
And his father's always had him in bigger competition. So like, I've heard Hall of Famers talk about legendary stories of Floyd being in the gym and literally like his dad getting on him and he fighting fucking teenagers and young Olympians and shit, nigga, and he was only in middle school.
And I can understand.
And he was getting in trouble if they scored on him. He was getting in trouble if he was losing, like, and he would dominate. It's a story of when his dad went to prison, right? When he was about to go pro, he stayed with an old, like, white guy that was, like, friends with his dad and uncles and stuff, just to, like, look after him until he came to Vegas. And the dude was rich, and dude owned the gym, like, an agency or something like that. So it was a couple of heavyweight and world champions and shit. They were training. That's where Floyd was going to get his training in and whatever until he came out. So Floyd's over there chilling, and he basically was like, it was motivation for Floyd because the nigga was rich, had a mansion, had all these nice cars and shit. He said every time Floyd would see something, Floyd would be like, man, I'm going to give me one of these. Like he said he was really driven by material stuff, right? Early. Like, nigga, I want one of these watches, right? So he said that, like, he realized that Floyd just didn't even know how good he was. He said he knew that everybody said he was good and all this stuff, and he knew that he beat, but he never computed to like, oh, I'm that guy, because his dad was always there and on him, and his uncles and all. They ain't never let him get big headed. Bro, he said Floyd was in there, and literally, a guy that like I can't even think of his name. He was a world champion. Floyd was a big fan of his as a youngster. He used to have his posters on his wall. So at this dude's mansion, Floyd then put this man's posters on his wall in his room.
Oh, he like beat him and then took his posters down, didn't he?
Nah, dude set him up. Like, you know, they in sparring, dude set it up. Dude come in, he's a world champion. And it wasn't until afterwards, you know, Floyd was excited, met him, took pictures with him and stuff. The guy was sitting him down and was like, Floyd, this is why you have to start getting serious about the training. We got to be a point. He was like, Floyd, you just dominated a world champion, an active world champion. These guys are coming in here to work out with you. Floyd was like 16. Floyd's never been a physically dominant person. No. So it's like, nigga, the fact that he's doing that at 16, not like he was a big 16-year-old, nigga. Like,
yeah, Floyd's biggest came after his first retirement.
So think about that. Like, you just out there beating people with skill.
And now I see why there's a reason Canelo don't want to fight a Spence, because nigga Spence has Mayweather's respect, nigga.
So when Manny Pacquiao and Canelo was literally damn near throwing their shoulder out of the socket trying to hit Floyd, they know that Spence gave him a stinger or a black eye, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Think about that.
Got him.
Think about that.
I bet Mayweather was hot.
They said he was.
Hot.
Nigga, they just released those stories that nigga was like, you know, because Mayweather brung in so many world champions and shit.
Right.
And he just whooping everybody's ass. Well, he went in there, he got it, but Spence noticeably, nigga, was, you know, doing it, holding it down, right? So they went about 6 rounds, nigga, like, you know, whatever. He said, Spence getting his shit cut off, like, excited, like, nigga, you know, it's the dog pound, though, nigga. They banging on shit, talking crazy,
doing
nigga, right?
It again.
Yeah, so, nigga, like, he said, that nigga Floyd, look at him, next nigga getting in there. Said Floyd, look at him, was like, because everybody was niggas was giving his product. Floyd heard him, was like,
nah, dog pound, nigga.
He was like, yeah, you was all right, man. You all right for a bitch. That nigga Earl Spence said, young boy, Earl Spence said, he said at first he's not really computing. He just excited. He know he held himself down. People giving him his love. He like, and then he said, wait, what'd you say? He said, and everybody in there was, oh, no trip, champ. That's Floyd. That's just how he talk when he training.
I don't give a
that nigga Earl Spence, he's like, no, that's how he talks to you niggas.
I ain't him.
That nigga said, man, strap him back up, nigga. Got back in there. He was like, they went, he said about 4 or 5 rounds. He said, then they was back again. He said, nigga, Floyd was like, man, what you want to do, little nigga? He's like, Earl was like, man, you can turn it. He's like, man,
turn
fuck
this
it.
shit. We can keep going. Turn the time off, nigga.
We gonna go to somebody dropping this motherfucker. Like, and they just went back at it and was going. And the dude tried to gas him and was like, so you made the champ quit, huh? And that nigga Earl was like, no. But I earned his respect.
Yeah, he said, he outlasted. I lost.
That nigga, no.
I lost, but
don't start that shit.
Don't call me no bitch.
But I earned his respect,
yeah,
though.
He ain't never gonna call me a bitch again.
He's not gonna talk to me like
right.
that.
He said,
and
no.
if you pay attention,
nigga,
Floyd keep telling Terrence, bro, come get some of this work with me so I can get you right for this fight. But nobody want to pay attention to that. He ain't offered to help Spence. No, he know, nigga, like, hey, Earl,
Spence
I know
don't
Earl
need
won't.
it. Yeah. What do you think this fight gonna happen?
Niggas, they already agreed on the terms.
Oh, did they? What's the split?
It's gonna be 60-40. Watch.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I thought it should.
They didn't release it
I thought it
officially,
should have been a 70-30.
But they
personally.
agreed on it.
But oh my God, Spence gonna beat that boy the fuck up. You gonna get him the fuck out of here. That's gonna be fight of the year.
Shit, might be the fight of the last few years.
That shit is that, bruh. Yeah, that's just gonna be.
You know what I mean? That's a goer right there. That's a whole.
And I can't wait for Crawford to lose so he can shut the fuck up.
This is my thing. I like Terrence Crawford.
I do too, but all that ducking, talking shit, I'm done with that.
I don't like the team around him. That's what I don't like Bomac. I can't stand that shit. And I'm gonna be honest with you too, bro. Like,
hey, it says Spence tells Crawford 38-1, still a good record, bro. That's fucked up. That's so fucked up, my nigga.
See, this is the thing, dog. This is where I think this fight is gonna get crazy and catch people off guard. I think a lot of Terrence Bud Crawford fans think that the way they see Earl fight is his only way of fighting. Go back to the Olympics. Go back. Earl can fight off his back foot, nigga, like Floyd, like everybody else can. He has his own style that he's decided was effective. He come in like a shark. He likes to put the pounding on you. He old school. He get your body out of there and finish you with knockout power in either hand, just like Terrence.
Right.
All that switch hitting shit. The legend of Bud being a switch hitter and all. He's not a true switch hitter the way people think he is. He often comes in southpaw just to really finish you off orthodox. Like, it's really more of a feinting with him. He can get some shit off in either stance, but Earl,
nigga, I saw Gamboa damn near whoop that nigga Crawford in the fucking southpaw stance.
Come on, bro.
So I don't want to hear that shit. Him going against a natural southpaw, nigga.
And that body snatcher.
Oh my God, them body. I don't ever want to get hit with a Spence body shot, nigga.
Is, bro?
Yeah, I don't.
That nigga Earl. If Earl get his hit, like when they get in the clinch, that's gonna be a problem for Terrence. Ain't never shown me that. Terrence ain't never shown me that he can fight in the clinch like that. It don't count when you're doing it with Eastern Europeans.
Like I said, I personally don't want to catch an Earl Spence body shot, nigga.
Well,
shits are lethal.
You probably should want to catch any pro boxer's body shot.
But his are just that nigga's just so accurate with him, nigga.
Dog. I'm talking about his IQ in boxing.
Right.
What I be trying to tell people is like, don't think that when he was sparring with Floyd, he was sharking and cutting off the ring. Nah, nigga, you can't fight Floyd like that. He was toe to toe backing. And I'm like, bro, I've seen him do it before. Like, he said it, like, man, I could fight any way.
Right.
I have all the skill sets. Nigga, I can come out offensive. I can let these hands go. I'm like, bro, the worst thing you want is if Terrence try to pop shot him off the back, that's not going to be good for him. Because he's going to walk. He's not going to be able to just pop shot Errol Spence.
Right. And
he going to start hunting, nigga, and cutting that ring off. And if your game plan is to pop and move, nigga, like that ain't gonna work with him. I don't know if Terrence Crawford is quicker than Errol Spence.
I don't think
he fights a little more quicker in terms of his athleticism, the way he uses it. But I don't think that you just so much faster and more athletic than Earl. Niggas be trying to compare Earl like, oh, he's like a smaller Canelo, and I'm like, nigga, he's way more gifted than Canelo. Like, bro, his ability to fight off his back leg, nigga, his ability to fight in the clinch and the inside jab, control the ring, his IQ, fight with any hand. Like, I don't think that Canelo's not that. Like, Canelo's flat-footed.
Right.
That's why he can't get out the way, nigga. Like when you're a counter puncher. That's why he won't fight no more black athletic counterpunchers. Because he like, man, I could mimic the Philly shell all I want to, nigga. But if you get in there with Earl, that shit ain't going to work.
Nah.
But it's a video clip of Canelo that just went viral. He almost got knocked out trying to Philly shell in sparring. And the nigga clipped him. Like, bro, that shit is something that you got to create when you were a kid.
For you, nigga.
Yeah, you got to learn that as a kid, bro. You don't.
And that's not a Mexican style of defense, so they never going to teach that as a kid to one of them.
No, so he tries it, but it's funny because, like, when you watch the fights, he'll shell up in a non-shell, like, time, and then they'll go crazy. Oh, he's in that Philly shell that he learned from Floyd Mayweather. Like, nigga, nobody's been punching at him.
The nigga be.
Because honestly, dog, when Floyd.
And his shit looks awkward. It don't even look like a good
Floyd
Philly
do that
shell,
shit, bro.
Or James Toney or fucking.
Niggas be like, that chin tucked. You can't
that in that movement with every
how they can still move it like they still like he don't be doing that like still making cats miss and then coming out of that shit peekaboo and pop coming back like.
And Canelo don't have bad head movement. He just ain't a Philly shell fighter. He's gotten
way better. His head movement has gotten way better.
Right.
After that Floyd fight.
Yeah, he just ain't a Philly shell fighter, and he shouldn't try to be. That ain't, like you said, it ain't something you learn after you've been fighting
I hope this don't
for
sound
that
racist.
long.
I think a lot of Mexican fighters should come join Black American gyms.
They definitely should if they're
I'm
going
gonna
to
tell you
keep.
why. My bad. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I mean, if they're going to keep fighting black fighters, you would want to start training,
fam,
to learn that shit.
You know what's kind of sneaky about Earl? Is the place in Texas that he had moved to when they came from New York, like to Texas, the places that they was at, all the gyms were Mexican.
Right.
So his dad had to go find Derrick James. Like his dad went and found a black trainer for him.
Yeah, because that's real. Because, yeah, if he's from Dallas, for sure, Dallas is all,
and the part where he was at,
fucking Mexican.
Well, and the part that he was, it's all Mexican and black, really, but like in that area. But the gyms where he was at
is all Mexican.
Was dominant by Mexican coaches, and so
Reno's like that. Reno has, I don't think it even has one black one. They can only teach
a certain way,
right?
And they were, so that's cool. But the thing is, he has somewhat like that Mexican style that they credit Mexicans for just always for like being able to come forward.
Spence has that absolutely.
He does that shit with a black American athletic like slew of foot style that makes it kind of hard to predict.
Well, motherfuckers
and
would
you
try.
don't always see where his punches are coming from.
Motherfuckers would probably go as far as to say Tyson has a Mexican brawler style to him with the FBA swag to it, because nigga.
Somebody can equate that, but there's no proven influence there.
Oh yeah. Without the proven influence is what I'm saying.
But like, visually, but they give that style to that culture. Like if you're head down, come first, swinging, like you know what I'm saying, they do that. So it's just one of them things, man. Like, but I don't know, man. It makes for good fodder. Fatter. Yeah.
Fuck you. It's fodder, nigga.
I know that. I'm saying, but it just I was, making a play.
Play on words.
Yeah, like it just
fucked up, yo.
No, yeah, you got a little serious, like. But no, it's okay. It's just one of those things that, like, when you think about it, man. That's where I kind of got that question from. Like, who hurts the most? Like, I look at these fat, out of shape, non-boxing ass trainers, right? That get caught up giving steroids to their fighters, like Canelo's trainer, right?
Putting fucking plaster in the wraps.
So, and then I'm like, Bomac, Terrence Jones, bro, you're talking more shit to this man Errol Spence than him. Right. You the one calling Errol Spence out of his name, bitches and all this shit. Bro, who you think gonna have to pay for that or answer to that? Now I know Terrence is a bad man, but if I'm Terrence Crawford, I'm like, yo, shut the fuck up. Like, because when it was time to speak for me,
you didn't want to speak for me when it was time to get the deals and this money and out of this
fucked up contract.
Hey, Bob,
fuck out of here, man. Yeah. What about what you promised us?
You wasn't in none of them fucking meetings.
You ain't have nothing to say,
right? So I don't want to hear. Don't do that shit now.
Go along with the flow ass.
But now you're making the fight harder for me, because nigga, you ain't got to fight this nigga. I do.
And you just making it more pressure, because now my fans is like, ooh, yeah, Terrence is on that. Terrence said he gonna whoop his ass. Now, if you're talking about a fighter that ain't never fucking lost in 30 some odd fights, and you've become a fan of his, and he just come out and now like, I'm gonna whoop this motherfucker's ass. Why wouldn't you believe him?
Right. That's real. Of course. Same as it'd be the same as like when Mayweather says what he says. Of course we believe that because nigga, we've never seen different.
And exactly, like not only we never seen different, it's like he don't do that all the time. If Mayweather come out, I'm gonna knock the fuck out. I'm gonna knock this bitch ass nigga. If Mayweather would have told us, man, I'm knocking Pacquiao bitch ass out. I don't like him.
We would
have expected that.
Where does so
or
say
judged him accordingly if he didn't.
Say Spence beats, not even say when Spence beats Crawford. What's the next fight for him? Is he in the Camboses?
He's going up to 145
weight class.
154. No, he's bigger than that. He's going up. The thing is,
he's going to Canelo's weight class.
Or he's going to that. He's going to that realm where it's like, nigga, be on your best behavior because you can get these.
And you don't want to.
Watch your mouth. Tell your trainer, shut the fuck up. Because you can get these over here. I'm right here. He's already on record saying that. They kept asking him about Terrence. He was like, well, I could just move up to 160 and go fight and go beat Canelo.
And not worry about Terrence. The bigger fight would be Canelo, but Canelo would get more of the purse, I think.
No. Go look at their last two fights. Spence is a bigger box office star than Canelo. Okay. Now, the media don't want to let you know that, but the numbers don't lie. When you go look at his pay-per-view, the last two pay-per-views.
Which is what they're going to get, yeah.
Exactly. That's why he don't
so
have – that's why
50,
he said,
50.
what do you say? I'm big fish.
It'll be 50-50, yeah.
I'm the big fish. Nobody's selling more than me right now.
They're not.
Big fish.
Because, nigga, the only
Canelo fans is tired of seeing him fight fucking –
as a fan –
tomato cans.
As a fan, I'm always waiting for the next Errol Spence fight, nigga. And as a fan, I'm waiting for the Bud Crawford fight, too.
But I don't give a fuck about Canelo's next fight.
Not at all.
Because he's always fighting guys that we expect him to win and knock out.
He stopped fighting, like, reputable niggas, too, after Mayweather.
Who did he fight?
I don't think he's fought a nigga since.
He fought, like, Jacobs.
I think Danny Jacobs was before.
No, it was after Mayweather.
Oh, yeah, well, that was the last I think that's the last nigga he fought.
You might be right, bro. So
you fought what's his name? The English dude recently. He's not that nigga because Spence will beat the shit out of him,
bro. It's just gonna be a nasty. I don't think we're getting that fight. Canelo has boxing by the nuts. He's not gonna take any risk or do anything like that. The only way that happens is if his fans begin to put pressure on him to fight certain
right.
people. That's the only way. Because Art's going to be one of these, like, top flight Mexican fighters that's going to be like, yo, nigga, you're not going to big bro me. Strap up, nigga.
Or Spence is going to have to take, like, the Mayweather route and go at Mexicans.
Well, boxing is so racist, they already do that.
Right.
They already kind of do that. And then, like,
the Cinco de Mayo
fight,
that
fighters are really good, they'll put pressure on them to fight each other.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When two black dudes are in the same rounds division they fight, they're going to put pressure on them to fight each other.
Right.
But for the most part, they'll put black guy, white guy, black guy, Hispanic, white guy, Hispanic, you know what I mean? Like, this is one of them racist sports. Like, it's the most racist sport.
The last black guy that Crawford fought, he almost lost to. Lucky that boy's father stopped the fight.
They definitely, people had him up on the scorecards.
Yeah, you lucky that boy's father decided to stop the fight. 'Cause that nigga Porter
and if
was
they
fucking
think,
with you.
I think a lot of people think that Earl Spence fights like Sean Porter.
No,
because of the way he fought him. Earl Spence and
Earl
Sean
Spence
Porter
is gonna fight
do
you.
not like each other.
Yeah.
They had a beef, and that nigga said, "You know what?
I'm gonna beat your ass in the middle of this ring because you think I'm
not about to use." No, they know each other. All these niggas know each other. They've all fought growing up, nigga. He just said he was like, "All right, I'm gonna beat you at your game. You like this is how you like to fight, head on head. We gonna all right, nigga. Pause up. Let's go.
Yeah.
Last man
and
standing."
That's the beautiful thing about Spence. That's what I love about him is like anytime somebody told him how he wasn't gonna fight him, is exactly how he fought you. And I love that because his whole style is I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm gonna shut you the fuck up and show you what you think I won't do. So yeah, think I won't do it. Think I can't fight with you on the inside. Think I can't.
The body snatch.
Yeah, we saw what happened.
Got his body snatched
and got his eye broke.
He might not ever fight again, bro.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Damn.
The shit is
I
fucked up.
apologize for that one. That sucks.
Fractured orbital, and they should have stopped the fight, bro.
Well, yeah, whose fault is that? Your fucking corner needs
That
to
goes
be.
back to
Your
what I'm
corner needs to
saying.
fucking look out better for you. And
guys-
and you having that fucking stupid ass, like he said, like you guys thinking these niggas got soft hands and they got concrete.
They said
out the
Oscar
hard way.
Valdez was a knockout artist. He has
Did that
stones
go
in
back
his
over
hand.
listed or did he get knocked out?
Get him out of here.
I gotta go watch that.
Yeah, bro, you need to watch that.
What round he knock him out?
9th, 10th, something like that.
Sleepy.
Stop it. No, stop. I think they stopped him.
Yeah, so I don't want to hear that shit.
Oh, knocked him down, all that.
I don't want to hear that
They
shit.
knocked him down, all that. Hey, bro, face all swollen, cut, beat up. Shakur look like he can go to the club.
Here's the thing:
You
is
know what I'm saying? Like,
the thing with like Mexican against
walking him down.
The thing against like Mexicans getting pitted against black is because you guys got a lot of catching up to do.
No, it's the style. Styles make fights.
No, I'm talking about just in the history of boxing. We are them.
I understand that.
You got a long.
No, I understand that.
fucking
I'm
way
not
to
even
go,
saying it
and
from that
we
aspect.
Keep breeding them.
What I keep saying is this. This is why I was saying I was going at Mexican or the Hispanic coaches. Bro, styles make fights.
Mm-hmm.
You can't line up your fighter, especially if they're not going to be physically bigger, to be a head down or a high guard. I'm walking to you with a slick, athletic, like, ain't good.
Because nigga,
that ain't gonna work.
That Lamont Peterson versus Errol Spence fight, Lamont Peterson looked like a fucking D-list fighter, and he's a great fighter.
He's a Hall of Famer
in his own right. Like, he looked. His whole thing was, nigga, I don't want to get hit no more, nigga. He just had to stop the fight. Like, nigga, you're just getting. He's walking you down.
Nigga,
nigga.
you guys.
Yeah,
you don't think you guys was like looking over his shoulder like, yo, what the fuck is y'all doing?
I can't see.
Fuck
My eye hurts, nigga.
Fuck all that Cuban pride fight. Do I want this payday? Hey, man,
or do I want
stop
to
this fight. I can fight 5 more fights.
But if you don't,
What they talking about right now that his shit's not healing. His shit's still bleeding. There's damaged the eyeball because now that the socket that was there, the orbital wall to keep it out of harm's way,
is not there,
and keep it from getting direct punch. He caved that round 3.
And it was hitting him in the eye.
And you sending them back out there, and that nigga Arrow just target practicing it at big, right across his high guard right here. He just pick it.
Fighters also gotta learn when to stop themselves. You can take a knee and quit.
What's it called? Did that with Earl. A boy from Britain. Kell Brooks.
Kell Brooks, yeah, because he got his eye broke, nigga.
Yeah, Kell Brooks
quit.
was like,
I'm done. I'm hurt. This nigga broke my shit.
Right, bro, I'm straight.
Fuck else can I do after this? I ain't gonna let him keep punching me in the fucking face.
One punch after this is too much.
Right. I'm not gonna let him.
The moment I know something is broke, I'll break anything.
I'm not doing
I got a
nothing.
fracture on my thumb.
Right.
Bruh, so I get this protected?
Yeah. Look at Davis when he broke his hand in the Esau fight. He didn't throw that hand no more.
Yeah, just like that.
Nigga, that shit stayed, nigga. Nigga, he knows better. I hit you with this hand one more time, I might never box again. I might tear all type of ligaments, and my hand might be like this.
And it ain't gonna hurt you. It's gonna hurt me.
Yeah, I might I might throw a West Side the rest of my life, nigga, because I want to keep punching you with this broken hand. Like,
because some niggas that won't ever even get punched for a living.
Tell you, yeah,
trying to be impressed. Like, man, fuck out of here, boy.
Nah. Like I said, nigga, you guys should have been like, I can't see, my eyes fucked up, I quit. Like, because when it comes out the next day, you have a fractured orbital muscle and your eyes fucked up. Nobody's going to fucking question
I wonder what the relationship moving forward is with you guys and his team. Oscar, I respect Oscar Valdez. He definitely, like, they kept trying to give him excuses after the fight. You're going to see it. You go, oh, was it his weight advantage? Was he because he was so much bigger than you? And it was like, bro,
just knocked me out.
He's like half a pound bigger, but you know that's a lot in boxing sometimes.
Right.
But he was just like, nah. He said, I think it was just I had troubles with the power. I was having troubles with his power. I couldn't get through his power.
And some niggas, and that's real shit. Nigga, it just hits hard. Niggas can't just keep getting hit hard over and over and over and over and over again, nigga.
Fast, precise, accurate, stinging punches, nigga. Like,
because tell me getting hit with a jab ain't the most annoying thing over and over again.
First off,
doing this.
You getting your shit snapped.
Yeah, you snap, nigga. That's frustrating, nigga.
Like nigga. And then every time you go to like open up the swing,
Nigga
you get he connect with a power shot.
You get bam, like God. Damn.
Bro, after 2 rounds, if you tough, 3 rounds, if you tough, you just fighting to get your check and get the fuck out of there.
Right.
And if you can knock his ass out, nigga, you will. Yeah. But other than that, I'm not fucking with you, bro. That's how Floyd's fights would be after round 6.
It was just like I'm done getting hit by this nigga. I'm done
and
trying.
I often would see, dog.
I'm done doing all this shit.
You can see the frustration and the misinformation. Oh, you told me these motherfuckers. Do you know how many times in Floyd fights I've seen, he realized that nigga do hit hard.
Do you know who I saw?
Where they act like he didn't hit that. You be like, man, this motherfucker don't hit hard.
Do you know who I saw get the most frustrated?
Pacquiao?
Shane Mosley.
Yeah, he was frustrated.
Because there was a point in that fight, nigga, where he swung like 5 times and Mayweather hit him with the nigga. You just saw him do this.
Yeah.
After already almost knocking Mayweather down, after Mayweather switching his fight scheme twice,
the best punch ever on this
nigga, you missed 5 punches.
You pretty much knocked him out, Shane.
Yeah, you did, because he even said, like,
he admitted it. I was out on my feet.
That nigga,
but that's what I laugh at when people try to act like Floyd don't got dogs. You talking about the nigga that's been fighting up went up 5 divisions and been fighting niggas bigger than him the rest of his career.
That nigga hugged Shane.
Dominating him.
That nigga hugged Shane Mosley like he ain't like that was his mama he ain't seen in 20 years, nigga.
He hugged him like nigga, you my little bitch, nigga. Yeah. You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
That nigga like a bowling constrictor, bro. That nigga Floyd was like.
Yeah, bro. Like, nigga.
And he was Shane bigger than him. Shane was trying to get him off.
Nope. That was walking with him. Like,
hey, and if you go watch that fight again.
And then clipped him the next round again.
I was going to say, when we go watch that fight again, even in that moment, when Shane finally did get him off, Floyd clipped that nigga and got right back on him. Like, I'm like, bro, Floyd is clean. You could tell he's been in that situation. Now, to the fans, we like, oh, he's never been here before.
Yeah, that nigga's been Floyd in there in the gym.
You ain't. I'm a dog. I be in the gym.
This nigga been woozy in the gym.
You don't know what I done been through in the gym.
And you can't sit here. I don't give a fuck. The best fighter in the world has been rocked in the gym, bro. In the sparring
especially when he's sparring heavyweights.
Yeah, you're getting rocked, nigga. You're not perfect all the time,
and
bro.
You grew up fighting.
Yeah, you've been rocked.
You've been rocked all your life growing up.
You might have been knocked out in a street fight, nigga. You might not talk about it, but nigga might have put you down before, nigga.
Just saying. He definitely been out in the ring before.
Yeah.
That's just you've definitely been knocked out in the ring. You could just
tell by the survival that he had when
the only nigga that's been through that knows what to do. Like he knew what to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
It was just like, you know what it was? Because he said he was out on his feet. So that lets you know he's been there more than once. It's because his brain is trained. Like, if these lights go out,
like I'm out.
Grab. Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Hold on. And then as he was feeling them, as he was feeling Shane, he was like, nigga.
Yeah, he got
hold on. Nah, this ain't how this story go in. You trying to shake him off.
It's like shit. He's trained for, like, his brain's trained. Bro. Like, if I go to sleep on my feet, grab whatever's in front of me, nigga.
And that's what he did. And then afterwards, nigga, you seen like, oh, nigga, you want to embarrass me on national TV?
Beat us. Just like the Great White Hype with a nigga with that.
Beating on Shane, like,
said, okay.
Oh, you trying to really out here? Okay, Shane. I thought you was here for a payday, my guy. My bad.
No, you're fighting.
No, we fighting now. Okay. Like, all right, let me whoop your ass real quick.
Let me change this fight style.
Stop playing. Dominated that nigga.
Fuck up for the rest of this fight.
Bro, he unanimous. That's crazy. That's hard to do.
And because you know what's crazy? It's hard to eat a punch from Shane Mosley like that. Anybody else would have went to sleep.
Dog, I seen him take.
Fight over.
It's a couple, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, Floyd might also have one of the best.
But we still need to give him a knockdown in his career, though.
Who?
Floyd.
From where?
Zab.
That one a knockdown. And I ain't gonna lie, I love Jab.
Okay, so if a nigga hits you with a clean punch and you do this, you know once that glove hits the ground, that's a knockdown, right? That's rules. That's Nevada State Boxing Commission rules. So that's a knockdown. And
what did the ref say? And
that's been another episode of the.
Just saying, my nigga.
It don't matter, bro.
It does matter.
Refs have made fucked up decisions and fucked up fights many times.
It does matter.
It wouldn't have changed. Let me say this: it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the fight. Floyd still would have dominated the rest of that fight like he did because he treated it like a knockdown. Like even though it didn't count, the rest of that fight was treated like he has an 8
Him and
10-8
Zab grew
round.
up, nigga, fighting each other. He knew what he was in there against. Floyd is the consummate pro.
That nigga Zab was
You know what I'm
probably
saying?
the greatest. One of the greatest fights to watch was him and Zab fight each other. Just two great styles, bro.
I love Zab, but like, he sold out.
In the end,
I think
or
that
in
like
the beginning.
the mental warfare got to him, and he talks about this later.
Yeah.
They're still good friends. They've been good friends, but it's like, nigga, if you watch that fight when all chaos is going off crazy, go look at Floyd.
He in the corner chilling.
Staring at Zab like, I'm about to beat your ass, nigga.
Yeah.
I'm focused.
And Zab's whole energy changed at that time, that point in the fight too.
But it was already changing because Zab had never been in a ring getting dominated like that before. And
no, Zab was doing good in that.
he was
fight,
doing
dog.
good, but not for dog.
That
When you
was a
look at his
close
career,
fight.
when you look at his career, he's used to getting in there, nigga, having his way. Zab was never the same after that Floyd fight.
No, he wasn't. You're right.
It fucked
absolutely
with him.
right.
He talks about it,
You're
bro. Like
absolutely right.
it fucked with him. Like, wait, nigga, what? And Floyd fought him differently than the way they grew up, and he was thinking, nigga, Floyd was nigga dog, nigga on that nigga shit in that nigga's head.
Zab didn't realize it. Yeah, it was, and also
if I think you're the clean cut one, nigga, and the pretty boy one, nigga, and the skilled but slightly softer, and you come in there, nigga,
and dog
talking
me,
shit,
pause,
nigga, roughing me,
yeah,
nigga, and like
changes your whole
and
whole
you're
fight
winning
plan.
because
Yeah.
you are a little bit more skilled, so you winning on the points.
I don't think he was winning on the points up to the that scrap that
I don't know, bro.
ensued.
I don't know. I've watched that fight several times, and every time I watch it, like, I grew to this opinion because I used to think it was a way closer fight than what it was. I used to think all that. Man, I'll give you the first couple rounds, first 3 rounds.
That's what I'm giving.
Like, but
that's what I'm giving. I'm not giving the majority of the fight. No.
Yeah.
Until Zab, like you said, until Floyd got in Zab's head,
right,
Zab was having a great fight.
right.
He was touching that nigga, hitting him with good ones. Did knock that nigga down, even though it didn't count. Fuck out of here. Nah.
Just saying.
But nah. And then about 4th, 5th round, that's what caused the brawl. Is the fresh.
Well, if you watch every fight, you know what I'm saying? Every fight is like that. It's going to be like, every Floyd fight, typically. It's like what is it, like, I would say between the 4th and 6th round. 4th, 6th round, Mayweather seems to have, like, figured out, you know what I'm saying, distance, range, and, dog, most fights, if you go look at Floyd's fight, especially towards, like, mid-prime to, like, the end, after the 6th round, bro,
It's always a wrap.
It's over.
Because
they can't even hit him.
Well, because he's always, after the 6th round, he changes his game plan to just, now he's just going to make you, he's just going to make it worse. Like, he's going to.
Well, as I said, he didn't got the math. He didn't got your range and distance.
Demoralizing you.
I
now.
know when I'm over here, like here, he can't hit me here. Yeah. He can't hit me here. I'm going to live in these spaces, nigga, and beat this nigga up the rest of the fight. Like, it's crazy to me, bro. Like, I mean, Floyd got a lot of, like, LeBron in him, like, in terms of, like, underappreciation. Cats don't like that nigga. And I think that's the biggest myth in sports is that Floyd Mayweather don't hit hard. But you would have people like Skip Bayless and maybe like who, what's his name? Not Matt.
Max Kellerman.
Max, yeah. You have some people like that saying it. But when you watch the fights, all the pros that be calling the fight with him always correct that shit and be like,
that's nigga.
I don't know what makes you think that.
Just because the motherfucker don't go to sleep, that motherfucker might just have a chin on him.
Floyd was fighting cats 3-4 weight divisions higher than his natural weight division. He could have just stayed at 130 and been a legend there.
Right, but he wouldn't have been a legend.
Think about where he went to.
Legend everywhere. He ended at what, 154?
Yeah, I even think he got like. Didn't he fight somebody at like
catch weight when he fought Marquez at like 160?
Yeah, something like that. Mm-hmm. So. It's a big difference, especially with the injury to the hands, and you refusing to retire when they recommended it. Like, you don't really have you'd be a damn fool to be in there trying to knock niggas out. And it's still a couple times he didn't have some cats damn near almost up out of there.
Nigga, Marquez almost got up the fuck up out of there.
Well, that's facts. That's facts.
Inell Harrison, what's up with you? How you doing?
Oh, is that Miss Inell? Hey, but you know what though? It's about that time. Unless you got something else you want to throw out.
No.
Well.
And that's been another episode of the
Always Talking Shit show.
Doggone.
It's your boy Akeem Magic.
And we out of here.
New Always Talking Shit show.